The Wounded Name by Dorothy Kathleen Broster. You are listening on YouTube channel named Let's Listen Something. Oh good Horatio, what a wounded name. Things standing thus unknown, shall live behind me. Hamlet, Act 5. Scene 2. How shall I find that friend? Of the rare friends, the deep-hearted? When the delicate revels end, and the maskers have all departed, at a sudden hour and a drear, for the sweet hour is the sternest, thou shalt know who held thee dear, whose hand was thine in earnest. Herbert Trench. Chapter 1. Running Water. Without a horse, and a dog, and a friend, man would perish. The gods gave me all three, and there is no gift like friendship. Remember this when you become a young man, for your fate will turn on the first true friend you make. Rudyard Kipling, Puck of Pook's Hill, on the Great Wall. 1. The lady who was writing at the rosewood escritoire near the window paused, and with the feather end of the quill traced along the days of the month on a little calendar headed 1814, which was propped up behind the inkstand. April the 12th, she murmured, and wrote it at the top of the already finished letter under her hand. She was not young, 45 at least, but she was distinctly charming in her very short-waisted, close-fitting gown of lilac sarcenet. The irregular-shaped room, cool and fresh and sunlit, opened by a small bow window on her left hand onto a garden that could not have been other than English. And she herself looked English, yet she had just signed a French name at the bottom of her letter, while over the mantelpiece hung the portrait of a middle-aged man with a refined and thoughtful face who did not even look English. The door opened, and a man's voice could be heard speaking to someone outside. "Laurent, is that you?" asked the lady, without looking up. She was sealing her letter. "Dearest, are you going out? Will you take this note to Madame Tance, if you are passing? Where are you going, by the way?" "Fishing," responded the owner of the voice, coming in. "Yes, of course I will take it for you, ma man. But isn't it the anniversary of something or other, so that the aunts will be plunged in appropriate gloom, and will not approve of my occupation?" The lady held up her face to his kiss. "No, I do not think it is the anniversary of any calamity today, otherwise they would not have agreed to come to supper." Once again she ran her quill along the almanac. "There is nothing now, I think, till Louis XVII's death in June. You will be careful about the river, will you not, chérie? It must be in flood still, after the terribly severe winter we have had. Probably the gigantic salmon that I shall hook will pull me in," prophesied the young man teasingly. "Or perhaps I shall be taken with vertigo and fall in, or a tidal wave may come up from the sea." The smile in his clear gray eyes spread to his mouth. "I am so glad that I shall never be a mother." "You are a very wicked son," retorted the lady, laughing, too, and she pulled down his head and kissed the crisp fair hair that, after the fashion of the day, clustered rather thickly on his forehead. "In France, you know, you will have to show me much more respect, from all I hear of the authority of a mother there." "Respect?" exclaimed Laurent de Courtommer, as he looked at the girlish figure. "How can I respect the authority of a mother who only appears to be about 5 years older than I am myself? Am I then to respect you more in Paris, and to love you less? Must they run in inverse proportion? Go and fish, Laurent, instead of talking nonsense, and forget that we shall so soon be living in France." "I rather wish that I could," unpatriotically remarked the young Frenchman, taking up the note from the escritoire. "Is it wrong to be so fond of this country because one was born and brought up in it?" He looked up at the portrait of his father over the mantelpiece. If only this had come 4 years ago. And Madame de Courtommer followed his gaze and sighed. Although fate's keys had opened the gate so long shut, and her voice, through the bugles of the advancing allies, was calling the stout Bourbon, Louis XVIII, from his retreat at Hartwell to the throne of his ancestors, that exile would never return to his native land. And since his widow was English, and his son had never set foot in France, though both duty and sentiment might call them over the channel to the young man's patrimony, neither of them could welcome the summons in quite the same spirit as he would have done. For to them it was not returning. "The Allies are nearly at Paris and Napoleon's star has set," said Laurent, turning away, "but, wonderful as it is, I do not somehow feel any more exhilarated than you do, ma man, for, after all, it is the bayonets of the foreigner which are bringing back the king. And I don't know my French relatives, and I shall miss my English ones." Madame de Courtornieu, rising, slipped her arm through his. "Take care, darling, that the aunts do not hear you talking like this. To them, as you know, it matters little who brings back the king, provided he is brought back, and to regret Devonshire would be the last offense." "Nevertheless, I shall regret it," persisted Laurent, who did not easily change his affections. "You will, too, I know. Still, we are coming back here every year, are we not?" "Yes, I must start. And this is an invitation for Mesdames Tance to sup with us tonight? Do you want an answer?" "No," said his mother, studying him with a smile. "It is only to confirm an arrangement already made. But I should like a salmon." "You shall have one," replied her son confidently. "And now permit me to practice taking a Parisian farewell of my respected mother, the Comtesse Henri de Courtornieu, née Seymour." And he kissed her hand with a flourish. 2. Soon afterwards he mounted into his English gig, with his English groom behind in charge of his rod and tackle, and drove down the village street in one of the most English of counties. But he was thinking, a few weeks more, and I shall no longer be Mr. Laurent Courtornieu of Keenton House, but MLE Comte de Courtornieu in the family mansion that I have never seen in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, where Mesdames Tance, at least, will be in their element. For Laurent's three great-aunts, Mesdames Tance de Roi, so christened by him on the analogy of those daughters of Louis XV who were thus known in the days of Louis XVI, were of a royalist and Catholic fervor truly overwhelming. And of course, once in France, they would all, in French fashion, live together, as indeed they almost did now, settled in one small Devonshire village. But at least they were not all under one roof, and Laurent was not quite sure that he was longing for that increased proximity. He soon pulled up before a door in a red brick wall, and in a few seconds was walking up a tiled path to the habitation of Mademoiselle de Courtornieu. He knew that he must deliver his note in person, for the aunts would consider it unpardonable if he merely left it without paying his respects. The countenance of Augustine, their elderly, precise maid, bore signs of excitement. "Yes, Monsieur le Comte," she said in response to his query at the door. "Mesdames are within. And they are receiving company." "Really?" said Laurent. "In the morning. A traveler, Monsieur le Comte. An old acquaintance just come over from France, MLE Baron de Beech." Laurent, by now in the hall, with an engraving of Louis XVI mounting the scaffold on one side of him and a bust of the Duc d'Enghien wreathed in immortelles on the other, murmured, "This is indeed great news." For he seemed to remember having heard that in times inconceivably remote M. de Beech had been a suitor for the hand of Tante Bonne, or was it that he had been a flame of Tante Odile's? And, before he bowed respectfully over the hands of his venerable relatives, he beheld a withered but well-preserved old gentleman, yet younger, surely, by a decade than any of them, rise from a chair at a disappointingly equal distance from all of the old ladies, from Tante Odile's majestic piety and grey curls, from Tante Clotilde's even greater majesty and even more denuded, and therefore even more imposingly becapped, head, and from the long faded prettiness of Tant Bone, the youngest, who wore the smallest cap of any, and the least hideous cameo, and no jet at all, so that Tant Clotilde had more than once been known to accuse this 80-year-old junior of hers of an ineradicable tendency to levity. But Tant Clotilde herself had undergone a change since Lady Day, when a fair wind from France had blown so many clouds out of the royalist sky. Her Majesty was not less, her loyalism even more pronounced, but a ribbon of a discreet maroon shade had replaced the black moire round her cap, and her manner to all and sundry was marked by an unexampled benignancy. So that Laurent, when he had saluted her dry, shriveled hand with the mourning ring, was almost startled by the sensible favor with which she kissed him on either cheek, for though the greeting was not a novelty, it was often frosty. Tant Clotilde considered that Laurent spoke English too well, and his mother's habit of occasionally calling him Laurence, a girl's name, was an abomination to her. But, willy-nilly, her great-nephew would have to be entirely French now. M. de Vic, on introduction, made him a bow of another generation, and the young man, having duly delivered his note, was inspired to announce his hope that if the newcomer were staying the night he would give the ladies his escort up to Kington House. This addition to the party would, he assured him, procure his mother and himself the greatest pleasure. After the proper amount of pressing the old gentleman accepted, and Laurent thereupon began to make efforts to extricate himself from his great-aunt's drawing-room. But this was not so easy. M. de Vic, whose fervor appeared to be almost equal to that of the old ladies, had embarked on a rapturous description of the enthusiasm manifested at the entry of the Duc d'Angoulême, the king's nephew, into Bordeaux about 3 weeks before, the news of which had caused such joyful anticipations in the little court at Hartwell, and since, after all, Laurent was French and on the point of treading French soil, the narration was not devoid of interest. Only it had not the charm of entire novelty, and he would rather have heard it at another time. It must, therefore, have been a rather unfortunate spirit of contradiction which led him to remark that Brittany and Vendée, for all their long and glorious struggle on behalf of monarchy, had not at this particular juncture played much part in the imminent restoration of the royal house. "Oh, KSI, monsieur," exclaimed the Baron, shocked, and Tant Clotilde said, "Fie, nephew," in her deepest voice, and he was assured that under the rule of the Corsican more than 30 secondary chiefs had perished in that region for the cause, and their names began to shower upon him. "I take back my remark," cried the young man, laughing. "Besides, after all, Mess Tance, you are not mentioning a leader who is alive, which is better. What about that fellow in Brittany, Eloiseler, the fowler, who is always luring the enemy into difficult positions, and who is personally so lucky that he is supposed to possess a charm of some sort? Or is that all a myth, and his defense of the burning mill also?" M. de Vic almost started from his chair. "What an extraordinary thing that you should speak of Eloiseler today, monsieur," he exclaimed. "No, indeed, he is no myth. I have seen him, I saw him, though for the time I had forgotten it, no later than yesterday, and on the very packet which brought me from Brest to Plymouth." "The Plymouth packet? Why, what was he doing there?" ejaculated Laurent and the old ladies in the same moment. "I do not in the least know, mesdames," replied the visitor, "and as I spent all the time of the voyage most miserably in the cabin below, I knew nothing of our distinguished passenger till we were disembarking at Plymouth. But then, as we were massed on the deck, eager for the shore, I heard a compatriot say, 'That's he, that's Eloiseler.' And so I saw the personage pointed out, a rather stern, rough-looking man of 50 or so, with thick dark hair, somewhat unshorn, a real Chouan type. Greatly moved, I wished to shake him by his heroic hand, but in the press I could not, and I lost sight of him thereafter. Owing to his amulet, perhaps, observed Laurent idly. But I had a notion that he was quite young, this famous fighter, and that he was a gentleman titled, in fact. Of course I must have been wrong now, if you will excuse me, Mess Tense. Yes, I, too, had previously thought that Eloiseler was gently born, said M. de Vic slowly, for he bears an old and honored name, that of La Rochette-Eyrie, but this man could not have been a gentleman. Yet that does not prevent. No, indeed, cried the noble dames, generously waiving the claims of their caste to exclusive leadership. Think of the great, the sublime, the sainted Cathalino, a mason's son. Think of Stofflet, a gamekeeper. Think of Cato Udall, think of Guillemot. Think of a salmon, said Laurent irreverently to himself. And, by concentrating his willpower on that object, he did at last succeed in making his escape. But as he drove between the high hedges, making for a chosen spot some 5 miles up the river, he found his mind running, despite himself, on the 20 years of struggle in the never-conquered west of France. He had been too young to take part in its earlier manifestations, and it was only in the last 18 months or so that these had begun again, often with the formation of bands of refractaires, conscripts who would not serve Napoleon, led by gentlemen who equally refused. And among these was this well-nigh legendary Eloiseler, audacious, undefeated, almost invisible. So swiftly and mysteriously did he move and strike. Jeune homme du plus brilliant courage, adore Parses Homs, as Laurent had heard him called. The double encomium was certainly borne out by his famous defense of the mill at Pinscoe, where he and 18 men were said to have kept 500 imperialists, troops of the line, at bay for more than 4 hours, till the soldiers were at last obliged to send for reinforcements, and contrived to burn the place over their heads. And even then the little band had operated a retreat almost more wonderful than their defense. And now, if M. de Vic were correct, this gallant fighter was in England, a shaggy, middle-aged peasant, not, after all, the young man of Laurent's own class who had seized the opportunity which he had missed. For it must be rather fine to have contributed by something more than prayers and wishes to restore Louis XVIII to that throne of his ancestors which, in a few weeks, he would almost certainly mount. 3. But these reflections were totally forgotten an hour later, when the young Frenchman was standing, in his high leather boots, the water swirling about his legs, casting hopefully over the particular pool in which it was impossible that there should not be a fish. Maman was right, though he should not tell her so, about the river. It was running so strongly that, as Laurent moved slowly forward, he used considerable caution before he followed one foot by the other, for though he stood in shallow, broken water, there was enough stream to take him off his legs if he trod on a slippery stone or dropped unexpectedly into even a small hole. Nevertheless, it was not really the strength of the stream which prevented M. de Courtommer from immersing himself even to the 5th button of his waistcoat, which was then accounted the maximum depth, but the fact that, after the severe cold which had once followed this exploit, he had promised his mother never to repeat it. Indeed, in wading at all he was doing more than the majority of fishermen ever thought of attempting. The long, 20-foot rod bent, he cast again a little farther over the sliding, deeper water near the opposite bank, which there was flat and pebbly, and sprinkled with low shrubs. Yet the deepest part of the channel was below it. No luck, not the ghost of a rise. Perhaps there was a little too much flood, after all, though the water was perfectly clear. Laurent thought he would try a change of fly. He reeled up and caught the line. But as he was detaching the fly he had been using, rather clumsily, for his fingers were cold, he heard, somewhat to his annoyance, quick steps on the pebbles of the other side. He did not desire a possibly loquacious spectator. Finding, however, after a moment or two, that the owner of the steps did not address him, he glanced up. A young man, a gentleman, was standing on the opposite bank looking at him. As Laurent raised his head, he lifted his hat and said, in fair but obviously foreign English, "Can you tell me, sir, where I shall find a bridge across this river? I have deceived myself of the road." M. de Courtommer recognized in the flavor of the accent and the turn of the idiom an undoubted compatriot, though at first glance the speaker did not look French, particularly in coloring. As he stood there bareheaded, the April sun struck warmly on hair of an unusual bronze tint, a hue that had no real trace of red in it, and yet that was not brown. He was tall, carefully dressed, and had a noticeably graceful and easy carriage of the head, and indeed of his whole person. So much Laurent took in before he replied pleasantly, "There is no bridge, I regret to say, monsieur, within less than 2 miles of here. The nearest is at Oakford." At his replying in French, the stranger seemed surprised, as Laurent had quite expected that he would be. "Monsieur also is French?" he inquired in that tongue. "I have that privilege," replied M. de Courtommer, smiling. "You seem also, monsieur, to have that of walking on the water, or pretty nearly," observed the newcomer. "Am I right in supposing that you arrived at your present position from the opposite bank where I desire to find myself? If you would permit me to join you on your Ararat, I could thence gain the shore, could I not?" And he advanced right to the water's edge. "Good heavens, have a care," cried Laurent, alarmed. "I am in shallow water here, and have enough ado to keep my feet as it is, but between you and me there is the full force of the current. I don't know how deep the stream is today, and all sorts of nasty holes. Don't think of such a thing, I implore you." The stranger looked down at the smooth water swirling past his feet at remarkable speed. "The stream, yes, I see that it is excessive. But I do so wish myself on that bank. I am walking from Bidcombe to pick up the Bath coach again at Midhampton, and if I have to go out of my way to this bridge of which you have been kind enough to tell me, I shall certainly miss it and my valise which I sent on in it." "But even that is not worth drowning yourself for," protested Laurent, staggering a little as he spoke. "This river is said to claim a life every year. Pray do not be the candidate for 1814. The bridge at damnation." He had dropped his fly. The stream had it in an instant. Laurent stooped involuntarily to grasp at it as it was whirled out of his reach, lost his balance for a second, had to take a hasty step to recover this, slipped on a stone, and the stream had him also. Not without a battle, however, since before it carried him into deeper water he almost contrived to regain his feet, but was pulled down again by the driving weight of it. As its cold fury rolled him over and over, struggling and gasping, he had a distinct, but surely erroneous, impression of a shout and a splash from the other bank, quickly forgotten in the stinging interlude which followed, filled to the brim as it was with confused sensations of choking, of a temperature which took his breath away, of thoughts of Maman, of doubts whether he would ever see France now, of a conviction that he must, of course, go with the stream. But it was so difficult to keep one's head above water, and he wasn't swimming, he was being hurtled. And then, inconceivably, and yet, in a way, expectedly, he was spluttering in the shallows at the bend, his feet touching bottom in that place where the bank was so eaten away, a difficult place to get out at, but where he now most firmly intended to get out, and that instantly. Only the bank was still above his head, and he still had water to his breast, and the bottom was shelving and slippery. But he managed to catch a bit of the old staking with one hand, and just then something clutched him from behind by the shoulder. Great God! He had jumped in, then. It was no illusion. Yet how, in the name of fortune? "There's bottom here," gasped Laurent, and without loosing his hold of the staking, grabbed in his turn with his other hand, and discovered that he had his compatriot by the collar. "Have you found your feet?" he asked. not wasting speech over his own amazement. "Try to catch hold of this piece of wood. Then I will get out somehow, and help you out. But we must be careful, the bank is rotten." "Monsieur, how could you do such a hazardous thing?" panted Laurent. "I really, words are ridiculous in face of such an obligation. How you are here at all is nothing short of a miracle. You must have jumped straight into the swiftest part of the current." They were both on the bank by this, drenched and coughing and rather like landed fishes themselves. But Laurent had no desire to laugh, for though their situation might be absurd now, it had narrowly escaped being tragic. The water poured off the would-be rescuer as he raised himself and threw back the soaked hair from which the river had dragged the ribbon hair longer than was usually to be seen in 1814. "I am here, monsieur," he replied rather breathlessly, "because you pulled me out, that is plain. How could I stand there watching while the river carried you away? And I accomplished nothing at all, I merely made it more difficult for you to extricate yourself. However, I dare say neither of us was really in danger." "We were in danger," responded Laurent seriously, "and you far more than I. And I had warned you. As to accomplishing nothing, it is the intention which counts in such cases." His companion was wringing out his sodden locks. "I had the intention of coming across, it is true. Here I am, then. I have saved, how much did you say, 2 miles of road?" He suddenly smiled. It was a very attractive smile, too. "I shall always feel, at any rate, that I owe you the debt," said Laurent rather huskily. "And thank God that you did not pay the price which you might very well have paid." He held out his hand, wrung the wet hand put into it, and then, jumping to his feet, became very practical. "We must not stay here a moment longer, we will go to the inn near, have a fire, and get our clothes off at once. Yours, monsieur." And as he looked at their deplorable condition he became aware that their owner wore a red ribbon in his buttonhole. He must have the cross of St. Louis, then, but he was unusually young for such a distinction. "Yours will never be dry in time for you to continue your journey to Bath. So you will allow me, will you not, the great pleasure of offering you hospitality for the night at least? I live about 5 miles from here." "You are very kind indeed, monsieur," said the dripping young man, hesitating. Then he looked at him frankly. "I should like it greatly on condition that you will not tell any of your acquaintances of my foolish shortcut across your river." "Conditions of that kind can be discussed later," responded M. de Courtommer, smiling. "At present I think our joint physical condition is what matters. Excuse me if I lead the way." 4. 20 minutes later both adventurers were peeling off their soaked garments before a hastily lit fire in a room of the Three Trouts, and shortly afterwards, wrapped in blankets, were ensconced before it in a couple of large chairs, with 2 steaming glasses beside them. And Walters the groom, to his own surprise, was riding across country on M. de Courtommer's cob to intercept the Bath coach at Midhampton and bring back the French gentleman's valise which it contained, this neat strategic idea having occurred to his master on his way to the inn, when it was borne in upon him that no clothes of his were likely to fit his guest, taller than himself by nearly a couple of inches. Laurent had just now had, too, the opportunity of verifying what his first impressions had already told him, that his compatriot was an exceptionally well-built young man, with the lithe strength of steel. He had also seen that he wore round his left arm, just above the elbow, a little strip of some plaited or woven substance, not fine enough to be hair. Laurent had only obtained a momentary glimpse of this object, and his curiosity had not been gratified by another, but he had now the prospect of being able to study at leisure the appearance of this strangely made acquaintance, and he proceeded to do so. He had the clear pallor and fine skin which often go with hair of warm coloring, and his, as it dried, was gradually resuming its proper shade, the deepest tone of September bracken. Even his eyes, which at a distance looked dark, were seen at closer quarters to be of a deep red-brown. The rest of his features were noticeably straight and delicate and strong, the chin, a little long, curved slightly forward and was squared at the corners, the mouth was firm and sweet, altogether a face of great individuality and charm, without the weakness which sometimes accompanies the latter quality in a man. Laurent took him to be about 26, a couple of years older than himself. "I do not know," he observed at last, ashamed to scrutinize any longer, "if it is correct to introduce oneself in this unconventional attire. I ought to have done it earlier. My name is Courtomer, Laurent de Courtomer. I have always lived in England." "And mine," said the other, setting down his glass, "is La Rochette-Eyrie. Imar de La Rochette-Eyrie, at your service. For my part, I have always lived in France." "What?" cried Laurent, nearly bounding out of his blanket. La Rochette-Eyrie. Eloiseler. You, monsieur, are Eloiseler. Is it possible?" In a lesser degree his companion also showed surprise. "My name is then known to you, monsieur? But this is not Brittany." "But I am a Frenchman and a royalist," cried M. de Courtomer. "I have known of you, monsieur, for some time now. I assure you that your name is not so unfamiliar over here as your modesty assumes. We have heard of the defense of the Moulin Brule. Indeed, we were speaking of you only this morning, my great-aunts and I, and a gentleman who thinks he came over with you in the Brest packet. But he said you were. It's more than extraordinary. Eloiseler, himself, here. Ma foi, but this is to find oneself famous," said M. de La Rochette-Eyrie, laughing. "One had, perhaps, the good or ill fortune to be known on the other side of the channel, but over here, who cares for an obscure brigand, as our foes are so fond of calling us?" Even in his present unusual attire, or absence of it, a young man who looked less like a brigand could hardly be imagined. And the question of birth could be set at rest forever by the beautifully shaped if sunburnt hands emerging from the blanket. So Laurent, remembering M. de Vic's picture of the hairy individual, not a gentleman whose hand he had longed to shake, and mindful that he and the aunts were coming to supper that evening, foresaw an amusing encounter. But to be sitting here tête-à-tête with this young hero, who had known countless days and nights of hazard and discomfort among the gorse and broom, with only a handful of men and his own wits and courage between him and Napoleon's vengeance, and he wrapped in a blanket because he had jumped into the dart after him, it was incredible. He pulled himself together. "I believe, monsieur, that you bear a title, do you not?" he asked, thinking of the introductions he should have to effect. "A small one, vicomte." "You, monsieur, perhaps also." Laurent named his. "But I do not use it here. When we are in France I suppose I shall have to tack it on again." "Ah, you are returning, of course." "Almost immediately. Yet, since it is not really a return, it will be strange. I was born in England. My father, now dead, married an English woman and settled here in the early days of the Revolution." "So Madame votre mère is English," observed the Vicomte de La Rochette-Eyrie, with interest. "That then accounts for the perfection of your accent, Monsieur de Courtomer, and also if as a Frenchman you can forgive me for an appearance not altogether French. As you stood in the river which has so happily brought us together I had no idea that you were a compatriot. You must remember that I have lived all my life in England," said Laurent to this. "That, probably, has even more to do with it. And since we are on the subject of personal appearance, may I say that I never took you for French, either till you spoke? Your hair, you will excuse me, I trust, is of an unusual color for a Frenchman, is it not?" The young man good-humoredly took hold of a damp bronze lock. This tiresome stuff? Yes, I believe it is not often met with. Indeed, I have found it inconvenient at times. For that reason, in a tight corner one usually does not wish to be identified. As a matter of fact, I have some Norse blood in my veins, and the other member of my family who shares that with me has much the same hair. So no doubt it comes from that strain. I hope that the next time I fall into a river I shall be wearing it short, which is probable, for I only keep it long to be like my chuns. I wish it would dry. He put up his other hand to his head, and the blanket slipped instantly off his left shoulder and arm. Before he could replace it, Laurent's eyes had involuntarily darted to his elbow and away again. "You were looking at my bracelet, monsieur?" inquired its owner, in his pleasant voice. "Now there, no doubt, is the explanation of my safe navigation of your river. Are you superstitious, Monsieur de Courtomer?" "No more than I, probably, so I would like you to realize that I wear this ridiculous thing for the sake of other people's superstitions only. I mean, of course, my men's." And the little half-smile he gave Laurent, he seemed rarely to smile fully, had a tinge of mischief in it. "I could not help seeing it," confessed the latter, rather red. "And that, then, is the famous charm which makes you invincible. Might I?" Eloiseler thrust out his arm again for his inspection. The mysterious object upon it resolved itself into a band of plaited rushes or coarse grass, about half an inch wide, fitting just tightly enough not to slip down over the elbow. "I will make you another confession about that, monsieur," said its wearer, looking down at it. "It is not even the original jardier which is supposed to have been bestowed upon me by the fairy Melusine or her deputy. In a somewhat rough and tumble life a bracelet of rushes will not last forever, and so I have it renewed from time to time. Still, there is a strand of the original in it somewhere." He smiled again as he made this rather cynical admission, and finished the remains of his punch. Laurent was examining the talisman with deep interest. "There is no fastening. Then, monsieur, the fairy Melusine plates it on your arm every time?" "She does," replied M. de la Rochette-Irie. "A woman's fingers, of course." Perhaps he was married, but Laurent did not, somehow, think so. He could not pursue further the question of the weaver, and, moreover, the possessor of the rush bracelet was now looking thoughtfully into the fire. "And nothing has ever touched you, in all the time you have fought, since you wore that?" asked Laurent after a moment. Eloiseler turned his head, and the inquirer had a little shock of surprise. Or had he merely imagined that a profound sadness looked for a moment out of the red-brown eyes? It was gone so quickly that he was not sure gone by the time his companion answered simply, "Nothing. I have never received a scratch, so I cannot claim the honor of having shed my blood for the king, as so many better men have done." "Yet," observed Laurent, "the king seems to consider that you have done fully enough for him without that." "That ribbon?" "Yes. His Majesty was pleased to send me the cross last year. Some of my men had better deserved it. They had no talisman. You must really need a strong head, Monsieur de la Rochette-Irie, not to believe, after all, in the efficacy of yours. Tell me, if I am not impertinent, whether there is not some one action which will break its power if you happen to do it. In most fairy tales it is so." "I believe," said the young leader, wrapping himself up again, "that there is some dark story in the past history of this object or its predecessors, but I do not know what moral it is supposed to point. Apart from that, morbleu, what an extraordinary thing. It has just happened to me, and I never gave it a thought." "What is it?" asked Laurent eagerly. "I must never cross running water, except by a bridge, or on horseback, or by some means of that sort. I must never go through it in person. And, to do myself justice and again in deference to those chutins of mine, I never have until today. But you cannot deny that I have crossed it this morning water of the most running. And he looked at his fellow adventurer in running water with unfeigned amusement. 5. As Laurent de Courtommer tied his stock that evening in his own bedroom, he was both thoughtful and excited. To fall into the river and narrowly escape drowning, to have a total stranger risk his life for him over it, to discover that the stranger in question was someone he knew about and admired, and, finally, to possess him at the moment as a guest under his own roof, these were sufficient reasons why the stock should be well tied and sufficient excuse for the fact that it was not. Nor had Laurent quite shaken off the shyness which had unexpectedly descended upon him when he was driving home from the Three Trouts with Eloiseler beside him, that sudden hot conviction that he, with nothing to his credit, had been chattering too freely to this young hero. Had or had not M. de la Rochette seemed a little remote, a little withdrawn, during that drive? A knock at the door, interrupting these cogitations, heralded the entrance of Madame de Courtommer, looking charming but pale. Laurent's heart smote him as he turned round from the dressing table. She kissed him long and closely. She had not yet got over her emotion. "I am just going down to the drawing room, my darling," she said. "I hope M. de la Rochette may be there. I want to see him alone. When you brought him to me in the garden I was, I fear, rather selfishly absorbed in thoughts of you and your danger." Laurent nodded. "He tried to make me promise not to mention what he did, but of course. An absolute stranger, Laurent. And such a risk. I cannot get accustomed to the idea." Like her son, Madame de Courtommer seemed a firm believer in the theory of intention. Yet it had already been made perfectly clear to her by M. de la Rochette himself that he had in no sense saved Laurent's life. "Maman," said Laurent, putting his arm round her, "if you can't get some more color into those cheeks I shall not eat any dinner. Dearest, dearest little mother, I did not do it on purpose. See now, I am going to kiss them very hard. That's a trifle better. Now go down and thank M. de la Rochette for spoiling a very elegant suit of clothes if he gives you the chance. Unless I have gauged him wrongly, you will not get very far." "There is one thing that comforts me, Laurent," said Virginia de Courtommer, "and that is, that you would have done just the same in similar circumstances." "Perhaps," replied her son. "But not so quickly." The enlightenment of M. de Vicq and the old ladies that evening was indeed great fun, only it was too soon over, and Laurent was a little afraid of embarrassing his guest, who seemed genuinely averse from anything resembling posing or display. But, probably just because he was so free from self-consciousness and so simply dignified, he took the ensuing adulation lightly, and yet with a fine courtesy, as if he were aware that he was a young man receiving the homage of the old. If he found the worshippers a little absurd, he did not betray it. The impression which he had produced on Tante Clotilde, even before she realized whom the Monsieur le Vicomte de la Rochette of Laurent's introduction cloaked, was marked by her making him the suggestion of a curtsy of 50 years ago, with all Versailles behind it, an honor which no Englishman ever received from her. And M. de la Rochette had kissed her hand in a manner which also had tradition behind it. Yet more important to Laurent, really, than the unqualified success of his little coup de theatre, than the joy of being able to whisper to M. de Vicq, "I expect you think, monsieur, that Eloiseler has shaved since you saw him last?" "I expect he has, but not to that extent," was his mother's murmur to him, just before they went into supper. "Your chouin has already enslaved me, Laurent. I think he is charming." But now supper was going forward, and M. de la Rochette was making obvious efforts to efface himself, to avoid being what he had become, the center of the little festivity. But with everybody determined to make him so, it was impossible to get out of the position. First of all, M. de Vic's mistake of the packet had to be explained. It appeared that Eloiseler had come over in it, and that he had heard another passenger being pointed out as himself, which, as he added with a little smile, enabled me to escape an attention that I had then no idea I should encounter. "Ah, Vicomte," interposed Tante Clotilde significantly at this, "you are doubtless in England. Am I indiscreet, on the king's business?" One felt it almost needed courage to reply, as Eloiseler did, "No, madam, on a purely private matter." However, Tante Clotilde's large face wore the air of one who knows better. "I think," said M. de Vic, then addressing him, "that I once had the pleasure, a few years ago, of meeting a gentleman of your name a good deal older than you, however. Your father, perhaps?" The young man's face changed subtly. "My father was guillotined with my mother, during the Terror, monsieur." It only needed this avowal to complete his prestige in the eyes of the aunts. A ripple of emotion went round. "Where did you meet M. de la Rochette-Eyrie, did you say, Laurent?" inquired Tante Clotilde when she had contributed to it. "In the river, ma tante." The old lady looked severe, for she did not like being jested with. "Please express yourself more accurately, great nephew." So Laurent elaborated, without changing his statement. On the heels of the ensuing sensation, M. de Vic asked suddenly whether it was true that the guest possessed, or was popularly supposed to possess, a talisman of some kind. "Quite true, monsieur," responded Eloiseler soberly. "I really have it, a magic garter, or jardier, as the common folk call it." Then he caught Laurent's eye, and smiled. "But its virtue is, of course, all nonsense. The popular voice, in short, ascribes to the possession of a charm what is in reality due solely to your own skill and valor," observed M. de Vic rather sententiously, but pointing this remark as a compliment by a bow. "I did not mean that," said Aymar de la Rochette-Eyrie, looking for the first time a trifle disconcerted. "And I spoke too strongly, for undoubtedly my possession of the jardier has influenced my men and given them confidence. They are exceedingly superstitious, so in that way the thing has its value. That is, in fact, why I wear it." "And how did you acquire this jardier?" inquired Tante Clotilde. "Massively. A witch gave it to me, madam." "A witch, a real witch?" exclaimed his hostess. "Oh, how, Monsieur de la Rochette-Eyrie, and why?" "The why makes rather a long story, madam." "We shall hope to hear it, then, after supper," announced Mlle Clotilde de Courtommer in a tone that seemed to settle the whole matter. "And, perhaps, the whole story of the Moulin Brûlé too," hazarded M. de Vic, but Eloiseler shook his head with a little smile. Madame de Courtommer looked from one to the other. "What was the Moulin Brûlé?" she inquired of the old gentleman in a low voice. But it was Tante Clotilde who replied for him. "My dear Virginia, really, before the hero of Pinscoe himself. The details which reached us of that exploit were, I doubt not, inadequate, but surely we all treasure them too securely in our memories to ask what was the Moulin Brûlé." Poor Madame de Courtommer, thus brought to book at her own table, before and on account of her guest, flushed. M. de la Rochette-Eyrie bit his lip and looked thoroughly uncomfortable, and Laurent's anger was kindled. "You forget, I think, ma tante," he said as politely as he could, "that my mother, after all, is not French by birth, and it is quite plain that no one can have told her the story, for it is not one which she could ever have forgotten." "Quite so, very well said," put in M. de Vic hastily, and he gallantly monopolized the old lady's attention while the awkward wave in the conversation caused by the boulders she had cast into it spent itself. "Indeed, Laurent," looking down the table after a moment's silent fight with his annoyance, was relieved to find that the hero of Pinskoe was smiling delightfully at his hostess, and heard her say, smiling, too, "Will you ever be able to forgive me, Monsieur de la Rochetiere?" "Madam," replied Eloiseler, "you cannot conceive what a relief it is to find that there is one fortunate being in royalist circles who has not been pestered with the tale of that detestable old windmill. I sometimes wish I had never seen the place." When the ladies, following English custom, had left them, M. de Vicq drew in his chair and concentrated his attention on his fellow guest. "I remember the Vendée, of course," he remarked, "and the great days of the Chouannerie, Quai Doudle's days. You are too young to recall them, monsieur, but you have relit the sacred fire." "No, only fanned the embers," said Eloiseler quickly. "The fire is always there. The Breton does not change. Indeed, some of mine are identically the same as those of the great days. And one has the same devotion to rely on, the same obstinacy to combat, the same superstitions to use or respect, and the same kind of warfare. That warfare of hedgerows and heather of which one has heard," put in Laurent, his chin on his hands, "and which needs, I imagine, a special aptitude." "I suppose it does. At any rate, it is the only kind which the Breton really understands. You have to be always on the move. If you have very few men, as I had at least at the beginning, when I started with 25, that is easy. And if you keep moving, you are not only invisible, but the enemy thinks your numbers are much greater than they are. I have never had more than 600 men, but they were all picked, and if I had told any one of them to go immediately and cut off his hand, the only delay would have been the finding of the chopper. Well, that is all over now. I suppose I ought to say, thank God. I do say it, but one does not like parting from one's comrades." "You have disbanded them, then?" "Not yet. But I shall do so directly the king is actually in Paris." "The king in Paris?" exclaimed the Baron de Vicq in a rapt tone. And he began a loyal reverie on that theme, to which the two young men listened with becoming patience. Then he reverted somewhat abruptly to the question of Eloiseler's amulet, and asked so many questions about it, that in the end M. de la Rochetiere, beginning, Laurent fancied, to be slightly bored, offered to show it to him, and, while M. de Vicq murmured delightedly, "Monsieur, you are really too obliging," took off his coat with an apology to his host and turned up the sleeve of his fine shirt. Laurent, leaning back on his chair, his hands behind his head, looked on amused. Little exclamations broke from the old royalist as, spectacles on nose, he bent over the table and scrutinized the circlet closely. "And that is really the fairy garter of the legend, dear, dear, how wonderful! After all these years so fresh and well preserved, there must be something in it, after all. It is indeed to be hoped, monsieur, that you will never lose that." The owner of the jardiere, with his bare arm stretched out before him on the mahogany, caught his host's eye over the grey head. "Yes, as you say, monsieur, remarkably well preserved." And Laurent, smiling back, had a delightful sense of complicity with him. He was not going to tell the old fellow what he had told him. "My last doubts are removed," murmured M. de Vicq, taking off his spectacles. "Now I know that I really have shaken Eloiseler and no other by the hand." The bearer of that name, who was turning down his shirt sleeve, stopped, and flushed very slightly. "Why, monsieur, did you think I was an impostor?" he demanded. "Was that why you wanted to see the thing?" And he looked at the old gentleman very straight and challengingly. Poor M. de Vicq, meeting the spark he had so tactlessly struck out, confounded himself in apologies, on which M. de la Rochetiere, evidently quickly penitent, but still with a little air not free from hauteur, begged his pardon for having suspected his motive, and, peace being restored, their young host suggested that they should join the ladies. Very interesting, that, he thought as he opened the door. So he's got a hot temper under that quiet exterior of his. I think that, for all his modesty and charm, I should be sorry to take liberties with MLE Vicomte de la Rochette-Iry. 6. Installed on the sofa in the drawing room, Tante Clotilde immediately motioned to M. de la Rochette-Iry to take his place beside her. Now, Vicomte, the story you promised us, if you please, the story of the Jardier, she said with heavy graciousness. I can recall no such promise, madam, replied Eloiseler. However, if you conceive that it would interest you and MLE Baron, he added, flashing a glance half malicious, half apologetic on that offender, I will endeavor not to bore you too much. He stirred his coffee for an instant. You must know, then, that in the district of Pinskoe there is a legend of an enchanted garter given in the Middle Ages by that ubiquitous immortal, the fairy Melusine, to a knight whom it rendered invincible. This garter was said to be still in existence, in the keeping of an old witch in the forest of Armor. We still have witches in Brittany whom some held to be the fairy Melusine herself. I must also tell you, if you will pardon a reference to my personal appearance, that this knight, known to after ages only as Eloiseler, seems to have been so unfortunate as to possess hair of the color of mine. Well, I have a specially devoted follower named Jacques Yvenot, who comes from the neighborhood of my little estate at Cessignes. This man, who not only knew the legend, but the old woman, too, who had the Jardier, must have begun by wishing that he could procure the lucky talisman for me, but hesitated to steal it for fear the theft should bring misfortune on me. Then he must have pondered how to trick the witch into giving it me of her own free will, and how therefore to inveigle me at the time perfectly innocent into playing the part as it should be played. For it seems, but I only learned this afterwards, that if a young man with reddish hair came at sunset to her hut with a hawk on his shoulder, and asked for a night's lodging, offering in payment merely a sprig of mistletoe, well, he was the dead fowler come to life again, and she would give him the Jardier as of right. Yvenot, a simple peasant, successfully contrived that all those coincidences should come about, except indeed the finding of the hawk. One afternoon he got me into the heart of the forest on some pretext or other, and deliberately misled me, so that I lost my way and had to ask for shelter at the witch's hut. Knowing her reputation, I made no difficulty about his suggestion that I should offer her the bit of mistletoe which he had plucked for me. One learns to humor superstition in Brittany. But the hawk, yes, that was strange. How did he procure the hawk, then? Asked Tante Odile as he paused. He did not, madam. Chance procured it, turning his fraud, for him, into reality and somewhat frightening him, I think. For, as we went through the wood, I came on a young hawk half stunned on the ground, with a broken wing, and I picked the poor bird up and carried it for a while, and ended by putting it, all innocently, on my shoulder, where it stayed. So it was there, quite correctly, when I knocked at the witch's door. He smiled that most attractive smile of his. And the witch, monsieur, she gave you the charm? Without demur. I was only afraid that she was going to kiss me. She did kiss my hands. You must remember, mesdames, that at the moment I was completely in the dark, and had no idea for whom she took me, nor why. With the tears running down her wrinkled face, she brought out with such awe from a box of battered and time-blackened silver this little dried twist of rushes. Then the legend suddenly came back to me, and as she and Yvenot were by now in a frenzy of excitement, and my protests had no effect, I accepted the talisman, which was, so the wise woman assured me, the identical magic circlet which Melusine had bestowed on the original Eloiseler, of whom I was, somehow, a reincarnation. I retain, naturally, my own ideas on that subject, but afterwards, of course, my men always Called me by that name. And you have the jardiere still, you wear it perhaps? Asked Madame de Courtommer. Eloiseler bowed. I always wear it for my men's sake. But as it was shrunken with age, and had moreover been cut, I could not wear it where a garter should be worn. So the witch fastened it round my left arm, like a bracelet. The eyes of all the ladies went to his sleeve. But that it would have been out of place, they would all, obviously, have dearly loved to invite the young man to remove his coat. Laurent thought it charming of him not to spoil the story for them by confessing that it was not exactly the original jardiere which he wore now, and hugged himself to think that he had been the sole recipient of that confidence. But what, monsieur, asked Tante Bonne a little timidly, was the story of the first owner of the jardiere? Alas, madam, I fear that it was tragic. The legends say that he was betrayed by the woman he loved, or else that he gave her the garter in obedience to her whim, and in consequence his enemies fell on him and slew him. I am not sure which, but it comes to the same thing. I hope, began Madame de Courtommer rather rashly, and then, checking herself, blushed like a girl. Maman, said Laurent to himself, and was surprised to see M. de la Rochette look across at her without the shadow of offense, and to hear him say, Merci, madame, but of that there is no danger. A little enigmatic smile just touched the corners of his firmly cut mouth, and Laurent presumed it meant that he was sure that no woman would ever have sufficient power over him to play Delilah. At any rate, no woman or man either had the power to get him to talk any more about himself that evening, and the affair of Pinscoe went untold till the guests had driven away in the venerable fly which had brought them. And now, maman, said Laurent with a sigh of relief, M. de la Rochette, as a sign that he has forgiven you for your lamentable ignorance, shall tell us too the true story of the Moulin Brule. Will you, Vicomte? To save me from the possibility of being crushed like that again, monsieur, pleaded Madame de Courtommer, putting out her hand to him. Eloiseler bent his handsome head and kissed it. You could extort anything from me with that weapon, madame, he replied. Let us get it over then. 7. Late that night Laurent, deeper than ever in the toils of hero worship, stood, candlestick in hand, in his guest's bedroom, and, looking at M. de la Rochette as he took the watch from his fob and laid it on the dimity-hung dressing table, said earnestly, I hope you will sleep well. He himself would dream tonight of those revolving sheets of flame, the sails of the riddled Moulin Brule, of the Emperor's soldiers ceasing fire at last, thinking that they were merely wasting ammunition on the Holocaust whose heat was too great for them to approach, and of the dozen blackened figures, or, more probably, of one figure in particular bursting out of that inferno of smoke and blood and, completely surrounded though they were, cutting a way through the stupefied besiegers. I suppose you can sleep in any surroundings, he added, for though he knew that Eloiseler must often have spent the night in the open, that reflection was somehow as incongruous as the recital downstairs with this composed and very well-dressed young man now calmly winding up his watch in the best bedroom of Keenton House. I much prefer a bed to any other surroundings, replied the Vicomte de la Rochette. Yours, I am sure, is most comfortable. Here, as Laurent afterwards realized, he must have discovered on what a vain employment he was spending his time, but, instead of holding his useless watch to his ear, or otherwise betraying to the man in whose service he had wrecked it, the effect of dark water upon its interior, he quietly laid it face downwards on the dressing table, glanced at the mantelpiece to ascertain that there was a clock in the room, and went on, by the way, Monsieur de Courtommer, I hope my early start tomorrow will not prevent my taking farewell of Madame la Comtesse. Laurent reassured him, warning him that, unless he chose to have coffee brought to him in his room, he would have to face an English breakfast. But for this M. de la Rochette expressed a preference. I trust you have everything you require, then said Laurent, reluctantly preparing to take his leave. "No, there is one thing that you will need in the morning, monsieur, and that is a hat. You cannot travel without one, though you can remedy the lack excellently well when you get to Bath. You must really allow me to supply you with one." "Thank you," said his guest. "Yes, I suppose that to travel so far bareheaded might excite comment. Especially in your case," thought Laurent, though by now he admired the hair and queue. "Do you know Bath, Vicomte?" he asked as an excuse to linger a little. "No, not at all," returned the traveler. "It is a prodigious fine place," pronounced Laurent. "I hope I am not impertinent in assuming that it is not fortunately for the good of your health that you are going there." "No," answered Eloiseler, "it is certainly not for my health that I am going to Bath." He was fingering, with bent head, the seals of his watch lying there. Laurent had the impression that his mouth tightened as he spoke, and got an instant conviction that M. de la Rochetree's visit to Bath was no pleasure to him. He wondered, not for the first time, what the object of his journey could be, he whose Chuttons were still under arms, yet who avowed that he was not on the king's business. And his eyes, following the strong, slender hand, noted the crest on the back of the watch, a swan with its neck encircled by a crown. He even distinguished, on the scroll below, the proud and laconic motto, Sans Tache. Both pleased him. Then he made a more determined effort, and bade his guest good night. There would always be the morning. But the morning was disappointing, as usually on the occasion of an early start. There seemed no time for conversation, no opportunity for learning any more of the visitor. The inspiration which had come to Laurent of begging the latter to spend a day or two at Keenton House on his way back from Bath proved unfruitful, M. de la Rochette explaining that he would probably have to return by London and Dover. It was Madame de Courtommer who had most of Eloiseler's attention during the English breakfast, and it seemed to her son that it was not till the last stage of all had arrived, and he was walking down the village beside his guest, with Walters behind carrying his valise, that he had the chance of a word with him, and then there seemed nothing to say just because there was so much. He tried, indeed, to thank him anew for yesterday's act, but even that expression of his feelings was debarred him. Aymar de la Rochette declared that thanks for a thing which he had not done made him feel as fraudulent as he sometimes did over the jardiere. So Laurent, after murmuring stubbornly, "You meant to save me. I only wish I might have a chance of repaying you some day," had to desist. Then the coach came rumbling in. "You have promised my mother that when you are in Paris you will give us the pleasure of seeing you, monsieur," Laurent reminded the traveler. "I want the promise made to me, too." "I do not need to be doubly bound," retorted M. de la Rochette, smiling. "And you, Monsieur de Courtommer, when are you coming to Brittany? We have a little river at Cessignes, with indifferent fishing, though to be sure I have succeeded in catching excellent trout at Pont Auxiliary Rochers, but that is a good way off." "I do not need to be tempted by fishing," responded Laurent in his turn. "Some day." A hearty shake of the hand on both sides, and again that charming smile of Eloiseler's, and he was mounting to his place. "At any rate, he's got my hat," reflected Laurent, watching the coach roll off. Then he went rather pensively home. Chapter 2, Roses, Roses all the way. Both faithful and loyal, one grace more shall brim his cup with perfection, a lady's true lover. He holds save his God and his King none above her. R. Browning, which? 1. It is quite possible that Laurent de Courtommer did not miss Devonshire nearly as much as he had anticipated, not, at least, during those first weeks of excitement and fervor which followed Louis XVIII's entry into Paris on that 3rd of May, 1814, behind the 8 white horses from Napoleon's stable. There were more than enough of interests in his new life for a young Frenchman who had never been in France, let alone in Paris, and for a young royalist who was not only sharing the triumph of his cause, but who was himself taking possession of his own deserted family mansion in the capital, and negotiating for the repurchase of his father's confiscated estates in the country. Yet Laurent never quite forgot the young man he had met in the river. He had always a hope that he might run up against the Vicomte de la Rochette someday. Nothing, however, had been heard of him since the advent of a very polite note, written before he left England, thanking Madame de Courtommer for her hospitality. So the strange, novelty-ridden months slipped past, till the autumn evening when Laurent found himself attending the great reception given by the Duc de Saint-Severin, which royalty itself was gracing, in the person of the Duchesse d'Angoulême. Moreover, it was an open secret that the king himself would honor the assembly with a short visit if his gout permitted. M. de Courtommer had gone expecting to be bored, for he understood that there was to be no dancing, and thinking that, after all, Maman, nursing a cold at home, had perhaps the best of it. But he was not bored after the first half hour or so. The tremendous formalities of the Tuileries were not going to be observed in the Hôtel de Saint-Severin. Though the Duchesse d'Angoulême, stiff and well-meaning as ever, was holding her court for the ladies in a separate room, her royal uncle, when he came, was merely going to make a tour of the great salon, speaking to a few people here and there, and this in itself was considered extremely gracious of him, seeing how helpless his gout rendered him. In this vast apartment then, dazzlingly lit, yet only half filled by its hundreds of guests, the greater part of whom were men, Laurent talked to his acquaintances and awaited the entry of his sovereign. All at once the buzz of conversation was entirely stilled, and the young man, turning, saw that the doors at the other side of the room were open. On the threshold stood that short, stout, but imposing figure of a king, the pale blue ribbon of the Saint-Esprit across his breast, his gouty legs encased in red velvet gaiters, wearing powder in his grey hair, which was still dressed in the fashion of his youth, with a curl behind each ear and a short queue. Bourbon all over, from the prominent light blue eyes, the aquiline nose, the disdainful mouth, to the heavy double chin, the prince who through years of exile and privation had never abated a jot of his pretensions, but had waited for the day of their recognition till the day had come. He advanced, walking with difficulty, but gracious. A little behind him could be seen the unpatrician head of his nephew, the Duc de Berry, and behind him again that of the king's favorite, the Comte de Blacas, tall, cold, dignified, and fair. And Louis XVIII had gone but a few steps along the bowing ranks of gentlemen before he beckoned to Blacas, and leant on his arm, for the effort of walking was great. Now and then he stopped and addressed a few words to one or another, on whom every eye was instantly fixed. At first the scene was amusing to Laurent, quite pleasantly free from the apprehension that any royal conversation would come his way. Then he became less interested. "Who are those officers the king is coming to next?" he inquired of his companion. "Vendines or Bretons, most probably," replied the acquaintance. "He means to show them some favor, no doubt, Vendée having ruined herself for the Bourbons, and words being cheaper than pensions." But Laurent did not hear this cynical comment. Who was that officer the king was addressing now? A tall, slim figure in dark green. The figure's back was towards Laurent, but he would know that hair in 1,000, even though it were no longer gathered into a ribbon, but cut short like everyone else's. Ridiculously excited, he began to try to work himself a little nearer through the press immediately about him, and, obtaining a new angle of vision, saw the officer's face. It was. And he was looking down at royalty with just that quiet composure, that complete absence of self-consciousness which seemed his native gift. The king, on the other hand, seemed to be half playfully scolding him. At last, after shaking his head at Eloiseler with a smile, he passed on, and Laurent saw M. de la Rochette-Irie, when he raised himself from his bow, say something over his shoulder to one of his companions. M. de Courtommer began hastily to extricate himself entirely from the deeply interested throng in which he was embedded, but by the time he reached the spot where Eloiseler had stood, his quarry had disappeared. Half an hour later, however, he came on Aymar de la Rochette-Irie again, quite unexpectedly, in a smaller and only half-populated room. At one end was a sort of alcove with a swinging lamp, and here he was standing talking to a beautiful woman in green and silver, dark and tall and animated, who was making much play with a fan. Laurent could hardly go and interrupt, but he reflected that if he waited he might have a chance of catching Eloiseler's attention, or of following him. And as, with this object, he remained near the door, he overheard a conversation. "Monsieur du Tremblay," said a woman's voice, "you know him, M. de la Rochette-Irie, I mean you are almost a neighbor, do tell us whether that is a case for congratulation." Laurent turned at once to see who the man who knew Eloiseler might be, and recognized one of the officers from the group in the salon, the very one, he fancied, to whom he had seen La Rochette-Irie speak, a good-looking man of about 45. This gentleman now replied to the lady who had questioned him, "Oh, no, madam, not to my knowledge, no, I should think certainly not. Eloiseler's heart is in his own keeping. Either that, or but I am not in his confidence that of the cousin with whom he was brought up. But she is married to an old roué, though she does not live with him." "Where does she live, then?" "Like La Rochette-Irie, with his grandmother, at his chateau of Cessignes." The lady opened her eyes wide, and a gentleman with her observed drily, "Très commode pour que le beau cousin la console." M. du Tremblay shook his head. "Nothing of the sort, I assure you. La Rochette-Irie has a very cold temperament, there has never been a breath of scandal. Moreover, the attachment is all hearsay. But it will add the last touch to Eloiseler's vogue," said the lady meditatively, "an unfortunate love affair." And her companion observed, "One knows those cold temperaments. Their owners sometimes do the most astonishing things." M. du Tremblay smiled. "Not La Rochette-Irie, I think. The cousin, Madame de Villecresne, is, by the way, the heroine of a little story which may interest you. During the fighting last year, knowing that La Rochette-Irie was in great need of definite information as to whether there were or were not imperialist troops in a certain little town, it was Chile, she deliberately drove into it in her carriage with her maid and a trunk or two, as though she were traveling, discovered that there were troops there since they stopped her, and sent off the maid with the news to Eloiseler. The imperialists were very angry when they found out, too late, how they had been outwitted." "Ah, surely she was in love with him," deduced the lady, her eyes fixed on the alcove, while "rather a dangerous game to play," commented the male hearer. "Tell me," he went on, "do you consider that La Rochette-Irie deserves the military reputation he has acquired?" "Certainly," replied M. du Tremblay. "He's a fine leader, with just that dash of recklessness in his caution, or of caution in his recklessness, which is so disconcerting to an enemy. It is a pity that his talents have not had wider scope." Laurent, who had been listening avidly, felt very kindly towards this generous appreciator. The lady, still pensive over the possible love affair, asked where the roué husband lived, to which M. du Tremblay replied that when last he had heard of him he was in England, at Bath. Bath. Illumination broke upon M. de Courtommer, he almost betrayed that he was listening. But at that moment La Rochette-Irie caught sight of him. His face lighted up, he said a word to his fair companion, and came quickly towards Laurent, holding out his hand. "My dear Comte, how delightful! I had a hope that I might meet you here. Come and let me present you to Madame de Morsan. To tell truth, Laurent would much have preferred him without the lady, who was so resplendent, though in perfectly good taste, that she rather alarmed him. But in a moment he was bending before her, a few commonplaces passed, and then, to his disappointment, he was alone with her, for the Vicomte Mathieu de Montmorency, the Duchesse d'Angoulême's Chevalier d'Honneur, suddenly appeared and signified that the princess wished to speak to the Vicomte de la Rochette-Iry, and Eloiseler, with the tiny shrug of his shoulders, was obliged to go. "What it is to be famous," said Madame de Morsen, letting her fine eyes roam over his substitute. "Shall we sit down, Monsieur de Courtommer, and await my cousin's return?" They sat. So she was a cousin, too. "See, cher Aymar," resumed Madame de Morsen, "he really has no liking for being a lion. And one would fancy that what he has done in Paris would sensibly cloud the sun of royal favor. On the contrary, here is her Royal Highness sending for him. But possibly, with her detestation of all things revolutionary, that is precisely why." Laurent asked what he had done. "You did not hear? They were talking of nothing else in the great salon a little while ago. Yesterday he refused the Legion of Honor, which the king wanted to give him in addition to his Cross of St. Louis, and this evening he stuck to his refusal very respectfully, of course to the king's face." "I saw the conversation," said Laurent, "though I could not hear it. His Majesty did not seem displeased." "No, oddly enough, he was not. And, after all, it is Napoleon's decoration, even if he chooses to bestow it. He scolded M. de la Rochette-Iry, but what more flattering than a royal scolding? It is enough to make Aymar the rage in court circles, much more than his military exploits. But, as I said, he has small taste for that sort of thing. M. de la Rochette-Iry refused the Legion of Honor because of its associations, then. I suppose so. He has the strangest ideas. His parents were both guillotined, one must remember, and so Madame de Morsen shrugged her shoulders. Did I understand, monsieur, that you had met in England? Laurent told her how. He jumped in, just like Aymar. For all that quiet tenacity of his, he adores taking risks. You know, Comte, she went on after a moment, the risk he took when he openly defied the Emperor in 1813 was out of all reason, one young man alone against all the military authorities of the district. You have heard about that, no? They were trying to arrest him at last because of his refusal to enter the Emperor's Guard of Honor. He was surprised at Cessigny's, his home, and rather than be taken, which would have meant either submission to Napoleon's wishes or a fortress for him, of course, a fortress, he leapt straight out of the window before their eyes, swam the river, and took to the woods. He had outlawed himself, still more so when he sent a letter to the sous-prefect, saying briefly, Napoleon wishes me to fight, very well, I will fight. He had no followers at all when he sent that challenge. But you will think that I can talk of no other man. Let us speak of someone else, yourself, for instance, Monsieur de Courtommer. They talked small talk. Then, to Laurent's relief, an elderly man came and bore off Madame de Morsen, who went rather reluctantly, but not, Laurent was aware, because she was leaving him. But, since it was just possible that Eloiseler would return thither, the young man waited in the alcove. And before very long, to his great pleasure, he saw him making his way through the room again. I am lucky to find you still here, Monsieur de Courtommer, he remarked with a little smile, sitting down by him. I was afraid that you might be gone. On the disappearance of Madame de Morsen he bestowed not even an inquiry. Your cousin, Laurent informed him, was carried off a little while ago. Madame de Morsen is not my cousin, replied M. de la Rochette-Iry a trifle curtly. She is the widow of a nephew of my grandmother's, Edouard de Morsen, a rather distinguished scholar in his day. Well, Comte, did you catch any more salmon or pull any more rash persons out of the river before you left England? And how is Madame votre mère, and your venerable aunts? I hope you mean to satisfy yourself personally on that score, replied Laurent. They will all be delighted to see you, particularly my mother. She is not here, then? I hope indeed to give myself the pleasure of calling on them. I should have done so already, but somehow a provincial always finds so much business to transact on his rare visits to Paris, and mine have been very rare of late. Provincial indeed. Where was there any trace of that? Too shy to refer to the affair of the Legion of Honor, or even to ask him about his recent interview with the Dauphine, Laurent looked at the cross of St. Louis over La Rochetrie's heart, where previously he had only seen the ribbon, the white cross sewn with fleur-de-lis, where on a crimson ground the royal saint held in one hand a crown of laurels, in the other the crown of thorns and the nails. How strikingly his uniform with its high collar and the black stock inside set off his clear, pale face, his lithe figure, and the hair like September bracken. Laurent did not wonder that his cousin frankly admired him. Did he admire her? From the way in which he had repudiated their relationship, apparently not. Eloiseler noticed his gaze. I'm not the wild chouin anymore, you see, he said, smiling, and running his hand over his head. But I should not be surprised if, when you come and visit me in the spring, as I hope I may persuade you to do, I am not condemned to wearing those long locks again. Why, you do not anticipate fighting again, surely? No, no, and if there were I could hardly grow them to order in a day or two. But my grandmother, who is very much ancien regime, greatly prefers the queue to which she was accustomed in my father, for instance. So when I return, as I shortly shall, to my rustic solitudes, I may have to let my hair grow again to please her. But I drew the line at showing myself in Paris in times of peace like that. Some men with his reputation would cling to the singularity, thought Laurent. I was sure he hated display. Your men are disbanded now, I suppose? He inquired. Yes, the éperviers exist no longer. Did I tell you that they called themselves the Hawks? I suppose because of the name of Fowler that came to me with the Jardier. But I am a peaceful country gentleman now, and keep pigeons, not hawks. But you have your swan or swans perhaps, observed Laurent, thinking of his crest. Eloiseler looked surprised for a moment, then he smiled. Ah, I see. Yes, we bear 7 on the coat. That is where the name of Ces Ignes comes from, September Cygnes. There are wild ones in the river sometimes. But I hope you will see them for yourself. Why, when he spoke of his home, did his face seem, ever so little, to cloud? It struck Laurent that his good spirits, though evidently unassumed, did not go very deep. Perhaps he had terrible memories from childhood? He stole a glance at his profile, strangely sensitive, for all its vigor and resolution. But, puzzling or no, he was more attractive than ever. Peste! Here was that Madame de Morsan back again, on the arm of her cavalier, and her voice saying, "My dear Aymar, I want to hear everything Her Royal Highness said to you," and, though they both begged him to remain, Laurent excused himself. He should see M. de la Rocheterie later at the Hotel de Courtommer. About a quarter of an hour later he drifted past the room again on his way out. It was empty now, so his glance, reminiscently, went clear to the other end. But it was not quite empty, for the couple were there still, standing under the lamp. And, thought M. de Courtommer with all the worldly experience of 24, as Madame de Morsan's languorous expression and half-mocking smile smote themselves into his perceptions, if ever a woman was set on a man, she is on him. But he hesitated to add that the reverse was true, for Eloiseler was undisguisedly frowning at her with that peculiarly straight gaze he had when he was angry, as witnessed by Laurent in his own dining room across the channel. Unless, of course, it was a lover's quarrel. They made, indeed, a most striking pair, but somehow he did not want. How ridiculous for him to assume a critical attitude to the Vicomte de la Rochetre's affairs de cœur if he had any. 2. Eloiseler did pay his call at the Hotel de Courtommer, but, enormously to Laurent's disappointment, it was when he himself happened to be out. Madame de Courtommer reported that he had said he was on his way back to Brittany in a day or two, so Laurent concluded that the last picture he would have of him would be of his standing with the lady in green and silver under the filigree lamp, looking so deeply annoyed. But 2 days later, as he chanced to walk down the Tuileries garden, he caught sight, amid a tolerable crowd, of 2 people in front of him who gave him a start. He saw only their backs, but one undoubtedly was Eloiseler's. Yet he had on his arm a lady who was obviously not Madame de Morsan. For one thing, she was not so tall, she only came up to her escort's shoulder. For another, from below her bonnet escaped a tendril of bright bronze, and for a third, Aymar de la Rochetre's own head was bent down towards her in a way it had shown no sign of doing to Madame de Morsan. They were obviously talking very intimately, so intimately that the self-denying Laurent slackened his faster pace lest he should overtake them, and they were soon lost in the crowd. Was that the real cousin, the heroine of the exploit at Calais, the member of his family who shared his northern blood, the lady whose unhappy marriage to a roué might very well have been the cause of his visit to England, the lady who had perhaps the charge of his heart? This question Laurent asked of the unresponsive façade of the Tuileries as he strong-mindedly returned towards it. For the answer to it he would have to wait now till the spring, and the spring would be a deuced long time in coming. 3. But it was not. The winter gay, despite almost universal discontent, passed very swiftly in Paris. Laurent went out a great deal, and already the aunts said that it was time he should think of marrying, particularly as his English grandfather, who died in the autumn, had left him nearly all his money. His mother laughed and replied, "Wait till he sees a lady he likes," to which Tante Clotilde responded, "Virginia, that is not the way things are done in France. It is our duty to find a suitable match." And Madame de Courtommer promised that she would try. Yet had she really made any matrimonial plans for her son? They could hardly have been followed up that spring. The bombshell of Napoleon's landing at Caen on March 1 would have cast them into as much confusion as it did the whole organization of the newly established regime. But Laurent's mind at least was not troubled by divided counsels. He was off to join the royalists of the West. Nothing could stop him from seizing this unexpected chance of proving his loyalty, and Mesdames Tantes, at all events, were not likely to do anything in that direction. They gave him benedictions and scapulars. His mother tried not to show her heart. The leader of all others whom he longed to join was, of course, Eloiseler in Brittany. He imagined that he would spring at once to arms, but, not having heard anything of him since the autumn, and not knowing whether he himself would prove a welcome recruit, he abandoned the idea. Moreover, directly it became known that the Duc de Bourbon was being sent to the Loire, it seemed plain to Laurent and all his like-minded friends that Vendée, and not Brittany, would prove the center of resistance, and so, having had the good fortune to procure a personal introduction to the Vendéan general, Comte Charles d'Autichamp, who held the military command at Angers, he and a few others set off thither, full of enthusiasm to lay their swords, through him, at the feet of the Duke d'Enghien father. Chapter 3, In the Dust. La blessure intime et profonde qui assombrit un âme noble, qui la fait se redresser plein d'orgueil et de haine. René Boylesve, Mademoiselle Cloak. Yet, twofold hosts of torment hast thou there, the stain to think on, and the pain to bear. Oedipus Rex, Gilbert Murray's translation. I would not hear your enemy say so. Nor shall you do my ear that violence, to make it truster of your own report against yourself. Hamlet, Act 1, SC 2. 1. On Monday, the 1st of May, 1815, a fresh, cloudless afternoon, a young man in the Vendean uniform, holding by the bridle a sorrel horse, stood at the fork of a road not far from Lochmiller in Brittany, and peered up at a rough and almost illegible signpost. The young man was Laurent de Courtomer, who, until about half an hour ago, had been in possession of a happiness as unclouded as this May sunshine and who was still enjoying himself. The misunderstandings and delays in Vendée, the fiasco of the Duc de Bourbon's short sojourn in the West, his precipitate departure, first from Angers and then from Beaupréau, because some of the leaders, M. d'Autichamp himself chief among them, thought the time not ripe for a rising, and were nervous for the safety of the old man's princely person. All this had very much irked M. d'Autichamp's aide-de-camp, Comte Laurent de Courtomer. And towards the end of April that aide-de-camp became so restive that his general had to find him some employment. He gave him, therefore, a dispatch to carry to North Brittany, to M. de Pontbriand and the rest of the Chouan leaders there, not disguising his doubt whether Laurent would ever succeed in reaching them, nor his conviction that he would fail to return across the Loire. The young man was authorized, in that case, to join one of the Breton chiefs if he pleased, not, added M. d'Autichamp, but that I should prefer to have you back again with me, in the event of our moving later on. Laurent went off in high feather. Moreover, he succeeded in reaching his destination, delivered his dispatches, which did no more than set forth a general desire on the part of the Vendean chiefs for such cooperation as was possible with their comrades on the right bank of the Loire, and was complimented on the address he had displayed. Elated by his good fortune, and seeing that nothing but the merest skirmishes had as yet taken place between the Royalists and the Imperialists, and that he was now unencumbered with dispatches, he determined to return by a different and rather less secure route through the Pinscoe district. In fact, though he was warned against it, for that was Eloiseler's country, and it might so well be that he should come up against him somehow, the figure out of a fairy tale, with the hawk and the mistletoe in his real surroundings. If he got only a glimpse of him, it was well worth the risk if there were extra risk, which he did not believe when he set out. However, he thought rather differently about that now, and quite differently about his chance of meeting Eloiseler. For, having ridden all morning happily and expectantly through the deep Breton lanes, he came at noon to a solitary little inn which had been recommended to him. It was kept by a very lame young man. His face had clouded over at Laurent's inquiry as to Eloiseler's possible whereabouts. "You have not heard, then, monsieur?" Alas, Eloiseler met with a great disaster last week at the Pont Auxiliary Rochers, over Plumauton Way. 3 days ago, it was last Friday morning. His men were ambushed by the Blues, and nearly all captured or killed. It is terrible, he who had so often entrapped them. "Good God," said Laurent, staring at him. It was the very last piece of news for which he had been prepared. "And Eloiseler himself?" he asked, his heart beating fast. "Escaped, monsieur, it is believed. He has the jardiere, you know. But he can have few men left now, and it is not known where he is. I wish I could join him. I should have done so long ago but for this." He pointed to his shrunken leg. It was all the news he could give. Laurent rode very soberly away. He had only been thinking of success for his friend for sometimes, he ventured privately so to call him. And this at the very outset of the campaign. Still, if La Rochette-Eyrie himself had escaped, as was rumored, that was chiefly what he cared about. If he could only be sure of that, for that he should meet him now was 1,000 times more unlikely than before. He must be in hiding, pursued perhaps. And the desire to meet him, to share his danger, grew with every second that Laurent frowned at the signpost. As it was impossible to read it, he stooped at last to do what he had in reality dismounted for, take a stone out of the sorrel's shoe. He had just dislodged the obstacle when he heard a sound that made him raise himself sharply. Yes, not more than 200 yards away, trotting up the sloping road on his left towards the signpost, was a patrol of Bonapartist cavalry, red and green hussars. And here he was, dismounted, in uniform, full in their view. He did not long remain so. At least he was in the saddle and dashing along the road in front of him as hard as he could go, and as he went he thought, "This has solved the problem of the choice of road, anyhow. What a fool I was, but it is rather good fun, all the same." He could not see the hussars yet over his shoulder, but from the sounds and shouts they were certainly after him. However, he had a good horse, and though there was nothing to take from him now save his liberty, he was not going to make them a present of that if he could help it. And what if he were to make a cross country? The bank here was no more than an English hedgerow. He set the sorrel at it. Laurent was staring up into the blue sky, and everything was going round. The sensation having been his once before, he knew of course what had happened to fall out hunting. But why was someone kneeling on his chest and pinning his arms down? It was a curious way of succoring an accident in the hunting field. He could not breathe. "Damn you, get off me," he said angrily and indistinctly in English. "Tiens, c'est en anglais," exclaimed a surprised voice. But Laurent was soon able to explain the falsity of this deduction. The hussars helped him up, disarmed and searched him, finding little. The officer said courteously, "You have a deep scratch on your forehead, monsieur, taken, no doubt, from the hedge when your horse fell with you. One of you tie it up, and then we must be getting on." It appeared that no shot had been fired, no blade unsheathed. His horse had fallen at the leap, and then they had come and sat on him. Thus ingloriously was Laurent de Courtommer made a prisoner. Even the blood which was now trickling rather copiously down his cheek had been drawn by nothing more lethal than a broken bow. He was a little savage, but there was no profit in ill temper. His captors were quite pleasant. One of them tied up his forehead with his handkerchief, and then they mounted, fastened his bridle to one of theirs and trotted back the way they had come. It seemed that they were out scouting from a considerable distance, and knew little of happenings in this neighborhood, beyond the bare fact that there had been a royalist defeat there a few days ago. "And so," said Laurent to himself, "ends my dream of meeting with La Rochette-Eyrie." Seeing what it had brought about, he almost regretted having indulged it. As evening drew on, they entered a village to water the horses. The officer went into the inn. M. de Courtommer was by now beginning to revolve the chances of escape, but his captors were pretty wary. It was best at least to appear resigned, so he sat most meekly on his slightly lamed steed between his guards at the village trough, speculating as to what the village was, and where, for he had lost his sense of direction. And, thus engaged, he found himself all at once observing the slow approach of a farm cart along the one street of the place, an ordinary and rather small cart drawn by an old white horse, but driven, oddly enough, by a soldier, and having another, with fixed bayonet, seated sideways on the edge. That there was something unusual about this conveyance was shown by the fact that everyone whom it passed in its progress over the cobbles was straightway smitten with immobility and remained staring after it. Laurent himself became curious to see what was in it. As the cart came within range, the hussars at the horse trough began to call out pleasantries to the grenadier driver. What was he taking to market? It was true he looked better suited to a farm than the army, and so on. "You look like a performing circus," retorted the grenadier. "We have a prisoner in here, that's what we've got." Yet he had his musket idly between his knees and a straw in his mouth. "We've got 1, 2, replied the hussars. Then the cart came abreast. On its tailboard, let down nearly level at the back, was visible an inert head and shoulders. And the sun of the May-day evening shone on hair that Laurent knew, hair that fell back from a face like death, like tragic death. "I'm mort de la Rochetrese." Laurent gave a sharp exclamation, and the sorrel responded to the half-automatic pressure of his knees. A hussar at once seized his arm, and a pistol was pressed into his ear, with an inquiry as to whether he wished to join that one in the cart with a bullet in his head. He did not answer, he was too stunned. But he made no further movement. The cart rumbled slowly past with its burden. Eloiseler was plainly quite unconscious, if not dead. His head rolled slightly with the comfortless motion of the conveyance. On the mortal pallor of his face there showed up a faint smear or two of blood, and the white dust of the country road had drifted into his loosened hair, together with some bits of the straw on which he had been laid. A dark green uniform, coat similar to that in which Laurent had last seen him, was flung over him, but his shirt had obviously been removed, and one shoulder at least was swathed round with a bloody wrapping. And the sunlight showed how deeply stained was the coat also. Before Laurent had recovered from his stupefaction, the cart had passed. All the hussars turned in their saddles and looked after it, oddly silent, except one irrepressible spirit who shouted out an inquiry as to why they were going like a funeral. To avoid one, "Son of an idiot," called back the man with the musket. "We happen to want this parishioner alive. It's a damned nuisance, going at this pace, but if we hurry—" He made an expressive gesture. "Where are you taking him to?" But either the soldier did not hear, or did not answer, because the hussar officer came at that moment out of the inn shouting an order. And hastily, with much jingling of accoutrements, the patrol began to move off up the sunny street in the opposite direction, Laurent in the midst. He was feeling very dismal. Rumor was incorrect, and Eloiseler had paid in person for his defeat, and paid heavily. He had fallen with his men after all? No, hardly, because the affair at the bridge was 3 days old, and the blood on him was fresh. He must have been tracked down afterwards. Horrible. But how strange that there was no escort with the cart, for though Eloiseler himself was only too obviously in no condition to escape from it, there must always be the risk of a rescue so long as any of those devoted followers of his were at large. Or did the absence of an adequate guard signify that the whole of his remaining force had since been wiped out, and was that the meaning of the look, almost of horror, which had persisted even in unconsciousness? Laurent could not get that look out of his head, nor the way the cart had jolted. Surely, if they wanted him kept alive, that soldier might have held him in his arms, surely. The young man gave an exclamation. Slow-witted dolt that he was. "I must speak to your officer at once," he said to the hussar who had command of his reins. But it took time, in that quickly trotting advance, before his demand could be complied with, and already when he proffered his suggestion it seemed absurd, seeing that by then the cart with its burden and he, who was not a free agent, were a mile or more apart. So the officer not unnaturally replied that it was out of the question to send him back now to bear the other prisoner company. To a young man deeply conscious of how unwelcome it is to be made a captive, it is not likely to occur that he may also be unwelcome to his captors. This fact was nevertheless made plain to Laurent next morning when the officer came into the barn where M. de Courtomer had spent the night with the patrol, and told him frankly that he was becoming a nuisance to them. They wished to return with all possible speed to headquarters, yet the sergeant reported that the strain taken by the prisoner's horse in its fall yesterday was much worse. The officer really wished, he avowed, that he had bestowed his captive in the cart with the other. He proposed now, instead of dragging him further with them on his lame beast, to hand him over to the care of the garrison at Arbles, which was still within a few hours' ride. Laurent replied indifferently that he must do as he thought best. He had passed a haunted night. Had La Rochette-Eyrie lived to see this day break? He doubted it. The crux came over the question of parole, which was required of him because only one hussar could be spared to take him to Arles, and in the end Laurent agreed to give it until he was in the hands of his new jailers, and so, fettered by his word, he set out in a corporal's charge. But he was feeling too much depressed this morning to care to think of a dash for freedom. He had had his wish, he had seen Eloiseler, and doubted if he should see him more in this life. And about midday, riding slowly because of the sorrel's condition, he and the corporal came in sight of their destination, the Chateau of Arles, a really fine and extensive Renaissance building, capable of containing, as it then did, a considerable number of troops, though plainly not designed for any warlike end. It belonged, Laurent subsequently discovered, to a royalist gentleman absent in Paris, and during his progress up the avenue the prisoner wondered how long, under military occupation, it would retain its general air of well-kept luxury, almost that of a big English country house. In the imposing hall, with its great oriel window and vast hearth, he was delivered over to a tall major of the line of a lifeless and, as Laurent privately thought, stupid visage. The hussar made his report and handed over Laurent's papers. The officer was looking at them in a slow, undecided way, when a quick step was heard and he turned round and saluted a big, burly, hard-faced man in the green and yellow of the dragoons, a man with a choleric eye and close-cut grizzled side whiskers coming to the level of the cheekbone. To him Laurent was presented as a prisoner on parole just sent in. "But I take back my parole, sir, now that I am in your hands," put in the captive quickly. The dragoon colonel gave a mirthless smile. "As you please, monsieur." He looked at the papers. "Lieutenant Le Comte de Courtomar, is it not? You have a report, corporal." The corporal made it, and the colonel proceeded quite civilly to question his prisoner. But the fact that Laurent, when captured, had been coming from the north, as he readily acknowledged, appeared to annoy the commander of Arles, whose preferences seemed to be for a prisoner from the southwest. Could not Le Comte give him any inkling of what was going forward in the Plesgin district? Laurent intimated that he was totally unable to do so, not having been there, nor, he added coldly, did he see that he was called upon to present such information to an enemy if he had had it. And the colonel did not press the point. He muttered something cryptic to the impassive major about having patience and waiting a little longer. After which, looking at the handkerchief round Laurent's brow, he observed almost solicitously, "You are wounded, I see, Monsieur Le Comte. You must have that attended to. Where is M. Perilet?" A young, loose-limbed lieutenant of chasseurs à cheval standing by said, with a significant lift of the eyebrows, "Still in that room, sir?" "Ah," said his superior. "Well, I hope he is in it to some purpose. I think that this officer then, had best go up there to M. Perilet, to have his hurt dressed, and meanwhile we can consider where to lodge him. We are rather full for the next few days. You must excuse us, Monsieur Le Comte." "I am your prisoner," responded Laurent rather stiffly, disliking the effect which his title appeared to be making on this certainly not aristocratic foe. "Rigaud," said the latter to the young officer who had spoken, "take a couple of men and conduct M. de Courtomar upstairs. I am to understand that you definitely withdraw your parole now, monsieur?" "Definitely, Monsieur Le Colonel." But when the chasseur returned with 2 soldiers, the colonel announced that he had changed his mind, and would go with the prisoner himself, as he wished to speak to the doctor. They mounted the noble staircase together. At the top they met an orderly, of whom the colonel asked if M. Perilet were along there, indicating a certain passage. The man replied that the surgeon had just left the room for a moment, but would soon return, on which his commanding officer told him to inform him that there was a captured royalist officer there awaiting his services. Then, followed by the 2 soldiers, he went down the passage with his prisoner, talking as he went. "I must apologize, Monsieur de Courtomer, for asking you to see the doctor in this particular room, but he is very much taken up with a wounded prisoner who occupies it, and he has his dressings and so forth there. But of course I shall have you put elsewhere when he has done what is necessary for you." "Oh," said Laurent cheerfully, "I am not averse to company, sir, if the prisoner in question is not too ill for it." The colonel shrugged his shoulders. "It is not on his account that I would not quarter you there, though he is very ill, but on quite another that on which I really feel apologies are due to you for being required to spend even a few minutes in his society." He broke off as he stopped at a door on his right hand, and beckoned to the soldiers. "One of you must stand sentry here while this officer is within, and the door must be locked, now." "No," he resumed to Laurent, his hand on the doorknob, "I should not dream of leaving you with this man, officer of your own side though he is, for I am sorry to say he has just turned traitor, betrayed his own men into an ambush 4 days ago, and was himself shot yesterday by those that were left." And seeing Laurent's look of incredulity and aversion, he added, "Yes, he was found tied up to a tree, all but dead, outside his own headquarters. The doctor, at my request, has been doing his best for him since yesterday evening, but it seems doubtful if he will live. Fortunately for himself, perhaps." He turned the handle of the unlocked door and motioned the now reluctant Laurent in. "With apologies," he said once more. The door shut again, the key turning. And on its inner side Laurent de Courtomer, appalled, stood staring fighting with all his mind against the evidence of his eyes. 3. The bronze hair was scattered on the pillow. Except for brows and lashes, the only trace of color in the upturned face that it surrounded was the blue stain beneath the shut eyes, for the shut lips had none. But the blood and dust which had disfigured that visage yesterday were gone. It was now so utterly bloodless that it had become mere sculpture. Too fine drawn for life, a little severe, almost disdainful. Lying there so straight and motionless and low, Aymar de la Rochette-Eyrie, in the hands of his enemies, had the aspect of a dead crusader. And it was of him that vile thing had just been said, the other side of the door. Laurent stood petrified. He felt himself guilty, polluted, a party to that terrible lie. His instant impulse was to cry to the still figure, "Forgive me for having even heard it, for not having had time to deny it for you, this idea of a madman. You betray your men." Then the knowledge swamped him like a flood. To what deaf ears he would cry. Eloiseler was surely dying. Oh, why had he not tried sooner to go with him yesterday? Now it was too late. There was no visible lift of breathing under the bedclothes, smoothly disposed as they were up to the very chin. And, pierced with an even keener pain than yesterday's, Laurent went nearer to the bed, drawn as by a magnet to something he was half afraid to approach, remembering Devonshire and the bright salmon river, the stranger who had so lightly risked his life for him, who had shown him the amulet, the useless amulet, the brilliant friend he had re-encountered in Paris, the lover he had guessed at in the Tuileries garden. Was this to be the end of all that charm and vigor and young renown? And at that moment, as if to answer him, but in what sense? Aymar de la Rochette-Eyrie opened his eyes and looked at him. Laurent suffered a double shock, since, apart from their unmistakable warm red-brown color, they did not seem to be Eloiseler's eyes at all. They were immensely large and even lustrous, but they had no life in them, nor, as Laurent almost instantly realized, any power of recognition worth the name. They might have seen something, but it certainly was not he. For the space of 10 heartbeats or so they remained open, then the lashes fell again onto the blue circles and so stayed. There was no other movement. "Thank God," he was still alive then. But why, in this extremity, had he been left alone? The colonel had said that they were doing their best to save him. There seemed a quantity of objects to that end on the table by the bed, the grey-panelled, well-furnished room with its 2 windows, a sitting room, evidently was very pleasant. There was a little fire burning. The bed itself, even if narrow, had fine linen sheets and an embroidered counterpane. But for all that, it was patent that he who lay in it lay very near the brink of a swifter river than the Dart. That indeed Laurent had guessed and feared yesterday, but the other dark flood lapping at him, the atrocious calumny, how was that to be stayed? Yet, if Aymar de la Rochette were dying, so long as he had a tongue in his head he should not die sullied by so horrible a charge. And, with a rapidly beating heart, he found himself away from the bedside, staring through the window. How dared they say such a thing? As he asked himself the question, the key turned in the lock. A sharp voice outside said rapidly, "Sentry?" "Nonsense. I won't have one here. Tell the colonel. Another prisoner waiting for me?" "Yes, I know." And the speaker entered, a short, stout, more than middle-aged man in civilian attire, with a pair of rather fierce eyes under shaggy grizzled brows. He threw a quick glance at Laurent, said, "In a moment," and, crossing to the bed, bent over its occupant and slipped his hand under the bedclothes. He was there a full minute, then he came away compressing his lips and frowning. "Now, monsieur, I am at your service." "It is your head, I see. Sit down, please." "A cut? Anything else?" Laurent did not sit down. "For God's sake, Monsieur le Docteur, tell me what is the meaning of that?" And he made a gesture towards the bed. "Heart failure and collapse from excessive loss of blood is the meaning of that, monsieur," replied the doctor rather curtly. "If you will kindly sit down and let me examine your head." "There's nothing there but a scratch," returned the young man, still uncomplying. "And that is not exactly what I meant. It's this dreadful story. They must all be lunatics in this place to think such a thing of him." The surgeon looked at him keenly. "You know who he is, then?" "I do, but surely the Bonapartists do not. That is their only excuse. Eloiseler, the Vicomte de la Rochette, betray his own men. It's grotesque." "You speak very confidently, monsieur. But they do know quite well who he is, and I am afraid the story is only too true." At that Monsieur de Courtommer, with almost a gesture of desperation, took the handkerchief off his head and sat down in the chair. "That is rank lunacy," he observed. "It was bad enough to come across him being brought here in this state as I did yesterday, but to hear this slander in addition is like being in a nightmare. Even if I did not know him personally." The surgeon's hands, which were pushing the hair away from the scratch, stopped. "Ah, you know him personally," he said quickly. "You are a friend of his, then?" Laurent's eyes turned towards the effigy in the bed. "I should be proud indeed if I could claim that distinction. An acquaintance would, I am afraid, be near the mark." "And a champion," supplied the doctor. "Eloiseler needs no champion," retorted the young man. The hand fell somewhat weightily on his shoulder. "Indeed he does, monsieur," returned its owner, and his voice was no longer sharp. "I assure you he stands in need of one rather badly just now. And, for the moment, in need still more of something else." Then he took his hand away, dropping all pretense of examining the hurt. His round face was very grave, and the fierceness had quite gone out of his little eyes. He looked at Laurent, and Laurent stared back at him. "Something else," he repeated stupidly after an instant, and then, abruptly, "Tell me, is he going to live?" "I don't know," answered M. Parrot. The 3 words were eloquent. After a second or two he added, "He cannot hear, you need not be afraid," and went on, "I have only kept him alive so far by unremitting care and the constant use of stimulants. I have hardly left him for 5 minutes since he came. I shall sit up with him again tonight, but even if I succeed in pulling him through till tomorrow, I cannot go on doing that, for I'm an old man, with my work to do in the day." He broke off and looked at Laurent again. A certain dismayed realization of whither this was tending came over M. de Courtomer. "But, good heavens, I could not take your place. No one in the world knows less of medicine, less of nursing, than I do. I could not undertake the responsibility." "Then you are undertaking a heavier," responded the surgeon meaningly. "Without the most incessant care these next few days, that young man will just flicker out. It's a question whether he doesn't do it in any case. But surely you could get someone." "Yes, some stupid orderly into whose head I could perhaps drum something which he would do unwillingly and with contempt in his heart, because it is not only for an enemy that he could stomach but for a renegade. For this story, true or no, is known to every soul in the garrison." And, as Laurent gave an exclamation, he went on, "The result of such nursing would inevitably be that he would slip through my fingers. And I cannot bring in a woman from the village. The colonel would not hear of it, and indeed it would not be much better. I'm no sentimentalist, monsieur, but, guilty or innocent, what that unfortunate young man needs now as he never needed it, probably, in his life before, is just what Providence seems to have sent him, a friend. If it is a friend who still believes in him, so much the better. The only friend he does not want is one who, having seen his necessity, will pass him by on the other side." How could he hesitate? He had wanted to meet Eloiseler, owed his capture very likely to the indulgence of that desire, and was needing to be urged to tend him now that he had thus tragically encountered him. Laurent put out his hand, his eyes smarting rather uncomfortably. "I'll do it. I'll do anything you want. But I shall probably kill him," he added miserably. He who claimed to be no sentimentalist patted him on the shoulder. "No, you will not. And I shall be here myself until tomorrow. Now I will just wash that scratch of yours and put some more plaster on it, and then I will make them bring a bed for you in here." He worked quickly and deftly till Laurent's forehead was adorned with an impressive star. "There, that will do for the present. I must get something down his throat now, not very easy, but imperatively necessary every hour or so. You had better watch me." And Laurent watched, nervously realizing what he, so totally inexperienced, was about to undertake. "He is unconscious, you say?" he whispered, looking at the paper-white face on the surgeon's arm. "But he opened his eyes and looked at me a little before you came in." M. Perilet laid the inert head with its dulled and tangled locks very gently back on the pillow. "He is quite unconscious at this moment. From time to time he comes to the surface, as it were. If he is going to live he will do that oftener, until he stays there altogether." He slipped his hand under the bedclothes again. "Yes, the pulse, fast as it is, seems a trifle stronger. With your help, monsieur, I have hopes. I have great hopes. There is evidently much natural vitality." And he left the bedside, adding briskly, "I will just run down and tell Colonel Gitton that you have volunteered your services." "I should like to see the colonel myself as soon as possible," observed Laurent. "I must disabuse his mind at once of this preposterous idea about M. de la Rochette-Iry. I am afraid that you will not find it very easy to do that, monsieur," said the doctor, shaking his head. "Facts stand in the way." "Facts?" ejaculated Laurent with illimitable scorn. There was undoubtedly treachery at Pont Auxiliary Rochers. Colonel Richard, commanding at St. Gozac, had definite information sent him that Eloiseler's men would pass the bridge at a certain hour last Friday, he acted on the information, which purported to come from Eloiseler himself, ambushed the unprepared chuns, and smashed them up. Well, said Laurent with a little grimace, information may have been sent to this Colonel Richard, but that it should have been sent by La Rochette-Iry himself, by their own commander, by Eloiseler, who for more than a year before the Restoration kept the Imperialists at bay single-handed is, as I said before, grotesque. M. Perrollet shrugged his shoulders. I assure you I should prefer to think so, too. But, in that case, why did his men shoot him? That idea is equally grotesque, Monsieur le Docteur. They would be incapable of such a thing. They did not shoot him, that's all. What are his wounds, by the way? Very serious, I suppose. No, not in themselves, except that he has a bullet lodged in his left shoulder which I rather dislike because I do not know how, in this state of exhaustion, he is ever going to stand the extraction. He has also had a ball through the right side, a little above the hip bone, which, by some miracle, has touched nothing vital. And there is a painful but superficial glancing wound across the chest. But what did the mischief was the hemorrhage, tied as he was in an upright position to that tree, and abandoned there for goodness knows how long, and he evidently struggled hard to get free. You can imagine. Laurent's face had slowly blanched as he stared at him. It is really true about that tree. I do not see what object the contingent who found him could have in making up such a story. And when he was brought in he had a cut end of rope dangling from either wrist. I saw them with my own eyes, and the state of his wrists, too. Laurent could feel now that he had turned pale. Could so unspeakable a thing have been the prelude to that forlorn journey in the cart? Yes, you see, monsieur, said the doctor rather sadly, it's pretty conclusive. Ah, not a bit, retorted Laurent, recovering himself. All it proves is that an attempt was made to murder him. To put the attempt down to his own men is the insanest of conjectures. He may have been captured by some band of marauders, or by fetters from the nearest town, or even by the Imperialists themselves, not these of Arbles, but some other force. Yes, how can you disprove that it was the Imperialists? Well, for one thing, replied M. Perrollet drily, because I imagine that regulars would have made a more thorough job of it. But I am quite open to conviction, for I don't mind telling you that unsentimental old curmudgeon though I am, I took a sort of fancy to the unhappy young man from the moment I saw him yesterday. And now I will go and see the Colonel. You are sure that you do not repent? I am alarmed, replied Laurent with much truth, but certainly I do not repent. By the way, he added, as the doctor was at the door, does M. de la Rochette-Iry himself know of the existence of this slander? M. Perrollet raised his eyebrows. It all depends on what happened in the wood, the Bois des Fauvets, I believe it is called. If his men shot him, it was presumably on account of the imputation that they did so, therefore he must know of it. Well, I am confident that that did not happen in the wood, proclaimed Laurent. But has he learnt of the calumny since? Does he even know where he is? Almost certainly not, replied the doctor. He has never been sufficiently conscious. So he cannot have learned of the charge since, and if he is really quite ignorant of it, well, there's no need to tell him yet awhile if ever, he added under his breath. Then he turned the useless handle of the door. Pest! I forgot I was locked in on your account. When Laurent was once more alone he ventured over to the bed again, and stood looking down at it in a tempest of pity and horror and indignation. That was Eloiseler in need of a friend. And fate had chosen him for the part. Fate had been bringing them together all the time. Ah! Now he could repay that leap into the river, repay it doubly, perhaps, not only by caring for La Rochette-Iry's hurt body, but also for his honor, which seemed to have suffered so desperate and inexplicable a wound. Yet how could he, a prisoner, discover of what disastrous occurrence in the Bois des Fauvets Eloiseler had been a victim, till Eloiseler himself could tell him? And perhaps those pale lips would never speak again. His own mouth twitched. "You shall live," he said. "You shall, you will." For that night always seemed to Laurent like a bad dream, in which, however, he was only a spectator, not an actor. There was nothing he could do, beyond attending to the fire. Indeed, M. Perlet told him that he might as well go to sleep. But, though he lay down on the bed which had been brought in for him and placed at the other side of the room, he scarcely closed his eyes. About dawn, seeing the surgeon, who had never left his patient's side, get up rather quickly and bend over him, he slipped off his bed and tiptoed across the room. But after a moment M. Perlet lifted his head from Eloiseler's heart, and Laurent, prepared for the worst, could see that he looked relieved. Distinctly stronger, he murmured, "We shall do it yet. Give me that saucepan off the fire. I want some more hot bouillon and brandy." His own face looked tired and haggard in the growing light, but there was no fatigue in his manner. And after the brandy, his head still lying in the crook of the doctor's arm, Eloiseler sighed, shut his lips tight, and moved that head a little with a faint suggestion of restlessness. "Go round and turn the pillow over," commanded M. Perlet in a low voice. Secretly terrified, Laurent obeyed. He was persuaded that La Rochette would open his eyes just at that moment. But the dark lashes were down now as if they meant to stay there forever. "That will do," said M. Perlet. "Go back to bed and try to get a little sleep. You will be wanted in the day, for there will be a day for him now, I think." About 8 o'clock, indeed, M. Perlet was so well satisfied with his patient's condition that he left the room for a little. To Laurent's surprise he returned with Colonel Gitton. The latter, taking no notice of Laurent, went straight over to La Rochette's bed with the doctor, and stood there in silence. "You said that he was better," he remarked after a moment. "He looks no better at all." The disappointment in his tone almost amounted to annoyance. "I told you it would be slow," replied M. Perlet rather shortly. The colonel stooped. "I suppose he's not shamming by any chance?" Laurent gave a movement. So did M. Perlet. "Shamming?" he exclaimed. "Do you think I am a greengrocer, Colonel? And I wish you would feel his pulse, and tell me how a man can simulate one like that." Colonel Gitton gave a sort of laugh. "You need not be so peppery, my dear Perlet. I did not mean to cast any slur on your professional acumen. And, as to your patient, the charge of malingering would be a trifling one to bring against a man who has done what he has done. Let me have a report of his progress, please, twice a day without fail," he finished curtly, and, turning on his heel, came in Laurent's direction. "So you have elected to stay here, Monsieur le Comte, and play the Good Samaritan? Please remember that it is not my wish, and that when you change your mind you have only to ask to be moved." Laurent had got the better of the strangling sensation which had afflicted him while the Bonapartist stood over Aymar de la Rochette, unhearing and unseeing though the latter was, and spoke of him like that. He was on fire, but coherently so, and having decided in the night exactly what he meant to say, he said it. The colonel heard him out. Then he shrugged his shoulders, remarked calmly, "Ah, a champion. Well, Monsieur de Courtommer, I am sorry for you," and departed, M. Perlet with him, leaving Laurent angry, dumbfounded, and thoroughly bewildered, not by his incredulity but by his inconsistency. How, if he was so concerned for La Rochette's life, so anxious to hear of his progress, could he speak of him with such utter contempt? If he had such an opinion of him, why did he trouble to have him kept alive at all? In M. Parrot's case he could see that he really cared, and he was, besides, a doctor. But the Colonel. Then M. Parrot returned, looking rather grim, and Laurent was immediately called upon to assist at the dressing of the patient's wounds, his first experience of the kind. Of this proceeding, indeed, Eloiseler himself betrayed little consciousness beyond moaning once or twice, but there was one matter of which Laurent, for his part, was even more acutely aware than of the injuries themselves. Each of M. de la Rochetre's wrists, now seen for the first time, was encircled by a neat little bandage. After what the surgeon had said about ropes, it was not difficult to guess the reason for their presence, and it turned Laurent sick and cold. What ignominy had he suffered in that horrible wood, he, a gentleman and a hero? The rest of the slow day was not free from anxiety, but as it wore on, La Rochetre's condition certainly improved, and he became conscious for increasingly longer intervals, till at last, by the end of the afternoon, he was lying most of the time with his eyes open, though he seemed quite unaware of Laurent's presence, possibly even of the doctor's. And when the night came which Laurent had been so dreading, he found that the responsibility for Eloiseler's life was not to rest entirely on his untried shoulders, since M. Parrot was going to sleep in the chateau, not in his house in the village, and could be summoned at need by means of the sentry. That was an immense relief. And Laurent did not have to summon him. The little flame of life, so anxiously tended, showed no flicker. La Rochetre was very quiet, much as he had been during the day. Occasionally he would stir feebly or sigh, part of the time he seemed to be asleep. But even when his eyes were open they rested on his candle-lit surroundings, on the screen which had now been placed at the side of the bed, or on the watcher, with the same absence of interest, and he took what was given him with a similar indifference. Perhaps, drained of blood as he was, he had lost for the time his hold on realities. And possibly, in the circumstances, this was as well. But the human body seemed to the newly initiated student a terrifyingly frail machine. What would Maman say if she could see M. de la Rochetre now, if she could have seen both of them, brought together like this? Darling Maman. And Laurent pondered at intervals, during that long night, whether his jailers would let him send a letter to tell her that he was at least safe. Too safe, he would have said, but for that helpless and calumniated head on the pillow there. 5. At the conclusion of his vigil in the morning, Laurent, heavy-eyed but relieved, was rewarded with praise. A little later another milestone was passed. Aymar de la Rochetre spoke for the first time. Laurent had already pricked up his ears when he heard M. Parrot, on the inner side of the screen, saying to him encouragingly, "Ah, now I am beginning to be pleased with you." And to this a voice more a breath than a voice, and broken at that, said, slowly and with effort, "You are the doctor, monsieur?" "Where am I?" "In the chateau of Arbles," responded M. Parrot, "where we are going to make you quite well again." "How long?" "Since Monday evening. This is Thursday morning." "Arbles," murmured the voice. There was a pause, then it said, "But that royalist officer here sometimes." "He is a prisoner like you, monsieur," responded M. Parrot. There was a moment's silence, and then the wounded man said, "And it was the Bonapartists then who brought me here?" To some sudden strand of anguish in the voice, M. Parrot replied soothingly, "Well, it does not much matter who brought you. Yes, they found you unconscious. Now you had better not talk any more. I am going to do your dressings." He was obeyed. Indeed, it was obviously as much as La Rochetre could do to retain his hold on consciousness at all during the next half hour. But he made no shadow of protest or complaint, and when at last the business was over, he lay motionless again, with his eyes shut, just a little more nearly the hue of the sheets than before. He seemed in fact to be in a drowse when M. Parrot came back to the bedside with a towel and the bandage scissors in his hand. "I meant to have cut off this long hair before," he remarked to Laurent, still on the farther side of the bed. "He will be much more comfortable with it gone. Curious color." He touched a bronze ripple. "You are going to cut it off?" exclaimed Laurent in a low tone. The intention seemed almost sacrilege. The surgeon nodded. "At least, you shall do it, while I hold his head up." "Oh, but," said Laurent, hesitatingly accepting the scissors, "perhaps he would not wish it. Unless of course it is necessary." "I don't know that it is necessary," returned M. Parrot, "but—" Here, immensely to the surprise of both of them, he over whose body they were holding this debate opened his eyes and faintly said something. The old doctor bent down to catch it, but Laurent, whose hearing was sharper, had no need to stoop. Eloiseler had whispered, "Cut it off. I shall not want it so any more." After that there was nothing to say. But Laurent had his teeth in his underlip as he played the executioner, nervously clipping away at the tiresome stuff, as its owner had once so insouciantly called it, till the shoulder-long locks, curling a little at the ends, lay like autumn beech leaves on the linen. Noose and irons plus auxiliary bois. Les lauriers sunt coupes. That most haunting couplet came into his head meanwhile, to stay there all the rest of the morning. "That will be much better, thank you, Monsieur de Courtomer," said M. Parrot, settling the shorn head back again. Was it only Laurent's fancy that a slight change passed over Aymar de la Rochetre's half-conscious face at the name? And, waking that afternoon from a short doze himself, Laurent found his charge's conscious gaze fixed full on him. As Laurent's glance met his, the very faintest tinge of color mounted to his face. He was too bloodless to show more. But he looked away, saying nothing. Laurent felt certain, however, that he had recognized him. In his present great prostration this was probably a shock. He must give him time to get over it. He would obviously have to wait a little for the story of the doings in the wood. La Rochette would not have the strength to tell him yet. Nor, perhaps, the inclination. It occurred to him later, when, having asked the wounded man whether there was anything he could do to make him more comfortable, he replied in the negative in a voice that seemed to the inquirer, for all its weakness, to be so extremely glacial that he felt a chill at the heart. Had La Rochette not recognized him, after all? Should he recall himself to his memory? Better not, M. Parrot would probably disapprove. But during the night he was faced with a new idea. Was it possible that Eloiseler, even though he had recognized him, for the more Laurent thought about that the more he felt sure that he had, did not want to admit the fact? And if so, in heaven's name why not? Was it possible that after all, he did know something of the terrible imputation under which he lay? But even then Laurent was at a loss, and no amount of studying his face, at moments during the vigil when La Rochette was asleep, helped him to a solution. All he gained was a completer impression of the extraordinary effect of candor, innocence, and helplessness given to it in repose by the motionless lashes, as long and curving as those of a boy. Another morning brought a repetition of the morning before. M. Parrot seemed pleased, and, presumably of set purpose, he talked a little as he did the dressings. But his patient did not respond to his encouragement, and Laurent could not disguise from himself that he himself was beginning to be a trifle disappointed in him. La Rochette was very likely in pain from the wound in his chest with every breath he drew, and, worse, was so drained of vitality that he could not move or lift a hand to help himself, but somehow one would have thought that, by this time, a man of his fiber would have rallied a little in spirit, if not in body. On the contrary, in these last 2 days Laurent had once or twice surprised on his increasingly haggard face such an expression of utter hopelessness as to be shocked by it. Yet it was puzzling how, despite his silence and inertia, La Rochette-Iry would now and then turn on M. Perlet a gaze that seemed pregnant with some unspoken question. Possibly the doctor himself had noticed this, or it was for some other reason that he gave Laurent a warning before he left. In spite of the improvement, he must be kept absolutely quiet, he said. Whatever you do, don't go talking to him about Pont Auxiliary Rochers or the wood. I would not answer for the consequences if he is agitated in any way. To talk is the last thing he seems to want to do, observed his nurse. I am not so sure of that, returned M. Perlet. 6. There seemed to be a great deal of movement going on at Arbles that afternoon, and Laurent, sitting sleepily by the open window, remembered how M. Perlet had said that a considerable part of the troops there had been ordered off against the small royalist bodies in the Plusquin district who, under the leadership of a certain M. du Tremblay, were understood to be meditating a coup, but in what direction was uncertain. Colonel Guiton was going in command of the force from the chateau, a piece of news which delighted M. de Courtommer. The name of du Tremblay seemed familiar to him, but he was too lazy, or too tired, to recover the connection. La Rochette-Iry was asleep. Though the screen hid his body from Laurent, it had not been drawn completely up to the head of the bed, and through the gap the young man could see his face turned sideways on the pillow, still and colorless as alabaster, and all the more colorless for the lock of ruddy hair lying on the brow. He was tranquil enough now. But when he was awake... Oh, that cursed wood! Quick spurred steps were audible at this juncture outside, and in a moment more, to Laurent's surprise, and by no means pleasure, there entered Colonel Guiton, with the Major. The former was evidently ready for the field, booted, sword-girt and polished, his tall brass helmet with the horsehair plume and the strip of leopard skin giving him additional height and truculence. Into the yellow plastron of his uniform was stuck a folded paper. He took no notice of Laurent beyond returning his salute, and, followed by the other officer, clanked across the room to Eloiseler's bed and disappeared behind the screen. This eruption had of course roused the sleeper, for Laurent saw him stir and open his eyes. "Ah, I am glad to see as well as to hear that you are better, monsieur," came Colonel Guiton's voice, quick and incisive, "because I want a little conversation with you." Laurent promptly walked to the farther edge of the screen. "If you will excuse me, sir." M. Perlet left particular orders that M. de la Rochette-Iry was to be kept absolutely quiet. The helmeted head turned. "I can't help that," said its owner, none too agreeably. "This business is far too urgent to wait on M. Perlet's permission. Moreover, we shall not keep M. de la Rochette-Iry long." He drew the chair by the bed still nearer and sat down, the Major standing behind him, while Laurent, after a second or two's hesitation, returned to his former place by the window. He was perturbed, but he felt that if Colonel Guiton had the sense of a fly he would see that Eloiseler was in no fit state for conversation. "I want to ask you a question or two," he heard the Colonel reiterate, in a much lower voice but one which, whether he knew it or no, was perfectly audible. "To go straight to the point, the district of Saint-Pierre-de-Plusquin is moving." He waited a moment, and then added, "I expect I am right in concluding that M. du Tremblay's real plans are known to you." Eloiseler also waited a moment before replying. "If it interests you they are." His voice was slow and weak, but the reply had all the effect of curtness. "It does interest me, Monsieur de la Rochette-Iry," said the dragoon. "I am going out now in the hope of countering those plans when I know a little more definitely what they are." And there was another pause, which Laurent dimly felt to be charged with something uncomfortable and threatening, though he could not as yet divine the goal of this conversation. But it had suddenly come to him where he had heard the name of Du Tremblay before, where he had seen the man who bore it, that officer at the Duc de Saint-Severin's reception who knew so much about La Rochette-Eyrie and had spoken of him so warmly. They had probably concerted measures. "Do you expect me to wish you success?" asked the faint voice at last. "No, I expect something a little more concrete than good wishes," retorted Colonel Gitton. He gave a half laugh and lowered his voice still more, but not sufficiently. "Come, La Rochette-Eyrie, let us get this business over as quickly as possible. I am sure that you understand me." The faint, fugitive color dyed Eloiseler's pallor to the roots of his hair. "God! For what do you take me?" "Well," sniggered the imperialist, "I had really no intention of pronouncing the word to your face, but if you want it. No, I take you for a man who, like M. de la Bédoyère, has seen the error of his ways, a man who is aware, now that the emperor is back, how things are likely to go, and has acted accordingly and wisely, in my view. Only you cannot stop halfway, you know." So. Little shoots of incredulity and horror had been running up and down the witness as he stood there rigid by the window, unseen and perhaps already forgotten. Was it conceivable that they were expecting Eloiseler, to reveal the plans which he and Du Tremblay had no doubt made together, now that Du Tremblay was on the verge of carrying them out? It was so infamous that it could not be true. He must be wronging the two officers. He restrained himself and listened. As for Eloiseler himself, pinned there under their gaze, he had turned his head away, his teeth set in his lip. "Come, La Rochette-Eyrie, don't prolong this," went on the imperialist, and his tone held a certain repellent bonhomie. "I am in a great hurry, and you are ill. And, hang it all, you made Colonel Richard a present of your own plans. All I'm asking for is a little light on Du Tremblay's." Yes, they did expect it. And it was repeated to his very face, that vile and terrible lie. Laurent took an instinctive step forward and then checked himself. La Rochette-Eyrie had turned his head back again on the pillow. He was going at least to have the satisfaction of denying the charge. But was it any wonder that he looked ghastly? "You can insult me," he got out, struggling a little for breath, "but you can never make me do that." "Make you, you fool," snarled Colonel Gitton, all the false geniality gone. "There's no question of making, if you have any regard for your own skin. Don't you realize that you stand to find a royalist triumph? A cursed bad look out for yourself after what you've done, if they get hold of you." Eloiseler's lip curled. "I had rather their justice than your mercy." The charge was beneath his contempt then. He had not even troubled to deny it. But how long was this to go on? Was it of any use making another appeal to them? No, a fellow captive had no power to stop them, and if he intervened again, La Rochette-Eyrie would inevitably realize his presence, and he was beginning most devoutly to hope that he had forgotten it. The colonel cleared his throat. From his now quite unmodulated voice it was plain that he, at all events, had forgotten him. "Now, look here, La Rochette-Eyrie, you are behaving insanely. I can't think what has come to you. Your own side knows, or will soon know, what you have done, while on the other hand ours is already in your debt, though I don't doubt you got your quid pro quo from Richard. Now here is a still greater opportunity of putting us, I might almost say the Emperor, under an obligation to you, and yet, after having so thoroughly burned your boats, you hesitate to take it." "Hesitate?" The colonel swore softly. Then he smote himself on the leg. "Parbleu, I am stupid. I apologize, La Rochette-Eyrie. But you were unlucky, and you need have no fear of consequences this time, for, most fortunately, I have a document here which will make the business quite safe for you. I brought it to ask you about it." Something rustled. I assume that this paper which was found on you contains notes or whatnot of Du Tremblay's plans, since it is headed with his name. So if ever you were accused of having communicated them, you could safely say, and I would support you, that the cipher notes were taken from you and read. His voice was eager, explanatory, almost coaxing. Do you see? It is quite safe. I perfectly understand that in the event of recapture you do not want to face a firing party for the second time. But no one could possibly prove that we did not contrive to decipher these notes for ourselves. A sound resembling a laugh came from the bed. Try then, said its occupant. Aubert, said the colonel, and he and the major whispered together. Nevertheless, Laurent overheard the words, extraordinary obstinacy, never anticipated, cannot understand. It seemed clear now, only too clear, why they had been so anxious to keep Eloiseler alive. And meanwhile he lay, not looking at them, his mouth set hard, and breathing rather fast, the disastrous effect of this insulting interrogatory quite plain. And when Laurent saw the sweat on his brow, he hoped with a desperate hope that, as his inquisitors were in a hurry and could, surely, see that they would elicit nothing, they would desist. But then, to his dismay, he heard the murmured words, going to have it out of him at whatever cost. And Colonel Gitton's chair scraped along the floor as he drew it nearer. Laurent could now see part of his green sleeve and his strong, blunt-fingered hand, in which was a piece of stained and crumpled paper. Now, La Rochette-Erie, he said, in quite a different tone, you'll answer my questions, please. It's no good shamming faintness. You can have brandy if you need it. Are these, he tapped the paper, your notes or Du Tremblay's? From his low pillow Eloiseler looked up at his interrogator steadily. Laurent felt sure that the taunt about shamming had stung him, and that he was going, to his own cost, to show that it was not that he could not speak, but that he would not. He now said quietly, they are my own. Good. It is your private cipher then? Yes. And the notes are concerned with this plan of Du Tremblay's? I shall not answer that. That shows they are. You have answered. Now I suppose you will pretend that you cannot read your cipher without the key. I can read it perfectly, said the weak, disdainful voice. The deuce you can. Well, that's honest, at all events. As I hold the paper in front of you, you could read it off, then. If I pleased. As a matter of fact, observed the colonel over his shoulder to the major, he probably knows by heart what is there. There is not very much. He turned once more to his prisoner. Now I dare say you think that is what I am going to ask you to do, Ed, and that is why you are so ready to admit that you can read it. Well, you are wrong. I am not quite such a fool. What you are going to do, Monsieur Eloiseler, is to give us the key of your cipher, and then, deciphering these notes ourselves, we can be sure that we are not being tricked. Otherwise I might just as well have asked you straight out for verbal information, which I see now I could not rely on when I had it, though God knows what game you are playing. You follow me? Perfectly. But the sweat was running down his forehead. Well now. You are not strong enough to write, I fancy. The major will take it down for you. Is it a complicated cipher? There was a pause which seemed to Laurent endless. He stood there biting his clenched hands, only keeping himself in with the greatest difficulty. Surely they could see what they were doing, and would refrain. The pulsations of La Rochette-Erie's enfeebled and overdriven heart seemed to be shaking him as he lay there with his eyes half closed, and the silence was filled with the sound of his rapid, sobbing breathing. But at last he said, with a supreme effort to speak clearly, do you really imagine I am going to give it to you? I know you are, retorted Gitton coolly, because I am going to sit beside you and ask you for it till you do. Then you are likely to stay here till. But, game as he was, he could not finish the sentence. He made instead a slight convulsive movement. Give me the pencil and paper, Aubert, said the Colonel, undisturbed. Now, La Rochette-Erie, we have had enough of this heroic pose. The Moulin Brule is very much past history. The sooner you give in the better for yourself. Do you think I am going to move against Du Tremblay? Ignorant of his plans when you, with your penchant for passing on information, are aware of them? I don't enjoy sacrificing my men. This is mainly a numbers cipher, I see, but I fancy one or two of the words are really cipher, too, et. I shall not. Oh, yes, you will. Suppose you begin by telling me what this number which occurs so frequently represents. You see the one I mean. Don't shut your eyes like that. 218. What does 218 represent? There was no answer. The face on the pillow was no longer alabaster, it was ashen. What does 218 represent, La Rochette-Erie? I have plenty of time yet, you'll have to tell me in the end. Is it River Avon? Eloiseler suddenly moved his head as if he could not bear much more, and said sharply to himself, "Oh God!" "Ah," commented Giton in a tone of satisfaction. "You see. In a few minutes you will find yourself telling me all I want to know, and then I will go away and leave you in peace. Perhaps indeed you are already prepared to. No? Very well, we will return to our friend 218. Once more, what does 218 stand for?" His victim looked up at him desperately and defiantly and shook his head. It made no difference, the query was merely repeated, "What does 218 stand for?" Eloiseler made a last effort to speak, but no sound was audible. His eyes closed. Something in his appearance caused Colonel Giton to jump up with an exclamation. "Look here, then, I will be contented with just this. Does Du Tremblay intend to cross the Avon or no? But, mind you, the truth, or it will be the worse for you. Now, yes or no? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? What's that?" "I think he means, sir," said the Major, who had slipped up to the other side of the bed, and was also bending over its occupant, "that he hears you, but that he will not tell you. I'm afraid it's no use, he's collapsing." "I was afraid so, damn him," said Colonel Giton with passionate disgust. "Find some brandy then, Aubert. There must be some way to get it out of him." But Laurent, like Aymar de La Rochette-Erie, had had more than he could stand. Only those two considerations, his knowledge of his own helplessness, and regard for Eloiseler's feelings, had kept him in leash so long. Now it was not a question of Eloiseler's feelings but of his very life, for Laurent had just had a full view of him as the Colonel shifted his position. He snatched up the brandy, and sprang to the other entrance of the screen just as Major Aubert came round it. "Stop, stop, for God's sake," he cried, seizing him by the arm. "You are murdering him, can't you see it, and he'll never tell. Here's the brandy, but for pity's sake don't go on, it's quite useless." "What's this?" cut in Colonel Giton's voice through the screen, or rather, over it, for, turning suddenly and catching the end, he toppled the whole structure over with a crash. "Is the other still there? Damnation, I had forgotten." "So I should imagine," retorted Laurent, facing him over the fallen screen. "I can very well fancy that you did forget you had a witness of your detestable proceedings. Let me go to him." And he frantically tried to push past the Colonel, but that officer as furiously pushed him back. "Major Aubert, put this young meddler outside the door in charge of the sentry." I was a damned fool ever to let him stay in the room. Of course La Rochette won't speak while he is here. Out with him. I refuse, began Laurent, and then saw that he had better go. If he objected, it would only lead to his being dragged out, and prolonging this dreadful scene. Besides, La Rochette, lying there like death itself, without any struggle for breath now, without the flicker of an eyelid, La Rochette was palpably beyond hearing any more insults or questions. "You have killed him, you devil!" he cried with a passionate gesture. But the executioner was more than deaf. Even as Laurent was pushed to the door by the major, he heard the angry voice saying, "Perhaps the initial mistake I made was in not offering this fellow here a price first. How much, I wonder, did he get from?" Then the door slammed and was locked behind him, and he found himself, seething with fury, in the corridor with the bewildered sentry. His first impulse, now that he was out, was to batter on the door to be let in again. It was horrible to have to leave Eloiseler in the grip of those vultures. But they could not do any more now. The question was, had they finished him already? Tears of helpless rage were dimming his eyes when suddenly, some way down the corridor, he saw a rotund form making for the staircase Perlet. But he was not coming this way. He had paid his afternoon visit. They knew that, probably. He should come, though. Despite his somewhat sturdy build, Laurent was very quick and light on his feet, and was down the passage like a flash, the sentry, when he had grasped his intention, pounding after him. "Hello," said Perlet, turning round. "Here, young man, if you are escaping, I..." Laurent seized him by the arm. "For heaven's sake, come. They are killing him in there." The colonel and further revelations were cut short by the sentries throwing himself on their maker from behind and putting an arm around his neck. "It's all right," gasped Laurent, "I'm not escaping." "Hurry, Monsieur Perlet, they've been questioning him till... I don't know if he's breathing now." Perlet let fly as full-blooded an oath as any soldier and trotted down the corridor. "Come on," said Laurent to the sentry, who still held him. And the cortege arrived just as the door opened once more and the two officers came out. The colonel was in a towering rage. "Ah, doctor, you'd better go into your patient. He needs you. I fancy not that it matters now. By the time I got this young meddler out it was too late. And to have the very notes in my hand." He crumpled the sheet of cipher into a ball, threw it violently down and strode off down the corridor followed by the major. Perlet had already shot in through the open door. And in a moment or two Laurent, with a failing heart for what he should find, said to the now dazed sentry, "I suppose I had better go back," and went. "Is that you?" called out Perlet. "Put the kettle on the fire, quick, and come and rub his hands and feet." He had Eloiseler, quite inanimate, in his arms. The bandages were already severed, and he was rubbing him over the region of the heart with brandy. "He's gone," exclaimed Laurent, terrified, when he saw the fixed, half-open eyes and the head fallen aside. "Not quite," replied Perlet grimly. "But you must work harder than that." 7. It was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning, but not of the next morning, the morning after that. Laurent rose from replenishing the little fire which was always burning. In a few moments Perlet would relieve him and he could sleep. Thanks to the old surgeon, Eloiseler had been saved for the second time, but it had been touch and go for some hours. Before nightfall on Friday they had succeeded in pulling him back to a kind of consciousness, and all yesterday he had lain quiescent, so exhausted that it had been difficult to rouse him to take nourishment, but at least in outward peace, as Laurent kept assuring himself, for the brutality which had been practiced on La Rochette in this room haunted him, waking or sleeping. Perlet indeed was amazed at the rally, considering that the victim's heart was, and would long remain, so much impaired. Laurent stood now for a moment at the foot of the bed and had a sudden feeling that he should like to hang a laurel wreath there. Then M. Parrot entered in a dressing gown, and waved him to his own couch. He woke about 5 o'clock to find, to his surprise, a low-voiced conversation going on behind the screen. Since his collapse, La Rochette had not uttered a word. "Kept me alive for that," he caught the end of a sentence, in his broken, trailing voice, suffused nevertheless with bitterness. "Now, my boy," he heard M. Parrot reply gently, "you cannot honestly think that was my purpose, can you? If I could have Colonel Giddon tried for attempted murder, I would willingly do so. But you must not think of it any more, it is over now." The voice said, "Till they try again." "No, no." The old surgeon sounded genuinely shocked. "The Colonel has left Arbles. It shall never happen again, I swear it." "And you did not tell him anything, you know that, don't you?" "Yes, but he asked me, he dared to ask me," gasped Eloiseler, and before M. de Courtommer. Yes, he had recognized him, he had realized that he was there. Come, come, my child, you must be quiet," said the doctor. "I know that you went through a dreadful time, but you kept your mouth shut, that's really all you care about, isn't it? Now see if you cannot get to sleep again to please me." And to Laurent's relief there was silence for a little, then the ghost of a voice began again. The question itself was inaudible. "M. de Courtommer is here," answered M. Parrot. "He is asleep just now. He helps me to look after you, you know." "He is here in the room?" "Always." "Certainly." "You cannot be left." "But, my God," came desperately from the bed, "that is the one thing I want, to be left alone. And instead of that, he who knew me once was in the room and heard everything. Can't he be put somewhere else? Can't I be alone?" The voice was almost sobbing in its entreaty. Poor Laurent, in his bed, covered his face with his hand. So much for his dreams of a grateful recognition. Yes, that was it, as he had felt at the time the intolerable humiliation, to a very proud and sensitive spirit, of having had an acquaintance a witness of Friday's proceedings. There was a movement behind the screen. "Chut! Monday enfant," said the doctor. "You must not agitate yourself like this. M. de Courtommer is here of his own free will to nurse you, and he is so much your champion that he has twice already fought your battle with the Colonel. And if he had not fetched me in after that business on Friday—" "I wish he had not," broke in the faint, bitter voice. "You are kind, doctor, but if you would only let me die." This was becoming unbearable. Never had Laurent conceived of the La Rochette he had known before, though he was young enough, then as a man even, by reason of his quiet self-possession and his prestige, then as a man older, perhaps, than he really was. He sounded now like a broken-hearted boy. The listener put his hands over his ears. He kept them there till he was sure that the voices had ceased. A little afterwards he heard M. Parrot emerge very cautiously and tiptoe over to his bed. The young man's instant pretense of being asleep did not deceive the doctor. He bent over him till his mouth was almost at his ear and whispered, "Did you by any chance hear what was said just now?" "Yes," breathed Laurent with his eyes shut. "You won't take any notice of it, my dear boy, will you?" pleaded the surgeon in the same almost inaudible tone. "He's nearly crazy after that damnable strain. That's obvious. And therefore after what he said I had better be moved elsewhere. No, no, I can't spare you. He will get over this morbid feeling about you as the effects of that scene wear off." "But shall I get over his having had it?" thought Laurent. He said nothing, but suddenly buried his face in the pillow. "You will stay and take no notice?" queried the voice in his ear, and after a moment Laurent gave a smothered assent. The grasp on his shoulder tightened. "Good boy," whispered M. Perilet, and went away. But it was not easy to carry out that promise. Already, by the time that the hour for dressings arrived, Eloiseler had contrived, without the aid of speech, to make his feelings about the unwilling witness so clear that Laurent was constrained to help himself through that ordeal by pretending that the set and frozen face below him belonged to someone whom he had never seen before. And indeed it could not have shown less sign of recognition had this really been the case. At the conclusion M. Perilet suddenly laid hold of his patient's arm. "Time I had a look at these wrists again," he murmured, and began to unfasten the little bandage. The wrist jerked weakly in his hold. "No," ejaculated the Vicomte de la Rochette-Iry with a catch of the breath. "Leave them alone, please." Low as it was, the tone was a command, which the frown emphasized. M. Perilet just glanced at the speaker. "My dear boy," he said, almost equally low, "it is necessary," and went on unwinding. But Laurent, averting his face, slipped away from the bed, lest he should see the marks of those accursed ropes, and Eloiseler have him again as an unwilling witness of his humiliation. He was not so to avoid it. "Will you please bring that fresh lint I left on the table?" came the surgeon's voice a moment later. For an instant Laurent had the idea of saying that he could not find it the next. He snatched it angrily up and went round the barrier. La Rochette's head was turned stiffly away, but Laurent had the impression that he was grinding his teeth. And on the unbandaged wrist in M. Perilet's hold he saw just what he had guessed and feared. Yes, he must have struggled, indeed. Perhaps, still worse, he had been dragged about. Laurent silently put the lint on the bed and went away again. And there was more than one moment during that day. It was the Sunday when, despite his promise to M. Perilet, Laurent found himself saying, "I'll be hanged if I stay here." For Eloiseler's demeanor towards him continued to be of a politeness so stony that his guardian would really much have preferred him to be rude. After that one approach to a breakdown to which, in his precarious state, insults and torture had brought him, La Rochette-Iry had evidently summoned up all his pride and his endurance. There was nothing of that heart-rending boyishness about him now. He was a man again, and a desperately unapproachable one. It was extraordinary that a person who was so utterly helpless and dependent on another could contrive to keep that other so freezingly at arm's length. Yet, directly Laurent had come to the conclusion that next time M. Perilet entered he must ask to be moved elsewhere, he had only to look at his charge lying there to feel that he could not bring himself to desert him. However much La Rochette-Iry might not want him, he needed him terribly. And always at the back of Laurent's mind was the instinctive knowledge that, before he was brought to Argles, he must have been through some terrible experience to be so completely changed. The very attractive, courteous, self-contained young man of last year, with his modesty, his easy and quiet gaiety, his consideration for others, was entirely gone, and in his place was a phantom of that figure, somber and tortured, too sore in spirit to accept the most willing sympathy and service. His very voice was changed. No, it was plain to Laurent that the slander was at the back of all that had happened to him even before he came to the chateau. And what exactly had happened? Every day, every hour, the situation seemed to blossom into fresh horrible possibilities, and before that agonized silence one was helpless. For that he would hear now from the victim's own lips the story of what he had undergone seemed so improbable that Laurent had given up considering it. The best he could hope for was that he could continue to nurse him without being asked point-blank to leave him. And though he would abstain from that request now, directly Eloiseler was well enough to be left he should ask to be moved instantly. It was a small but very wounding occurrence which fixed him in this resolve. He noticed during the afternoon that a lock of the hair which he had cut so badly, straggling over his forehead, was bothering the helpless man. Laurent could not think at first why he was feebly moving his head first to one side, then to the other, but when Eloiseler began slowly to try to disengage a hand from beneath the bedclothes to deal with the annoyance, Laurent jumped up, murmuring, "Let me do that for you." But as he gently put aside the recalcitrant lock, he felt La Rochette shrink, most indubitably shrink from his touch, flashing up at him as he did so an extraordinary glance of hostility. It could be nothing else. And Laurent had gone instantly away without a word. He went to bed that night feeling almost desperate. His patient had intimated in the most icy tones that he did not wish for anything during the night, and that he would be extremely obliged if the light might not be kept burning as hitherto. Laurent knew that he was doing very wrong in acceding to these requests, which partook more of the nature of commands, but he simply had not the courage to contravene them. 8. At the end of his visit next morning, M. Perrollet managed to whisper to Laurent, under cover of washing his hands, "Is he being very difficult?" "A little," answered M. de Courtommer, coloring. "I thought so. But you know, in some way or other he's going through hell, that young man. I should know that as a doctor, if I had not heard that dark story about him. So hold on, there's a good lad, and one day he will realize what you are doing for him and thank you for it." Going through hell. The phrase recurred to Laurent as he sat by the window that afternoon. Yes, he looked as if he were. And the strain, whatever it was not lessening but increasing. All the hours, reflected Laurent, that he lies there motionless, he is thinking and of what? Why will he not tell me at least something, tell me that he is in a great strait? For whatever he is going through cannot be caused by his own misdoing, yet in this horrible tale there is misdoing someone else's, of which the blame has fallen on him. Then it came to him like a flash of lightning. No, he has taken it on himself. An immense cloud whose existence he had hardly acknowledged rolled away from Laurent's mind. Of course that was it. How could he have been so dense? That would fully account for La Rochette's not having denied the imputation when the colonel made it so brutally to his face. Some other man had committed the traitorous act which had brought about Pont Auxiliary Rochers, and Eloiseler, for some reason, had shouldered the blame. He was enduring all this vicarious shame for someone else and suffering bitterly under it. His mind full of this illumination, Laurent looked thoughtfully across the room at the rococo clock on the mantelpiece, for at 3 o'clock he was to take La Rochette's pulse, a task entrusted to him in M. Perrollet's absence. As the timepiece had marked 2:30 when last he looked at it, it must have stopped. He went over to it to make sure, and thus came into full view of the bed, and was aware that its occupant was awake, and watching him as he put his ear to the glass. It was unlikely that he would address him, for he hardly ever spoke. Nothing could have surprised him more than to hear what he did. "The clock stopped quite half an hour ago, Monsieur de Courtommer. It is Monsieur de Courtommer, is it not?" Laurent turned round, hoping that he was not showing his amazement, aware as he was that the real recognition had been made 4 days ago. "Yes, monsieur, I was taken prisoner a week since." "And wounded, too, I see," observed M. de la Rochette gravely. "Wounded?" queried Laurent, quite forgetting the plaster on his forehead. "Your head?" "Oh, that," exclaimed the young man, putting up a hand to his adornment. "That is nothing, a scratch from a hedge. But a scratch honorably come by." Laurent winced at the tone, and hurriedly said, "If you will permit me, Monsieur de la Rochette," he could bring out the name now, "I will take your pulse." M. Perrollet's orders. A tiny frown appeared between the slender eyebrows, and Laurent felt instantly that he did not want one of his bandaged wrists exposed to the light of day, for both his hands were under the bedclothes. "Do not move your arm, pray," he remarked quickly. I can get at your pulse quite well as you are. And, watch in hand, he knelt down by the bed and slipped his hand in at the side. His fingers nevertheless fumbled about the wrappings as they sought for the artery. It will be more convenient for you when those bandages are off, observed the chilling voice. Laurent was saved any reply to this remark by the fact that, his eyes glued to his watch, he was counting, as he had recently been instructed. Then he got up and went to the table to write down the result of his computations. You saw yesterday why I have to have my wrists bandaged, said Eloiseler abruptly. Laurent had his back to him. I did not look particularly, he very truthfully replied. Then I advise you to do so next time, said Aymar de la Rochette-Irie. You may not, then, perhaps, care to continue your ministrations. Laurent was momentarily tempted to retort, would that please you, but he was too much afraid of the answer to risk it. Oh, why would he, with the scrap of strength he had gained, use it in torturing himself and his fellow captive? Inspired by sheer desperation, the guardian turned round with an air of authority and said, Monsieur de la Rochette-Irie, I am under strict orders not to let you talk. If you will allow me, I will try to arrange you more comfortably, and perhaps you could sleep a little. The bloodless lips almost twitched into a smile as the wounded man looked up at him. When last we met, Monsieur de Courtommer, under very different circumstances. Excuse me, but would you not like your pillow turned? No, thank you. As I was saying. If only you would not talk, interjected Laurent. When last I had the pleasure of seeing you at M. de Saint-Severin's reception, I little guessed that at our next meeting you would be what you are, and he drew a long breath, and I what I am. Surgeon's assistant and patient, struck in Laurent gallantly. No, I little thought that myself. It was not purely in that role that I was considering myself, commented Eloiseler. He did smile this time, a rather terrible smile. And then, spent by his unwonted effort at conversation, and such a conversation, thought the unhappy Laurent, he shut his eyes, and relapsed once more into complete silence and immobility. M. Perilet was not pleased with his patient that evening. He explained to Laurent that what he had rather anticipated was happening. The bullet in his shoulder was poisoning him. He thought that M. de la Rochette-Irie could stand the extraction now. Indeed, there was no choice in the matter. He would perform it next day. His victim need not know of his intention till the morning. Poor Laurent wished that the same reticence had been exercised with regard to himself. He fancied that he needed it far more. He spent an apprehensive and Eloiseler a restless night. 9. Well, I am glad that is satisfactorily over, remarked M. Perilet next morning as he washed his instruments at the table in the middle of the room. All the same, as I told you, I have put him to sleep because that shoulder will hurt for some time like the devil, and I am very anxious to avoid unnecessary heroism. It's bad for his heart. We have had quite enough of necessary this morning as it is. For though it was out of his power to drug his patient for the operation itself, he had given him a strong opiate immediately afterwards, and to this La Rochette-Irie had very quickly succumbed. Yes, it has been worrying me, went on the old surgeon, how to get that ball out without too much shock. You look a bit white, my boy. Are you all right? I am very much all right, thank you, sir, returned Laurent, pallid but smiling. For he, at any rate, had derived from the detestable business something which made what he had gone through worthwhile. And in the process of becoming quite a useful assistant to me you have not lost your zeal as a champion, eh? Not a bit, said Laurent. Though I admit that I would give a very great deal to get to the bottom of the business. M. Perilet flashed a shrewd glance at him. You still don't think you would be sorry when you got there? Laurent drew himself up. Not in the sense you mean, monsieur. And surely you yourself, who have saved his life. That's my job, Monsieur de Courtomer. It's nothing to me that the bullet I have just fished out of that young man's shoulder came from some old Chouin musket of the year one look at it, nor that that young man was found lashed to a beech tree outside his own headquarters, nor that he has, undoubtedly, something very grave on his mind. My business is to set him on his legs again, if I can. Monsieur Parrot, said Laurent earnestly, I believe I can account for everything. He is shielding someone else. I am positive of it. It cannot be an agreeable thing to do. It has cost him terribly in the past. It is costing him terribly now, and as for the future, he broke off rather abruptly. M. Parrot gave a little shake of the head. His smile was half amused, but half touched, too. My dear boy, excuse my saying so, but you are very young. It is only in romances that men do that sort of thing. In real life, when they see what it may lead to, they are not so quixotic. And, in my opinion, M. de la Rochetree's demeanor is not consistent with innocence. He is in too much personal agony of mind. Can you deny it? Why, otherwise, when I warned him just now that I was going to hurt him, should he have said to himself, so much the better? If he were merely playing the scapegoat, a young man as sensitively organized as he would hardly have welcomed my probe and scalpel because they gave him something else to think about. No, I am afraid your theory won't hold water. He put away his instruments, then suddenly walked back to the bed and stood for some time with his hands behind him, studying the unconscious face, with its strong, delicate features, much less as a doctor studies a patient than as one man scrutinizes another to see what of his character he can read on his visage. Then he bent over the drugged sleeper, satisfied himself as to his condition, and came back again. The best argument for your view of the case, my young friend, he admitted, lies, of course, on the pillow there. One can't, after all, look at that face and believe him capable of anything infamous. It was my thought when I first saw him, all blood and dust, on the floor in the hall more than a week ago. Yet, if he is innocent, he has no right, to my thinking, to have deprived his party of his services to cover another man's misdoing. Well, keep an eye on him. I will look in again about the hour he should wake. Slowly the sunlight moved down the bed from the side window as Laurent sat by it, a book on his knee which he made no attempt to read. From time to time he took out and fingered at leisure his own private gain, the fall of the barrier which Eloiseler maintained between them, for how could he interpret the episode otherwise when Aimar's clenched right hand, suddenly and blindly putting itself forth, had encountered his wrist where he bent over the bed ready for emergencies, and had closed on it, gripping it hard. Moved by that significant act, Laurent had grasped the bandaged wrist in return. So when, under contracted brows, the red-brown eyes, unclosing, looked up desperately for a moment into his, though they were alight with pain and he was torn with concern, his heart had leapt to greet the moment. Then M. Parrot's hand made a movement, the bullet tinkled into the basin, and, the second after, with a deep sigh, Aimar's grip on the friendly wrist relaxed and his head rolled sideways. Yes, how could he interpret otherwise that appeal in the hour of need? As for M. Parrot's arguments, Laurent was entirely unmoved by them. So far from considering La Rochetree's demeanor incompatible with innocence, he thought it a marked proof of it. Would a man capable of betraying his own troops be so bitter and sensitive about his own subsequent position? Surely he would expect some measure of contumely for his deed. But in Aimar's desolation of soul there was a fierce resentment. He dared to ask me, he had said. No, that theory of his shielding another, once enunciated, gained immensely in probability. A man like the Aimar de la Rocheterie he had known last year would have done a thing like that without counting the terrible cost to himself, even as he had jumped without hesitation into the flooded river. If this Aimar, who had been so near death after paying part of it, found what remained almost more than he could endure. Who could wonder? For whom had he done it? A friend, a comrade. He must love him extraordinarily. But how could anyone accept such a sacrifice, greater than that of life itself? Perhaps the unknown was not aware of it. Perhaps he was dead. It was to be hoped so, for then this immolation could, surely, cease. Not for the first time in his vigil, Laurent bent forward and felt Aloysius' pulse. This time the fingers of the sleeper suddenly twined themselves round his wrist again. Laurent let his hand stay in the unconscious clasp, and it was because it was there that he found the hot words of protest forming on his lips, though they went unuttered. Why did you do it? It is killing you, Aloysius. You are of too fine stuff to stand the strain, the obloquy, the contempt of the contemptible. The drugged sleep, however, seemed to be breaking, for Laurent had not long sat so, his hand a prisoner, when Aymar began to stir. A contraction passed over his face. Another moment, and his eyes slowly unclosed, and he was looking at the watcher, half dreamily. It is over, said Laurent gently. Over? What is over? The extraction your shoulder. You fainted at the end, then the doctor gave you an opiate. You have slept for nearly 4 hours. I remember. Yes. His eyes fell on his own hand, and he immediately loosed his clasp and moved the hand away. Laurent reddened, but the next instant Aloysius' lashes dropped again and he relapsed into slumber. A little later M. Perilet came in, expressed himself satisfied, and said that Laurent need not sit by him like a sentry unless he pleased. So the young man went over to his own side of the room and threw himself on his bed. Why had La Rochette-Eyrie moved his hand away like that? Was he, after giving that glimpse of his necessity, going on as before? Laurent was sore, disappointed, and beginning to realize that the combined strain of anxiety, want of sleep, and his charge's attitude was making him curiously tired. He lay there some time till, hearing Aymar move, he jumped up and went round the screen and found him fully sensible, staring up at the ceiling with a rather set mouth. I did not know you were awake, said Laurent somewhat timidly. Is the pillow all right for your shoulder? Is there anything I can do? If it is not troubling you too much, I should like a drink, was the frigid reply. Laurent lifted his head and gave him some water. To judge from the way he drank it, he must have come out from under the opiate parched with thirst. Why could he not have called for such a simple thing? Laurent suppressed a desire to ask, and when he had finished merely inquired if his shoulder were paining him much. Nothing out of the way, thank you. So Laurent, with an inward sigh, went round the bed to replace the glass. He suspected that the reply was far from the truth. When he got to the bottom of the bed, Aymar de la Rochette-Eyrie spoke again. I am quite at a loss to know why you should do all this for me, Monsieur de Courtommer. Laurent was goaded into replying, all this. You do not give me much chance of doing anything. But Aymar, disregarding him, went on in his weak, uneven voice, you put me under a very heavy obligation to you. Laurent flushed. I had much rather you did not look at it in that light. To do anything for you, although I know I am clumsy and inexperienced. I mean, you need not feel. He stumbled. The set, unsmiling visage disconcerted him. It is very good of you, repeated Aloysius in the same unmoved tones. And you must not think that because I took advantage of your charity this morning I do not realize, equally with yourself, especially since Colonel Giddon's visit. But even he could get no further for the moment. Laurent removed his eyes from his face. It was suddenly tortured. That you are dealing with an outcast, a leper, finished the voice inexorably. How can you talk like that? Broke out Laurent, half choking. I charity you think but adequate expression of his feelings was beyond him. Besides, Eloiseler would not listen, merely overrode him. What could it be that made him behave like this? Was it possible that his brain was becoming affected by what he had been through, or that the pain which he would not now acknowledge, or the drug, or both, had flung him into a sort of delirium? But it was such a cold, purposeful delirium. Laurent plucked feverishly at the coverlet, and at last lifted his eyes for an instant. I do not believe a word of what that blackguard said. I should have liked to kill him, he added between his teeth. Of course, he went on after a second or two, studying the floor again, it is obvious that you have been shot. I realize that it must have been done. But no reference, after all, to trees and tying up was possible. Exactly, said Eloiseler with a horrible calm. You realize? How do you realize by whom it was done? Yes, evidently you have been told that it was my own men, though perhaps you did not believe it. But it is quite true. Laurent had the sensation that about 5 squares of the parquet flooring flew up and hit him on the head. He could feel the blood rushing to his face. It was not true. He looked up, dazed, and saw Aymar de la Rochette scanning him in a way he could not interpret. I see, indeed, that you had not believed it, came his voice, cool and faint. Well, now I have convinced you. But in justice to my executioners, I should like you to know that they were not directly responsible for the state of my wrists. I did that myself, trying to get free afterwards. Have you ever been tied to a tree, Monsieur de Courtommer, and left there? Hardly, I suppose. This must be stopped somehow. Monsieur de la Rochette, said Laurent firmly, I refuse to hear another word. But I am going to say just one thing myself. Your men may have shot you since you tell me so. I suppose I must believe you, but even you cannot make me think that they did it otherwise than under a misapprehension. The sun must fall from heaven before I can believe that you did what rumor accuses you of. Surely you know that. He spoke with passion. The Vicomte de la Rochette stared at him out of his great sunken eyes, words visibly smitten from him. Then he dragged up his right hand and covered them. You are very hard to convince, he said with a catch of the breath. And at that moment, to Laurent's intense relief, M. Perilet came in. He looked from one to the other. You have been talking to him, he said sharply to Laurent. No, I have been talking to him, put in his patient quickly. Then you will kindly not do it any more, grumbled the little doctor, stooping over him. A nice state you have got yourself into. M. de Courtommer should have stopped you. Laurent had turned blindly away to the window. So it was true, his own men. 10. For about the 6th time that night Laurent dragged himself out of his bed and went over to his charge. The dawn was beginning. He was so tired that he could hardly stand. His eyes kept closing from lack of sleep, but his brain seemed to him unusually clear. Peering at the clock, he saw that there wanted 20 minutes yet before La Rochette's bouillon was due. He dropped into the chair by the bed. It was not worth returning to his own again. Even yet, after half a day and a night, he could scarcely realize it, though he had tried hard to face the reversal of what he had so stoutly upheld. That haggard young man who lay there asleep before him had really been through the horrors of execution at the hands of his own followers and survived. His men, his own men who followed him with passion, who would, as he once said, have cut their hands off for him, had fastened him to a tree and deliberately shot him. Eloiseler, their brilliant and adored leader. Now he understood why he had said that he would never need his floating locks again. The laurels were indeed cut down. Now he understood why he was so sensitive about his lacerated wrists, so terribly bitter about the whole affair, so unapproachable. Why, it was enough to have sent him crazy, quite enough to make him beg to be allowed to die, as with his own ears Laurent had heard him. Yet, since their painful conversation of yesterday afternoon, La Rochetre's demeanor towards him had undergone a certain change. He had not said the things that hurt so much, and, in the earlier part of the night, when he had been restless and in pain after the operation, he had even asked, and almost naturally, for such alleviation as Laurent could give, and had not paid him in those frigid thanks to which the young man would infinitely have preferred no thanks at all. Somehow, then, they were a little nearer to each other. How thin he was getting to look, how increasingly transparent, worse than when Laurent had first seen him lying there like what was it he had looked like? A crusader. Had a crusader ever been shot by his men? If so, they would have used bows and arrows, or was it arquebuses? What exactly was an arquebus? Arquez. What had happened at Arquez? He woke, to his dismay, to find his head down on his arm across the foot of his patient's bed. The birds were singing, and the hour for bouillon well past, but the wounded man was fortunately still asleep. His own stolen slumber, however, had not refreshed Laurent, and, by the time that M. Perilet appeared, he was wondering how he should ever get through the dressings. He always hated the business, and, now that he knew for certain who had made those wounds, then he was ashamed of what he termed his womanish feelings. It was not he who had to bear the pain morning after morning and without a murmur, as La Rocheterie always did, as he wished sometimes he would not. But then all along he had never uttered a syllable of complaint at any physical stress. "I'll be as quick as I can," he heard M. Perilet whisper to his patient as he took up the forceps. At least Laurent supposed that he was whispering, or was it because there was suddenly such a loud buzzing in his own ears? The surgeon's figure swelled to a large size, then receded till it was about the measure of a doll. But, not realizing in the least what was happening to him, Laurent still stood at his post with a face, though he did not know it, very similar in hue to that on the pillow. The next thing of which he was fully conscious was that he was seated in a chair right away from the bed, at the open window, and that M. Perilet, now restored to his everyday dimensions, was undoing the collar of his uniform. "What is the matter?" asked the young man in a dazed way. "Why am I here?" "Because I didn't want you fainting and falling across the bed," responded M. Perilet briskly. "Luckily my patient called my attention to you just in time. Drink this, and sit there quietly." "But," protested Laurent. "Drink this," repeated M. Perilet firmly. And so the brandy which was poured out ready for Eloiseler was drunk by his nurse. "Fainting?" murmured Laurent. "Was that it? But the dressing?" And he tried to get up. M. Perilet pushed him back. "Sit there, I tell you. You are not indispensable. I will deal with you afterwards." He disappeared behind the screen. Laurent, his head feeling like a ball of wool, sat there ashamed and confused, conscious that he had deserted his post, and still not quite understanding what had happened to him. Through the woolly mist he heard the murmur of Imar's voice. It sounded like an interrogation, and the doctor's reply, quite clear: "It was a little too much for him this morning, I think. He was tired, I expect. I ought to have noticed sooner. Now we will proceed with this shoulder of yours." He proceeded, presumably, for there was no more conversation. Laurent gazed out of the window. After a considerable interval M. Perilet emerged, washed his hands, and came over to him. "Now, young man, I want a few words with you." "No, stay where you are. I have settled M. de la Rocheterie quite comfortably. But I don't want a second patient on my hands." He dropped his voice. "How much sleep did you have last night?" "I thought so." "And the night before?" "You are getting worn out." I am an old fool, but I never meant you to do without sleep like this. No one, of course, could stand it. Why have you been doing it? It's not necessary now. The answer was very simple, because his charge would not call him, so he must be on the alert the whole time. But Laurent was not going to give it. Perlet's little eyes scrutinized his downcast visage. Perhaps I can guess. And yet I fancy you would really rather have this old butcher hurting you than him, eh? Laurent, aghast at his insight, turned crimson. Well, it is clear that I have been very inconsiderate of you. You are to lie down at once and have a nap. I will stay here with him for a little. And, to ensure his commands being obeyed, he stood over Laurent till he had stretched himself on the bed. The young man himself was surprised to find how desirable that bed was. He floated away into slumber delicious. Then he came out of it again to find Perlet almost in the same place, looking at him. I fell asleep for a moment, he said apologetically. The surgeon smiled. Monday enfant, you have slept for an hour and 10 minutes. I should not wake you now, but that your dinner is just coming up and that I have something to tell you. You need fresh air and a little change of scene, so I have arranged with Major Aubert that you are to go out for a walk every day on the terrace. No, there is no question of parole, and there is a sentry posted, so don't try to escape and get yourself shot. You can take your first promenade this afternoon. Laurent gave Aymar his dinner and had his own. When the orderly had removed it, he approached his charge to settle him for the sleep which he was supposed to have in the afternoon. No reference had yet been made to his own morning's performance, and he hoped that none would be. But he had been conscious for the last 5 minutes that Eloiseler's eyes were following him very intently, and, as he now came round the bed to pull the curtain over the window beside it, La Rochette suddenly said, in a very different voice from any in which he had yet addressed him at Arbles, "Do you think, Monsieur de Courtommer, that you can ever forgive me?" It was really less the words than the tone which surprised Laurent. He half turned, his hand on the curtain. "On the contrary, Monsieur de la Rochette," he said with an embarrassed little laugh, "it is I who ought to make the most humble apologies to you." "For what?" asked Aymar, looking up at him. "For having worn yourself out with looking after me night and day? For having robbed yourself of your sleep, endangered your health perhaps at any rate, brought yourself to this pass of fatigue, and all for a man who—" He did not finish the sentence. "On my soul, I cannot think why you should have done it, nor why I should have been possessed by such a demon of ingratitude. Monsieur de Courtommer, it was not wholly ingratitude. Do you know what it is to resent pity? Yet I ought to be on my knees in thankfulness that anyone in the world should do anything for me now, and that anyone should really care what happens to me." His voice broke and he turned his head away, his hand on the coverlet clenched and unclenched itself. And Laurent, to his great comfort, was deserted at this crisis by his British heritage. He abandoned the curtain, his rather constrained attitude, everything. "Oh, La Rochette, how could you ever doubt it? Don't you know that I would give a great deal more than a few nights' rest to see you well again? Why, I came by way of Lochmiller in the hopes of meeting with you, and when, after I was captured, by an extraordinary coincidence I saw you being brought here, unconscious, I tried to get sent back with you, only I tried too late. Pity no. You surely do not think that I have looked after you for any other reason than because I wanted to." He had gripped the transparent, telltale hand. For the first time it stayed in his grasp. And Eloiseler turned his head back again, and looked at him, tears in his eyes. "I suppose I must believe it. You have proved it, God knows. Do you know I had a dream at first. I thought it was a dream of your having fallen asleep, tired out, against the foot of my bed early this morning. But it was true. And you nearly collapsed just now. It is I who ought to be adjuring you not to talk. He gave a weak little laugh, and his fingers moved in Lawrence. And Perilot tells me that you choose to be in here when you might have had a room to yourself elsewhere. I thought you were obliged to be here, and though they had told you you were humane and you had met me before, and felt perhaps that here was a means of repaying what you insisted on calling a debt, and so. Laurent, inspired to rather a bold course, broke in, if you will forgive me for saying so, was not our having met before just why you disliked my being here? Could you not either forget that fact, or what I should prefer try to realize that to me you are, and always will be, exactly what you were in England, or in Paris last year? Oh, my God, said Aymar to himself, and tried to take his hand away. But Laurent would not let it go. He knelt down by the bed. Yes, I know that you feel there is a difference. But I knew about the slur on you before I entered the room. Nothing that these people say has any effect on me if you would only believe that. Does not that make it possible for you to take anything I may have the good fortune to do for you, as you would from any other friend? He brought out the word rather low, for he felt that it was a little presumptuous, after all. Friend. Aymar caught him up unsteadily. No, you must not call yourself my friend, de Courtommer. You will not find me desirable, even as an acquaintance, now. Do you forget that I have lost my good name, and not only with the enemy? I do not forget it, replied Laurent gravely. But I know that you can recover it when you wish. A bitter astonishment dawned in the face on the pillow. After what happened to me in the Bois des Fauvets? No, my reputation is as much damaged by those bullets as my body. He made himself say it, evidently, but he said it. But you cannot deny, urged Laurent, that horrible business was a misapprehension. You must pardon my conjecture, but I fancy I know of what kind it was. Aymar de la Rochette shut his eyes and slightly shook his head. Impossible. He lay so a moment without moving, his hand still in Lawrence, and then, reopening his eyes, said in a rather exhausted voice, "Some day, perhaps, I will tell you the story. But just now there are things which I cannot tell anyone. I have to ask your forbearance for that, just as I most sincerely ask your pardon for my behavior, my want of consideration. I dare say unhappiness makes one blind, and I have not been very happy." His hand stiffened. Laurent put his other over it. "There is nothing to forgive. And I shall never ask you for an explanation. For I can guess your secret, La Rochette. You have taken someone else's guilt upon your shoulders. How long you intend to shield this other person at such a heavy cost to yourself is not my affair, but I hope it will not be for long," he added ingenuously. "I am not going to ask you if my theory is true, for to be quite consistent you would have to say that it was not. I shall leave you to sleep now. Monsieur de Courtommer, I assure you," began Eloiseler in a very low voice as his hand was loosed. Laurent smiled as he got up and drew the curtain over the window. Of course he would deny it. But his smile died to concern as he looked at the bed again. "I have been tiring you," he said remorsefully. "It is a good thing that I hear the guard coming to remove me. Just let me turn the pillow over, and if there is nothing you want I will leave you in peace." But peace was not the predominant expression on Aymar de la Rochette's face as Laurent took a last look at it before leaving the room. 11. The terrace at Arbles was wide, bounded at each end by a wall. It had the house itself for frontier on one side, on the other it fell sharply to a long bowling green, which in its turn gave way to meadow. Only one flight of steps led down from it, and at the top of these paced an armed sentry. But after 8 days' confinement in one room, and that a sick room, merely to be in the open again gave Laurent an illusory sense of freedom which was slightly intoxicating. And his mind was full of a deep content. The barrier between him and Eloiseler was down at last. Presently there sauntered out the tall young officer of chasseurs à cheval whom he had seen on the day of his arrival. They saluted each other with much punctiliousness, and the young man, naming himself as Lieutenant Rigault, asked if he might join him. So they walked up and down together, commenting at first on nothing more significant than the fine weather. Laurent yawned once or twice. "I suppose I ought not to tell you," said the chasseur, flicking at the gravel with his switch, "but we have just received bad news this morning. Your party has had a thumping success." "Ah," said Laurent, brightening. "Yes, Du Tremblay has captured Chile and effected his junction with some other leaders. The far side of the Avon will be very uncomfortable for us now unless we can dislodge them. I expect there's some language flying about in our poor colonel's vicinity today, especially as he has got a nasty wound in the leg. He was so set on getting the better of Du Tremblay." "He was indeed," answered Laurent meaningly. "And M. Du Tremblay has got the better of him. I am delighted." Opponent though he was, the young officer could not help smiling. "Yes, your not very reputable roommate upstairs played him a fine trick when he refused to give him a hint of Du Tremblay's plans. The colonel had been absolutely counting on his cooperation. He is rather a dark horse, that gentleman. By the way, since he is, I hear, out of danger, you will be parting company, I suppose. As it is, Shall we break off this conversation?" interposed Laurent very coldly. "If you cannot speak in less offensive terms of my friend the Vicomte de la Rochette-Iry." The most naked astonishment looked out at him from Lieutenant Rigault's countenance. "What?" he exclaimed, "you call him friend, the man who betrayed his own followers?" "If he had done that I certainly should not call him friend," retorted Laurent. "But that is, of course, the most outrageous slander. And there he lies, helpless. Would you mind telling me the exact form in which this calumny reached you here? Or did your commanding officer first put it about?" "Certainly not," responded the young chasseur rather stiffly. "What happened was that Colonel Richard, over at St. Gozac, sent an officer here last Saturday week to say that he had disposed of the bulk of Eloiseler's force by an ambush at Pont Auxiliary Rochers. It was important for us to know this, because they had been a menace to us, lying where they did. The officer told us how it had occurred. In fact, he was full of it. Eloiseler himself had sent the information." "How patently absurd," said Laurent contemptuously. "As if a man would run his own head into the lion's mouth in that manner." "But M. de la Rochette-Iry's head was quite safe," observed Rigault drily. "He was not present at the affair of the bridge. You did not know that?" "I assure you that it is true. And it is certain that Colonel Richard did not invent the story about the information, for his officer said he was rather distressed about it, and indeed, if it was false, why did La Rochette-Iry's men shoot him?" "Why? Because the lie had already been well circulated," retorted Laurent, who could not meet this thrust by the indignant denial of the fact which he would have given yesterday. "Now I will ask you a question in my turn, monsieur. Granting for a moment the possibility of Eloiseler's ever doing such an incredible thing, what do you suppose he did it for? He must have had some motive." Rigault shook his head. "Ah, there you have me. Nobody knows that except, presumably, Colonel Richard." "And again," said Laurent eagerly, "do you think that a man who had sunk to such a depth as that would be likely to resist, at the risk of his life, the abominable inquisition about M. Du Tremblay's plans to which your colonel subjected him last Friday, when he was scarcely able to speak? Do you know that the proceeding all but killed him, and that by a few words, one word, he could have saved himself? If, as you pretend to believe, he betrayed his own men, why should he go to the last extremity not to betray du Tremblay? The imperialist shrugged his shoulders. Possibly because the necessary inducement, whatever it was lacking in this case. What the devil do you mean by that, monsieur? Asked Laurent, firing up. I don't mean anything in particular, replied the young officer. How could I? But I think the colonel was fully justified in expecting La Rochette to make no difficulty about deciphering those notes, and though perhaps he went rather far, you must remember that the knowledge of their contents, could we have had it, might have. Tell me, interrupted Laurent ruthlessly, was it purely for the sake of those cursed notes that your colonel wanted M. de La Rochette kept alive? Lieutenant Rigaud looked uncomfortable. Naturally the colonel was anxious for the information, and du Tremblay's name was at the top, and as La Rochette had. You admit it. Permit me to tell you then. No, I can't permit it, exclaimed Rigaud, interrupting in his turn, and somewhat heated. I can't stand here and listen to abuse of my commanding officer, and I can't call you to account for it because you are a prisoner. I think, monsieur, that you are rather taking advantage of your immunity. This view did silence the critic, who made some kind of apology, on which his companion observed that they had better not discuss Eloiseler any more. So for the rest of the time they spoke of other matters. Nevertheless, Laurent re-entered his place of captivity tingling with exultation, for there was no doubt that the royalists had scored heavily. Also, it was heaven to know that Giton was baffled and damaged. I hope you have enjoyed your walk, Monsieur de Courtommer, observed the phantom of Eloiseler, who was not asleep, but lying just as he had left him. Immensely, thank you. And I have brought you some very good news. Good news for me. The tone gave Laurent pause, but only for a moment. With much enthusiasm he repeated the tidings. For the first time the drawn face lit up. Chile. He has captured Chile. It is authentic, the news. Evidently. And he has you to thank for his success. Me to thank for his success. La Rochette was obviously startled. He might have had me to thank for his failure, but that, at least, has been spared me, he added, as if to himself. But, La Rochette, exclaimed the herald, somewhat carried off his feet, do you not realize that you almost gave your life to keep his secret inviolate? Perhaps I ought not to tell you, but it was touch and go with you afterwards, you know. If imperilet. But such a change had come over Aimar's face that Laurent was brought to a standstill. The visible relief, the more than relief, was wiped out in an instant, and without a word he put the back of his bandaged right wrist across his eyes. Laurent had laid too rash a hand upon Friday's bitter wound. Yet, out of his abhorrence of its author, a thing came to his lips which carried, in its unconscious boyishness and simplicity, a sort of balm of its own. For when, standing there embarrassed and hesitating, he suddenly blurted out, "That scoundrel has got a bullet or something in his leg, thank God." Eloiseler removed his screening arm and looked at him. And, to Laurent's surprise, the mouth which seemed to have forgotten how to smile relaxed after a moment into a semblance of amusement. "Monsieur de Courtommer," he said slowly, "I think you must have the gift of partisanship in excelsis." And, whether he or the young man standing above him made the first movement, their fingers certainly met. Chapter 4. The Captive Hawk. Although his back be at the WA. Another was the fauteur. Although his back be at the WA. Yet here's his health in water. He gat the scathe, he gat the scorn. I loe him but the better. Though in the muir I hide forlorn. I'll drink his health in water. Although his back be at the WA. Yet here's his health in water. Jacobite ballad. In short, sir, though you can be infernally provoking, it has been a pleasure to serve you. Stevenson, St. Ives. 1. M. Parrot, followed by an orderly with an armful of pillows, came briskly down the corridor one afternoon 10 days later, and entered a certain guarded room. "Well, my children, and what are you doing now?" he demanded benignantly of its inhabitants. "I am having my knowledge of English extended, sir," responded one of them from the bed, smiling faintly. "M. de Courtomer found an English book on the shelf there, and he is reading it to me." "Are those the pillows you promised me this morning?" He still looked extraordinarily bloodless, and even thinner, but there was more life about him. Laurent had got up, and stood glancing from M. Parrot to Eloiseler with an air of being rather proud of his charge. Indeed, today was an important milestone, having, a couple of days ago, been promoted from his recumbent position to about 3 pillows. La Rochette was now going to be propped up with many into a sitting posture for an hour or two, hence the orderly's load. And in a few minutes the little doctor and Laurent proceeded so to prop him. "You may feel a trifle giddy at first," remarked the former, surveying him critically. "When you are tired, ask your nurse to take them away again. And this is your English book?" Le Vicaire de Vacfeel. What is this Vacfeel, a place or a person? Once I could read English, though not speak it. I read the poet Shakespeare. "Monsieur Parrot," observed Laurent, "you are a mine of knowledge, and of everything desirable. And, as you have brought M. de la Rochette all those plump pillows, you could no doubt bring me what I want." "And what is that, my boy?" asked the surgeon, looking up from the pages of Goldsmith which, sitting on the edge of his patient's bed, he was turning over, his lips very much pursed. "A letter," responded M. de Courtomer. "A letter from a lady from my mother, in short. Though I do not know why you should play postman. I suppose that if I get a reply to mine, which I wrote a fortnight ago, it will come through the same channel, those gentlemen downstairs. You had left yours open, I suppose." "Yes, but I contrived to put in a good deal of what I wanted to say. And now I wish to hear how my dear mother is bearing my loss." "I cannot tell you that," replied the little doctor, twinkling, "but any ordinary or extraordinary outside news I can supply you with, if you are pining for it. Today, however, I have heard nothing in particular. But might you not get into trouble for telling us, if there were?" The bounce which M. Parrot gave shook the bed. "Sacre bleu, young man, am I a soldier? I thank God, no. Do I care, either, whether king or emperor rules this distracted country, provided he makes haste and does it, and I get my drugs delivered when I order them? If I could hope that those confounded diligence-robbing chans of yours had swallowed what I was having sent last week, I might feel consoled, for in that event some of those long-haired gentry would still be suffering from stomach-ache. But I have not forgiven the imperialists either for opening a case because they pretended to think it contained smuggled ammunition. There's nothing to choose between the adherents of either side. No, I am like a character in one of L.E. Shakespeare's plays, I forget which, but this book brings back my little English. He says, a propos of some quarrel, and I say it with him, a plague on bot Urises. The linguist making of the first noun a dissyllable with, as was natural, the continental a, and of the second the French word which means a horse cloth. Laurent stooped hurriedly to the floor after nothing in particular, and even Eloiseler bit his lip. Is not M. Parrot's pronunciation of English rather singular? He inquired after the doctor had gone. You are not always very polite about mine, but even I had not the faintest idea what he was saying just now. I should not have known myself, but that it was a quotation, confessed his instructor, laughing. "Are you comfortable like that? Not too high?" "Quite comfortable, but a little out of my bearings. Still, I was coming to know the geography of the ceiling rather over well. And now that I am thus erected, I suppose you will insist on my reading that book to myself? I wonder, Kurtamer, what is the next reformation that you will try to work on me, after my health and my English?" And, as he held out his blanched hand with its seamed wrist for the Vicar of Wakefield, he suddenly gave his companion a brief glimpse of his once enchanting smile. Laurent went red with pleasure. Yes, this was indeed a day to be remembered, the first time that Eloiseler had smiled in earnest since he was brought to Arbles. He gave him the book, and said that he did not really expect him to struggle with it. "But," said his charge, "I shall like to read more about this pastor who has his living wife's epitaph framed over his mantelpiece to encourage her in virtue. It seems to me that he must be a person of humor." Highly pleased at this unwanted manifestation of interest, Laurent sat down by the window. Captivity had hardly yet had time to be irksome, he had been too much occupied. But, even if La Rochetree's life no longer depended on his care, he had no visions of escape, though obviously the climb down from the unbarred window presented only one difficulty to a young and vigorous man, the sentry below. Laurent's heart, however, was chained for the present in this room, where he had acquired something personally more precious than what he had lost. It still seemed strange and wonderful to him that his hero had been given over to him like a child, like an infant, indeed, at one stage, requiring to be fed from a spoon. He was not so helpless now, though he was still very weak. But, since the day when they had come to an understanding, it was nothing but a pleasure to do things for him. And Eloiseler was so good, so patient, so grateful. All at once Eloiseler's own voice, with the lightness gone out of it, broke in on these reflections. "You were speaking just now about having written a letter, Comte. Have you writing materials there, and if so, might I?" "Of course," replied Laurent, jumping and fetching them. M. de la Rochette did not get on very fast, however, whether from physical or mental disabilities was not clear. At last his pencil ceased its labors altogether, and the writer put his head back against his high pillows. Perhaps the letter was a difficult one, it might well be. After a few minutes' inaction he tried again, added a word or two, and desisted a second time. Then he looked in Laurent's direction. "I am so sorry, Kurtamer," he said rather breathlessly. "I suppose it is these pillows, it's ridiculous, but I feel..." What he felt was pretty obvious now. Laurent grabbed away M. Perlet's erection and laid him flat again where, after a little, he got the better of his faintness. On this, rather to Laurent's surprise, he asked if he might dictate the rest of his letter, as he wanted to finish it. So Laurent retrieved the pencil and paper and sat down by the bed. Very little was on the paper. "Please read it over to me," said the writer. And Laurent read these words aloud. "My dear grandmother, you will, I expect, have heard that my little force was almost annihilated about 3 weeks ago, and you may have been wondering." Laurent looked inquiringly at the bed. "Why, you have had no news from me," finished its occupant slowly. And Laurent completed the sentence, trying to guess what the next would be. What could he tell his grandmother about his plight? "I was slightly wounded," resumed Aymar in a colorless tone, Laurent involuntarily raising his eyebrows as he transcribed this statement, "and am now a prisoner, but I have been and am very well looked after." He let his eyes dwell for a second on his amanuensis as he dictated this, and his voice had a different inflection though his expression did not change. "There is therefore no need for anxiety on my behalf." In the pause that followed, Laurent wondered whether it were of set purpose that he had not mentioned his place of captivity. Eloiseler resumed. Please tell Avoye that her letter reached me just before He paused again before I was captured. She will understand that I cannot answer it at present as I should have wished. And do not be uneasy if you do not hear from me again for some time. That is all, said the letter writer, suddenly appearing exhausted. If you will kindly give it to me, I will sign it. Well, there could hardly be a bolder letter of reassurance, thought Laurent. Shall I address it? He asked. If you please, said Eloiseler. Madame la Vicomtesse de la Rochette-Irie, Château de Cessignes, Prés Merliac. I am going to ask M. Perlet to post it. If he does not feel justified in doing so, I shall tear it up. It is not going through their hands downstairs. And, as Laurent assented sympathetically, he added, but I am afraid you will think that I am not a very candid person, de Courtomer. It would hardly be kind, however, to tell my grandmother the truth about my capture, would it? And there is no actual lie, as you can see, in that letter. Laurent grew hot in a moment. A faint, half-tortured amusement showed in the red-brown eyes. Well, perhaps M. Perlet will refuse to take it, and that will end the matter, said their owner. And Laurent had the strange idea that, on the whole, he would be glad of it. But M. Perlet, when asked next morning, made no bones about it at all, merely repeating his Shakespeare quotation rather more execrably than before. 2. It was, indeed, M. Perlet who reigned supreme over the affairs of the two prisoners, and, thanks to him, Eloiseler had the best of everything. Aubert, the impassive major, remained in command of the garrison during this fortunately prolonged absence of Colonel Gideon Aubert, who, according to Laurent, was a mere shell of a man and did not really exist. Certainly they never saw him, nor wished to do so. But with Lieutenant Rigaud Laurent was striking up quite a friendship. In these last 10 days M. de Courtomer had ceased to exercise himself deeply over the problem of Pont Auxiliary Rochers, though he had by no means ceased entirely to think about it. And even if speculation had quite died down, it would have been revived by two nocturnal surprises which occurred about this time. The first was a perfectly unheralded and abrupt ejaculation made by Eloiseler in his sleep one night. Laurent was lying wide awake when his companion's voice suddenly cut the silence with, "Tell the truth, de Fresne." That, and no more. After a second or two's amazement, Laurent tiptoed over to his bed to discover that he was, undoubtedly, talking in his sleep. But that clueless fragment, more like a command than an entreaty out of the brain which held the secret, which was busy with it, evidently, in dreams, had it given the name of the man whom Eloiseler was shielding at such cost, or had it not? Nor, having heard it as he did, dared Laurent ask. But 2 nights later he was wakened out of a very sound slumber to hear a thick and agonized voice saying in the darkness, "I shall never be there in time now. Get on, you brute. 6 miles yet. Oh God! Oh God!" Then came actual sounds of struggle, and Laurent jumped half terrified out of bed and struck a light, to find Aymar writhing about, repeating between clenched teeth, "I can't get my hands free, I can't get my hands free," and then, gasping, "Make them be quick about it, for God's sake." Laurent set down the candle and laid hold of the scarred wrists. "La Rochette-Irie, La Rochette-Irie, wake up! How dare you touch me?" cried the sleeper excitedly, trying to throw off the grasp, his eyes still shut. Then the bonds of nightmare suddenly loosed, and he opened his eyes and lay there panting. After a moment he put his hand to his damp forehead. "I was dreaming," he got out confusedly. "It was nothing. I am so sorry I disturbed you. If you would just take these ropes away." "No, what am I talking about? I am awake now, go back to bed, de Courtomer." But he could not, surely, have been thoroughly awake, for when Laurent, with an exclamation of "I believe you have started your shoulder bleeding," tore open his shirt and began to repair the slight mischief caused by the bandages having slipped. Imar, with a sudden gleam in his eyes, seized his wrists and tried mutely but passionately to hold him off. And Laurent could not bear to master him by force, as he might so easily have done. "La Rochette-Erie," he said, looking down at him almost sternly, "this is not worthy of you. Take your hands away." For a second the weak, half-frenzied grip tightened, then it relaxed altogether, and Eloiseler obeyed him to Laurent's secret amazement and turned his unhappy face away while measures were taken that the dressings should not slip a second time. In fact, when M. Perilet came next morning he exclaimed at his assistant's bandaging. "You might have been lashing something to a mast," he observed, and asked why his patient had not complained. But Imar said gravely, "I should not dare to question anything M. de Courtommer did to me. He is too commanding." And he gave the confused Laurent a look oddly compounded of sadness, mischief, and affection. 3. Another week passed. Laurent received a letter from his mother, containing sympathetic messages to Eloiseler, and the information that the aunts considered Laurent honored as sharing his captivity, both of which announcements Eloiseler had received very stiffly. And for the rest of the day he had looked. Laurent had seen that look before, but he had never put a name to it. He had looked haunted. That night, after Laurent was in bed, his fellow captive suddenly asked, "What was M. Perilet saying to you this morning about Napoleon's dispatching troops to the west?" "That something like 25 battalions of the line are being sent against Brittany and Vendée, besides cavalry and what not. It is flattering if only one were free." "If you were, yes. But I was only an aide-de-camp," faltered Laurent. "The more lucky you. You had no men to throw away." He was tormenting himself about those miserable éperviers of his, then those scoundrels who did not deserve it. It was not easy for Laurent to realize that Eloiseler's lost legion consisted of 2 parts: the victims of the disaster at the bridge, and those who had subsequently made their leader a victim, too, and he tended to confound them both in one burning horror and hatred. "Yvonne, for instance," went on the sad voice in the darkness, "Yvonne, who used to follow me like a dog, you remember, perhaps? My speaking of him in England, I do not know whether he is killed or a prisoner. He is just missing, like so many others." "I remember about Yvonne," said Laurent gently. The name brought the fairy tale back to him at once. "I suppose," he proceeded, almost without reflecting, "that the jardier is now in the possession of our friends downstairs. Much good may it do them. I noticed long ago, of course, that it was not on your arm." "The jardier!" exclaimed its late possessor, and gave a harsh little laugh. "No, the imperialists have not got it, nor my men either. I once told you that I put no faith in it, de Courtommer. Nevertheless, if I had it now, I should not be lying here, despised even by my enemies. No, I do not refer to the running water legend. I should rather say again, did I believe in the amulet at all, that the jardier had carried me safely through that river of yours. I wish it had not. Good night." Laurent lay silent after that, looking from his bed at the summer stars. Yes, there could be no doubt that Imar was bitterly regretting the too heavy sacrifice he had made. If only he would throw down the burden he had assumed. But what if he could not throw it down? What if he were entangled in a situation from which it was no longer in his power to extricate himself at will? If, by some trick of fate not anticipated when he took his generous resolution, he were a prisoner indeed, in the most terrible kind of captivity, and knew it. The idea came on Laurent like a blow over the heart, and Arcturus, pulsating out there in the limitless heavens, had passed out of sight before he made any effort after slumber. 4. But whatever truth there might be in Laurent's most unwelcome theory, Eloiseler's relapses into gloom and bitterness were separated by periods when someone resembling the old and charming Aymar was visible once more. After all, he was young, and Laurent, too, was younger still, and at times the youth of both of them surged up and over. Such a time was that day when, returning from his promenade on the terrace, Laurent announced to his companion that their captivity would henceforth be shared by a third individual, and then, at sight of his dismayed face, burst out laughing, and told him to wait until he had shown him the individual in question. He thereupon fetched a drinking glass, turned his back, and after a moment deposited on the bed, in this transparent prison, an enormous grasshopper, as green as a leaf. "Take it away," said Eloiseler, recoiling. "It will get out, and I don't want it on me." Laurent sat himself down on the bed, too. "No, it won't. Besides, I'm going to tame it. You know that it is de rigueur for prisoners to tame mice and spiders, and this is better, of such a pleasing sylvan color. I found him on the terrace. We will call him Vert Vert. The parrot in the poem could not have been greener. Ila tate beau, brilliant, lest et volage. Look how he is feeling about with those enormous horns." "Poor devil," said Aymar, studying the captive. "I should let it go again if I were you, de Courtomer." "Very well," quoth Laurent, and lifted the glass. "Not here, you imbecile." But Vert Vert, after 1 second's reflection, had vanished into space. Yet, as his color quickly betrayed him on the white quilt, he was recaptured without much difficulty at the foot of the bed, amid protests from its occupant, who did not, however, seem really annoyed, rather on the verge of being amused. And indeed it was through Vert Vert's agency that the next day was rendered remarkable, for it was the day on which Eloiseler actually laughed. Laurent had been racking his brains for the most striking means of introducing Vert Vert to M. Perrot's notice, the great difficulty, however, being that the lively insect would not stay where he was put. All at once an idea came to him. "I have it, Aymar," he exclaimed, and pulled himself up short as the name slipped out. "I beg your pardon." "Why?" asked Eloiseler, smiling. "I should like it. May I venture to do the same?" "Yes, indeed," said Laurent, coloring. And he added ingenuously, "I only wish my name were as beautiful as yours." "Is it beautiful?" asked its possessor, raising his eyebrows. "I never thought of it. There have been so many in our family since the first, who was a crusader. But go on with your plan for introducing M. Perrot to Vert Vert." Laurent was staring at him. That vivid impression of his own on his first entry to this room had justification then. He came back with a jump to his proposal. It needed some argument to get Aymar to agree to it, but when M. Perrot came into the room half an hour later, Laurent was chuckling to think how little one would have imagined that the grave young man who greeted him so demurely from his pillows was cherishing under the bedclothes, like any schoolboy, a large green grasshopper to let fly in his physician's face when he started to dress his wounds. Not only, indeed, had Eloiseler entered into this childishness, but he had, as the event showed, planned an improvement upon it. For he withheld the insect enclosed in his hand from M. Perrot altogether, and launched it instead, at an unexpected moment during the dressing of his shoulder, at his partner in guilt on the other side of the bed. Laurent started back with an exclamation as the ill-starred acrobat blundered against his chin and then fell into the little bowl of water which he held, and Aymar buried his face in the pillow, laughing like a boy. A slow smile came over M. Perrot's countenance as the situation dawned upon him. "Ah," he said to himself in a tone of satisfaction. "But if there are any more of the locustidae in your bed, Monsieur de la Rochetiere—" "Do forgive me, sir," pleaded Aymar, emerging from the pillow. "It was this follower of Buffon here. Oh, it's gone again, it's on me. Locustivoridis Sima, extremely agile, commented Perilet. For goodness sake get the insect under control again, Monsieur de Courtomer, if I'm ever to finish this dressing. 5. But Vert, who was to have enlivened their captivity, stayed with them only 3 days. On the third he sprang through the open window by Imar's bed and was no more seen. Imar blamed Laurent for letting him loose on the counterpane. Laurent retorted that the person under the counterpane was in charge. He was always in hopes of finding another on the terrace, but he did not succeed. The days went on. It was June now. Imar was slowly gaining strength, but he had not yet left his bed. Almost every day Laurent would read to him a little, but though he always had a courteous appearance of attention, the reader sometimes wondered whether he were really listening. He would occasionally read himself, but never for long. If one turned round after a while the book had invariably slipped from his hands, and he was lying absorbed in thought and looking haunted. It was impossible to pretend that Eloiseler was an exhilarating comrade of captivity. And though he made efforts, as was plain rather pathetic efforts to be cheerful, the gaiety which is pumped up from the depths of a heavy heart lacks sparkle. In fact, even ordinary conversation was often extremely difficult, for with a man under such a cloud and so sensitive, there was scarcely a subject in the past, present, or future which was not capable of wounding. Laurent's own short and uneventful history had always seemed an innocuous topic, but one day he wished he had not dilated even on that. He had been describing an incident in his childhood, when he thought he had lost his mother during a game of hide-and-seek in the garden, when Imar suddenly began, "My last recollection of my mother is of looking for her in a garden, at least I suppose you would call it a garden, though it had high walls round, and no flowers. But I did not find her ever." Laurent looked over at him with a kind of catch at the heart. Imar had taken out a spray of wallflower from the glass by his bed, and was holding it in his bloodless fingers. "I was in the prison Port Libre, you know," he went on, his eyes fixed on the flower, "with my mother and father and my uncle in '94. I was 5 years old then. My mother could not bear to leave me behind in our house in Paris when my father and she were arrested. She must have thought that they would not be detained long. My father was just my age when he was guillotined. Yes, I used to play in that flowerless garden when it was fine, and the summer of '94, I have been told since, was very fine. But the day they left me it was too hot to play. I think I must have had a headache, for I remember my mother dipping her handkerchief in water and putting it round my head, and kissing me a great many times. She was only a girl. I have the handkerchief still. And I looked for her that day in the garden, all round the great acacia tree that was there. I can see its rough, channeled bark now. I looked every day and I asked everybody. A week's delay would have saved them. They were executed on the 2nd of Thermidor." "And you afterwards?" asked Laurent with some difficulty. "After Robespierre's fall I was taken to my uncle's widow, who had not been arrested. She had one little girl, my cousin, now Madame de Villecresne. I was with my young aunt till she died of grief, as I know now 2 years later, and then my cousin and I went to our grandmother at Cessigny's. So you can imagine that a man with memories like mine—" And there he stopped and relapsed into silence, his hand closing convulsively over the wallflower, which Laurent found, later, on the floor, a mere crushed ball of petals. All the rest of the day he was haunted by a picture of a forlorn little auburn-haired boy in a prison, ceaselessly asking and looking for the mother who had left it for a narrower. And now he who had been that little boy was once more a captive, and once more robbed of the most precious thing he had. But Laurent was a captive, too, and often found it far from amusing to be cooped up summer day after summer day, when history was being made and battles fought without him. For that, as he gathered from Perilet, was precisely what was happening in Vendée, where, since mid-May, when the Marquis Louis de la Roche-Jaqueline had arrived from England and assumed the leadership, things had really been moving. And Brittany, Eloiseler's Brittany, where they were held fast, was full of activity, too. Even if, as seemed likely, the decisive conflict would take place on the northeastern frontier, it was very bitter to be debarred from playing any part in this local struggle which, after all, was occupying many thousands of troops which Napoleon could well have utilized elsewhere for that great decision. But not so bitter for him, Laurent recognized, as for his fellow captive. At times, for Aymar's sake, he really dreaded M. Perilet's jovial, "Well, so your brigands have taken Redon," or, "I hear that your general-in-chief is in straits for want of ammunition," since both good and bad tidings had almost equal power to stab the leader whose men had already been so uselessly sacrificed. 6. On June 9th, more than 5 weeks after he had been brought to the chateau, Aymar was at last allowed to leave his bed, and sat in an armchair looking, so Laurent privately thought, 10 times as gaunt and hollow-eyed as he had done between the sheets. Indeed, his quite natural state of weakness was a considerable disappointment to Eloiseler as well as to his nurse, since at first his legs would not support him for an instant. However, on the second day he managed to walk round the room between M. Perilet and Laurent, and shortly afterwards was clad in a suit of clothes belonging to the absent owner of Arbles, for every garment of his own, except his boots, had had to be destroyed. Though this did not fit him, in cut and texture it was well enough, and to Laurent it was a great thing to see his charge clothed. He cherished visions of taking him before long for a walk on the terrace. But on the whole Eloiseler was even more depressed than he had been while in bed, and Laurent wondered whether this was due to the disappointment of finding himself so unexpectedly weak. He had hoped that his friend was getting the better of these periods of gloom, and now the haunted look was more apparent than ever. "I wish to goodness that he would tell me the whole story and have done with it," he thought, almost in despair, after a few days of this, as he went down one afternoon for his constitutional. He half promised that he would, some day. It would be so much better if he talked about it instead of eternally brooding over it. Two heads might perhaps see a way out. Personal matters apart, Laurent himself had really more cause for depression at the moment than La Rochette-Eyrie. For only this morning had M. Perilet brought them the news of the death of the Marquis de la Roche-Jaqueline in a skirmish, a calamitous loss to the Vendéan royalists. It had indeed greatly shocked the late Vendéan aide-de-camp. On the other hand, the good doctor reported a victory of Soult de Grisals, the Breton general-in-chief, on June 10th, which had opened for him the way to the sea, and to the reception of much-needed arms from England. But this had not cheered Eloiseler. Rigaud and another young officer were already strolling on the terrace when his guard deposited Laurent there. The former hailed him, the latter he had met once or twice, and the three took a turn up and down together. "Pleasant weather," remarked Rigaud. "I'm glad, Monsieur de Courtommer, that you get at least this taste of it. He's a very thoughtful old boy, the Sieur Perilet. By the way, I hear that Saint Sebastian is out of bed at last." Laurent stopped dead and looked him in the face. "I don't know to whom you are referring, monsieur," he said sharply. But the red which had mounted to his cheek showed that he had at any rate a very good idea. "No offense," said Rigaud lightly. "The name is not of my originating. Though, parbleu, it is, from all accounts, strikingly appropriate," murmured the other officer. "It is in strikingly bad taste," retorted Laurent, turning upon him. And as the culprit did not appear penitent, but had a subdued grin on his face, he added, "I did not come out here to listen to offensive conversation," and began to move haughtily away. But Rigaud came after him. "It is I who ought to apologize, Monsieur de Courtommer," he said hastily. "I do apologize, sincerely. It slipped out without my meaning. It. Laurent writhed. Evidently the officers of the garrison were in the habit of referring to Aymar by this title, and it was, horribly, appropriate. Therein lay its offensiveness. The other officer made a half-laughing apology, too, and saluting, went off. Laurent looked after him, frowning. "I must say you are a staunch champion," came Rigault's voice in his ear. "Please don't think I am insincere when I say that I admire you for it. Really, I hope I should be the same in your place. Saint St. La Rochette-Iri is your friend, and if a man does not believe his friend when he assures him that he is innocent, well..." But Lieutenant Rigault's magnanimous attempt to take another's point of view fell disappointingly flat. For Laurent, biting his lip, was now frowning at the gravel of the terrace. It was an odd moment for the thought to strike him for the first time in all these weeks, that was exactly what his friend had never done. Aymar never had assured him, in so many words, that he was innocent. He shook off the impression in a moment, for why should Aymar have told him a thing of which, as he knew, Laurent was already convinced? And when he returned to their joint apartment he had forgotten it. Aymar, lying back in his armchair by the window, doing nothing, exactly as he had left him, appeared so averse to conversation that Laurent gave up the attempt, and took up instead the Vicar of Wakefield, which he himself was rereading at odd moments, for the English lessons had soon been discontinued. It had not taken Laurent long to find out that his pupil's interest in them was only simulated, probably for his sake. The innocent and amiable volume now opened of itself at the beginning of chapter 22, and Laurent found himself reading these words in large type: "None but the guilty can be long and completely miserable." They were only one of Goldsmith's sententious chapter headings, but they might have been the inscription on Belshazzar's palace wall. Laurent was suddenly mesmerized, and remained staring at them. He did not ask whether what they stated was axiomatically true, it was only that it fitted in so diabolically with all the profound depression of the last few days, with the whole attitude, even, of that silent figure now leaning its head on its nerveless hand, not even looking out of the window at the allurements of June. And the page cast up at him further accusing scraps. Grief seemed formed for continuing anxiety had taken strong possession. Nothing gave her ease in company, she dreaded contempt, in solitude she only found anxiety. Long and completely miserable, none but the guilty. Good God, what was he thinking? Hot and cold by turns, Laurent flung the Vicar of Wakefield violently on his bed. His action had at least the result of rousing Aymar, for it made him jump. 7. Next day, when Laurent came back from the terrace, he walked into an empty room. Aymar was not there. One pang of wild dismay and, turning quickly, he inserted his foot into the closing door. "Where is M. de la Rochette-Iri?" he demanded fiercely of the sentry. "A guard came and took him downstairs about half an hour ago," replied the man. "I must shut this door, sir." "Took him downstairs," ejaculated Laurent. "Downstairs? In heaven's name, why?" "The colonel is back, and wished to see him, some kind of a council, I think." "I shall get into trouble, sir, if you don't allow me." "I have a good mind to go down after him," declared Laurent, the light of combat coming into his eyes. "No, all right," he added, as the empty-handed sentry thereupon made a grab for his musket. And he turned away. Getting back and sending for Eloiseler. What could it mean? The cipher business again? No, that was all over. Oh, damn that scoundrel, why did he come back? Why did he not die of that ball in his leg? And, as to making Aymar go downstairs in his present condition, when he had never done more than walk a little about this room, well, they would certainly have to carry him up again. It would set him back for ages, and Perillet was away for a couple of days, too. Thus Laurent fumed. But Aymar was not carried back, though when at last he came in he looked scarcely able to stand, and leant against the door for a moment with closed eyes, clutching the handle. Laurent, thinking he was going to fall, hurried to him. Aymar, he began, putting out an arm. But Aymar brushed aside his proffered assistance with small courtesy, and, staggering past him to his own bed, sat down, gripping the edge of it with both hands. Laurent took one glance at him and poured out brandy. "Those stairs," he muttered furiously. "Madness. Drink this, and lie down quickly." But Aymar did not seem to see the glass he held out. He was staring in front of him with eyes like live coals, his breath coming very fast, and in a moment Laurent realized that, as well as being physically spent, he was quivering with rage. "You must take this, Aymar," he repeated. The eyes blazed at him then. "You are becoming a veritable old woman, de Courtomer. There are times when one would really prefer to be allowed to lie down and perish in peace." After which ungracious remark he took the brandy from the slightly stunned Laurent, drank it off impatiently, and, pulling himself completely onto the bed, subsided there. Laurent went and looked out of the window, undeniably wounded, but telling himself that something extremely unpleasant had been taking place downstairs, and that a man on the borderline of endurance will sometimes strike out at the very person he would least desire to hurt, if that person be on the spot. Nor had he ever judged Aymar's to be a very patient nature. He stole a look at him now, and saw that he was lying face downwards. For the first time he realized what an affliction it must be never to have solitude in hours of strain. But as he could not take himself off, he tried to bury himself in a book. It might have been 10 minutes later, or 20, that Aymar suddenly turned over and raised himself on an elbow. "I want to ask your pardon for the way I spoke to you just now, Laurent," he said, in a voice not quite free from constraint. "I hope you know that I did not mean it for an instant. I was annoyed, but not, God knows, with you." The blood seemed to come back to Laurent's heart again. "Of course I knew that you did not mean it," he replied cheerfully. "I saw that you were annoyed." And, longing to ask why, but not quite daring, he took refuge in a triviality. "Convalescents are allowed to be irritable. So, if it means that you are getting stronger, you are welcome to call me an old woman as much as you like." Aymar struggled off the bed back to his sitting posture on the edge. "Did I really say that? I deserve to be—" He stopped abruptly, and a wave of red passed over his colorless face. It became still more somber. He shut his mouth tight, and dragging himself to his feet went over to the window, stood a moment looking out, and then let himself fall into the big chair there. "Laurent," he said presently, "as an excuse for my rudeness and ingratitude I will tell you why they had me down." But there was struggle in his voice, and with one hand he was twisting a tassel of the chair. It was the same thing over again. "Colonel Gitton asked me what I meant to do henceforward, since I could hope for no mercy from my own side. He was therefore kind enough to promise me a commission with his." And, as Laurent made an angry exclamation, he went on, "But that is nothing new. Have you forgotten his visit here that day? Only this time it was much more public." He caught his breath for a second. "And this time he did not, I think, really expect me to accept. Then they went through my few papers at great length, and questioned me about them. That's all. Don't ask me any more about it." He put his head back in the chair, his arms fell to his sides. Laurent, kneeling by him, carried away on far too deep a tide of anger and pity to remember his own recent repulse, began to chafe the cold hands, cursing under his breath the man who had devised so public an indignity. For a moment Aymar roused himself. Coals of fire, he said, looking at him with a world of expression in his tragic eyes. Yes, as Gittin announced just now, shooting is too good for me. 8. They were nearer to each other that evening than they had ever been before. Afterwards, Laurent thought that had Aymar not been so spent in body and so quivering in soul, he would probably have told him his secret. As it was, he lay silent on his bed and watched the sky through the window, and Laurent watched him, and had a kind of happiness from it. But at the same time he was deeply uneasy. What would that devil do next, now that he was back? He had not waited long to strike. But, short of imprisoning them in different rooms, a most distasteful possibility, the young man did not see what he could do. It was about 2 o'clock next afternoon, a little before the time when Laurent usually took his walk on the terrace, that steps outside the door roused him from the book he was reading. "My escort," he said with a yawn. "The fellows are early." But there entered instead Colonel Gittin. Laurent's heart descended to his boots. Aymar immediately pulled himself out of his chair, and stood looking out of the window. "Good afternoon, Monsieur de Courtommer," said the Bonapartist, taking on his side no notice of Eloiseler. "A pleasant day, is it not?" He came forward into the room, limping a little, as Laurent was delighted to see. "You have not yet gone out for your constitutional, then? It was really à propos of that I came to suggest that you should, if you wished, have liberty to extend it." "You are very kind, Monsieur le Colonel," murmured Laurent, taken aback. "In fact, I have been reflecting that it would perhaps be more agreeable for you to become a prisoner on parole altogether now." "But why should I suddenly become a prisoner on parole?" "Because," responded the Colonel, showing his teeth in his false smile, "you will henceforward be alone in captivity, and, as an alleviation, I thought—" "Alone?" exclaimed Laurent, glancing at the figure against the window. He did mean to separate them, then. "Yes," said the Imperialist. "You are going to lose your patient today. I am afraid that we cannot keep him any longer, Monsieur de la Rochette-Irie." Aymar was forced to turn round. He wore an icy and disdainful face. "Here, Monsieur," said the Colonel, advancing to the table, "are most of the papers and all the money and other effects found on you after your unfortunate experience in the Bois des Fauvets. We had the pleasure of going through the former together yesterday. Here, in particular, is a letter which I am sure you will be very glad to recover. There is now nothing to keep you longer from the fair writer unless, of course, she has rather stricter views on honor than yours." And, with his eyes on him, he laid a purse, a leather case, and a stained letter on the table. Aymar had not moved from the window. But at the last words Laurent saw his hands shut themselves with a jerk. After a very tense second he demanded curtly, "Why are you giving me back those things?" "Because it is usual to return his effects to a liberated prisoner, and you are free, Monsieur de la Rochette-Irie." "Free?" exclaimed Eloiseler, taking a step forward. "Free?" echoed Laurent, not believing his ears. "You are surprised, Monsieur de Courtommer?" inquired the Colonel suavely, turning to him. "But of what advantage can it be to us to house, feed, and give medical attendance to this gentleman any longer? After yesterday's interview we have no choice but to ask him to seek lodging elsewhere. As it is highly improbable that he will find it among his own friends, we do not run any risk in this step. I regret, Monsieur de la Rochette-Irie, that with these possessions I cannot return to you your sword. You had, I fancy, already been deprived of it before your accident." And at that Aymar strode forward to the table. "If you were only a gentleman I would call you out for that," he said, in a voice of intense and quiet fury, and he looked so dangerous that Laurent all but made a movement to intervene. Any gentleman would hold me absolved from accepting your challenge if you sent it, retorted the Bonapartist, undisturbed. I think you will realize that state of affairs when you are free, Monsieur le Vicomte. Be ready, please, to leave this room in a quarter of an hour. In the stunned silence brought about by his last words, he turned as if to go, then, apparently remembering something, swung round again, and, putting his hand into his pocket, took out a small object. The reward of martial valor, if I mistake not, he said drily, looking down at it and evidently reading off the phrase. Then he lifted his eyes to his released prisoner, and, taking the little object from the palm of one hand, held it out dangling from the finger and thumb of the other. Laurent then saw what it was: Aymar's cross of St. Louis, held out to its owner in silence, but with a look and a smile which made a more hateful commentary than any words. Colonel Gitton, who had come in person to announce his decree, intended that Eloiseler should be made to receive his dishonored decoration from him in person, and that, in fact, was what did happen, for after a moment or two of waiting Aymar was obliged to advance and take the order from the outstretched hand. And, having forced him to this, the colonel turned away with a broadening of his contemptuous smile. But Laurent managed to intercept him before he got to the door. Monsieur le Colonel, he protested, you cannot do such an inhuman thing. It is unheard of. M. de la Rochette is only just out of a sick bed where he has lain, as you know, in danger of his life. He can hardly stand. He is not fit to travel. It is little short of murder. The dragoon shrugged his shoulders. That is not my business, Monsieur de Courtommer. We have returned him his money. It is open to him to procure further medical care. I do not think, however, he added with a sneer, that he will go to the nearest royalist headquarters for it. That might lead him to a beech tree again. Anyhow, Monsieur le Comte, I am sorry to deprive you of his society, as you seem to like it. So, if you care to give me your parole, I'll see you in hell first, cried Laurent, exploding. And the force of his passion was such that he barely heard the colonel, with a darkened and furious face, saying something, as he went out, about the place in which he would shortly find himself. And Aymar? Aymar had laid down the cross near his other little possessions, and with bowed head was supporting himself, close to the table, by the back of a chair. As soon as he heard the door close, he dropped into the chair, put his elbows on the table, and covered his face. The next moment his hands slid, locked, from his face, and his head went down on his outstretched arms. Aymar, said Laurent in an almost awestruck voice, he cannot mean this. It's impossible. No answer except that given by the objects lying on the table near the humiliated head. The obscurest soldier would have been too valuable to the other side to release, but Eloiseler was henceforth worthless. They could safely afford themselves the satisfaction of flinging him out. And the realization of this had beaten him to his knees. It is impossible, repeated Laurent, but with less assurance. Did he threaten this yesterday? The bronze head stirred, and then raised itself. But Aymar's expression was dazed, and after staring at him a moment he dropped his face again on his arms. A wave of fierce, indignant pity surged over Laurent. Yes, that butcher and devil had knocked him out of time. Mercifully he could not witness his achievement. He knelt down and threw an arm across the bowed shoulders. Aymar, he said desperately, let us think what is to be done. There is not very long. But Aymar said in a choked voice, I wonder you can bring yourself to touch me. As an answer to that, Laurent put his arm closer about him. Do you think I pay a moment's heed to what that blackguard said? I have your secret. But, Aymar, the cost is too heavy. The locked hands twisted a moment. The cost, my God, the cost, said the voice brokenly. Then Eloiseler lifted his head, his eyes fixed on the window. You still think that of me? You will not think it much longer. Am I so changeable? Asked Laurent gently. He possessed himself of a hand. Yes, Aymar, the cost is too heavy. It is more than one man ought to pay for another. It is not right. I do implore you to reconsider, now, and clear yourself. There was no answer for a moment. Eloiseler's hand lay impassive in his. He put his other over his eyes. Then, between a gasp and a sigh, he said, I cannot clear myself. Laurent set his teeth. His fingers closed on the faintly scarred wrist. I have thought that sometimes, he answered. You have got entangled in another's dishonor. Then, as I am a living man, that other shall clear you. Tell me, who is this de Fresne who would not admit the truth? Aymar's hand dropped from his eyes. He looked at the speaker with haggard astonishment. De Fresne, where did you hear his name? And without giving him time to reply, he went on, Oh, my dear Laurent, you are on the wrong road. No, de Fresne was the victim, not the culprit. The truth. A little shudder went through him, and he withdrew his hand from Laurent's grasp. I have no one but myself to thank for my situation. That is the truth. I ought to have told you everything before this, and now there is no time. He took a deep breath. How much longer? I must be ready. Only a few minutes more, faltered Laurent, glancing away to the clock. No one but myself to thank. If he would only give him the clue. But this was not the moment. If in a few instants Aymar de la Rochette was to be thrust out from the shelter of a roof, some preparation must be made. But what preparation? He had nothing but the ill-fitting clothes he wore. And as to provisions, there were none in the room. Laurent sprang up from his knees. You must take my cloak. There is brandy in the flask, I think. Your cloak, repeated Aymar tonelessly. It is uniform. I cannot wear it. He pulled himself to his feet and stood looking down at his returned possessions. What am I to do with these? He said, as though to himself, touching them stupidly. But as he took up the letter, a spasm of pain came over his face. I know what I will do with this. Have you a tinderbox there? Laurent gave him his. With hands whose shaking he tried vainly to control, Aymar at last obtained a light, set fire to the stained letter, and held it flaming till it fell in flakes on the table, till his own hand was almost burned. And Laurent stood dumb before an agony of soul which he felt to be as consuming as the mounting flame that was so strange in the daylight, and before the immediate vision of his own great loss. In a few moments, unless it were a cruel jest of authority, his friend would be torn from him. It was quite possible that he should never see him again. And in that second he took his resolve. If he got a bullet in him, if he broke his neck over it, he would leave the Chateau Arbles himself that night. Aymar, he said abruptly, tell me quickly in what direction you will go, for I mean to follow you. Direction, repeated Aymar, staring at the ashes of the letter. Direction I don't know. Just away somewhere where they do not know me. A firing party would have been so much more merciful, he added to himself. He slowly put his money and the wallet into one pocket, while Laurent, with smarting eyes, slipped the brandy flask into the other. The cross, with the laurel-encircled sword uppermost, still lay on the table by the ashes of the letter, only a small piece of its red ribbon, oddly jagged and torn, still adhering to it. Aymar looked down at it. Perhaps you would rather not have any remembrance of me, a man who can be insulted with impunity, he said, his lip curling. But, if you care to, will you take this? And he suddenly held out the decoration to his companion. Laurent was staggered. Aymar was too stunned, of course, to realize what he was doing. He caught him by the arm. "No," he cried fervently. "What? Take what you won so gloriously, and will wear again as gloriously someday. Put it in your pocket, Aymar. I want no remembrance of you, for we shall not long be separated. I mean to escape from Arbles tonight and follow you. But I must know in what direction you intend to go." Eloiseler did mechanically put the order into a pocket, but to the question he shook his head. "Have you not heard that neither side will give me shelter?" "For God's sake, don't talk like that," cried Laurent. "Do you not realize that in your state you cannot walk half a mile? Will you go to the inn in the village, and we can arrange? No, I have a better idea. Of course you will go to M. Perilet. Why did I not think of that before? Then you will be properly cared for. Aymar, go there at once, anyone will direct you to his house." But Aymar once more shook his head. "He is away. I would not ask such a favor of him if he were at home. I cannot install myself there in his absence." "Very well, then, the inn, and we must arrange quickly how I am to meet you when I escape." For the first time Aymar showed animation. "When you escape? My dear Laurent, you are much more likely to find yourself a prisoner in earnest tonight. That man will not forgive your outburst." "Oh, Laurent, why did you do it? For heaven's sake, listen, Aymar. Will you go to the village till I—" "The village? To face the soldiers? Enough that I shall have to face them here and now," he added, as a heavy tread was audible along the corridor. They both listened for a second. "It does not matter where I go," went on Aymar. "You will never see me again, Laurent. So much the better. I would not have you touched with the shadow of my disgrace. For what you have been to me I cannot even thank you." He held out his hand rather blindly. "I have taken so much from you and repaid it so ill." There throbbed in the last words a veritable naked nerve of pain, more than Laurent could comprehend. All he knew was that he had enough pain of his own. As the tread stopped, and voices were heard outside the door, he caught his friend by the shoulders. "I shall see you again, I shall find you. I am coming after you tonight. This is only au revoir, Eloiseler." And he kissed him on both cheeks. "No, it is adieu," replied Aymar, his hands on the hands that held him, as if to disengage himself. But all at once Laurent felt himself pulled closer. His friend's, his hero's head was down for a moment on his shoulder, and he heard, close to his ear, the whispered words, "Try to go on believing that I am not a traitor. Farewell," an appeal in one. Then the clasp loosened, and he himself turned to see 4 soldiers with fixed bayonets coming through the door. He was dully surprised. Had they expected resistance? Aymar drew himself up, and looked at them gravely. The quiet personal dignity which it seemed impossible for him ever quite to lose shone out the more clearly, as he braced himself to meet fresh humiliation so clearly, in fact, that the escort, rather surprisingly, saluted him. But to Laurent the scene was horribly that of a man going out to execution. Had La Rochetre's father, just my age when he was guillotined, worn an air like that? But no one had thrown mud at him. Aymar gave his friend an unforgettable look and held out his hand once more. "Adieu," he said again. Laurent wrung the hand hard. "I shall follow," he repeated, slowly and clearly, in English. The next moment the door was locked again, the tramp of feet was dying away, and Laurent was alone in the room which never yet, save for a short space yesterday, had he known destitute of Aymar's presence. Chapter 5. Free with a Broken Wing. I swear I will not ask your meaning in it. I do believe yourself against yourself, and will henceforward rather die than doubt. Tennyson, Geraint, and Enid, 1. The first moments of Laurent's grief were savage. He stood for some time at the window, his hands clenched together before him, his head against the grey paneling at the side, choking down the spasms of grief and fury which rose in his throat. He could not bear to look at the silent room. At last he stumbled over to Aimar's deserted bed and flung himself there, face downwards. God only knew where Aimar would lie tonight. But very soon his mind was plotting the details of his own escape. This window here by Aimar's bed, after dark, because it looked out round the corner, not on the facade, it would be quite easy. If he could only have elicited from Eloiseler where he intended to go. But Aimar seemed to have no plan. How could he? The fiat had been to them both like an unforeseen sentence of death. Laurent stirred and gripped the pillow, Aimar's pillow, where his face was buried. The remembrance of the offer of Aimar's cross, a deathbed action, was not comforting. That Aimar could attempt such a thing showed. What did it show? Laurent clutched the pillow harder. For Eloiseler had at last definitely confessed that he could not clear himself. Did he then know himself to be irretrievably ruined over this black business, in which, after all, that shadowy de Fresne had not played the villain? And could it be that in consequence he contemplated taking his own life? Was that why he had tried to bestow on his friend that significant gift, and was that why he had said, "You will never see me again"? Laurent sprang up and threw open the window by the bed. The sentry very rarely paced round this corner. If he did, there was a convenient bush almost under the window. And the prisoner had not wasted his opportunities for observation during his walks on the terrace, so that he knew roughly the extent and lie of M. d'Arbel's domain, was aware that it was not hampered with walls, and had a very good idea at what points the sentries were posted. But there were hours yet to get through before dark. At about 8 o'clock, as he was sitting in gloom and fever, watching the rain which had now come on, there unexpectedly entered to him Lieutenant Rigault. He looked concerned and somewhat shamefaced, but Laurent soon discovered that this embarrassment was not, as he at first supposed, on Aimar's account, but on his, Laurent's. The colonel, it appeared, had given orders that one of the old dungeons which survived from the original chateau was to be prepared for M. de Courtemer's reception, but this retreat was in such a condition that it could not be ready till the morrow. Rigault feared, however, that this would be M. de Courtemer's last night in his present quarters. Laurent, who was privately of the same opinion, while thanking him for the interest he took in his fate, intimated that he considered no dungeon was deep enough for Colonel Gitton to expiate the turning out of a wounded prisoner, scarcely able to stand, to die, perhaps, of exposure. But the young chasseur, while admitting that this had seemed to him rather inhuman, asked whether Laurent, in their place, would be disposed to condone treachery by making much of a traitor. "Making much of," exclaimed Laurent contemptuously. "You haven't run much risk of that at Arbel's, have you? What about yesterday's proceedings? Were you there?" "We all were. We had to be orders." "But do not go away with the idea, pray, Monsieur de Courtemer," as Monsieur de Courtemer bent upon him a very pregnant look, "that the colonel had it all his own way at that interview. There is not much of the early Christian martyr about the modern Saint Sabas, I beg your pardon. He said some pretty stinging things himself. He could hardly say anything stinging enough in reply to that suggestion that he should accept a commission with you. Oh, he simply said he would rather die than do that." "It was not very judicious," commented Rigault reflectively, "because then the colonel was able to retort, 'I dare say you would rather like me to have you shot, since you think, no doubt, that the balls of an enemy firing party would efface the marks of your own. I should never do that. A soldier's death is too good for you.' And," finished the young officer, as Laurent flushed hotly, "if the facts are as Colonel Richard reported them, I quite agree with that opinion. If you talk till next year, monsieur, retorted Laurent scornfully and impolitely. You would not get me to believe that it is Colonel Gitton's excessive high-mindedness which has led him to do what he has done today. He has never forgiven M. de la Rochette for balking him over Du Tremblay's plans. There is personal vengeance behind his abominable action. Yes, said Rigaud thoughtfully, I believe you are right. It is not so much what La Rochette has done, as what he refused to do. But, with regard to his turning out, he had his money, you know, Monsieur de Courtommer. He could have gone to the village inn, if he had chosen, instead of starting off to nowhere along the Saint Carré-Dec road. Laurent became very attentive. He went along the Saint Carré-Dec road. Yes. He turned to the right at the chateau gates. You are sure of that? Naturally, I am interested to know where he has gone. Naturally. Yes, I know he did. The fact is, said Lieutenant Rigaud, looking out of the window, that I happened to be in the avenue at the time by pure chance. I assure you, I was not there as a spectator of misfortune. Well, when La Rochette got to the gates he had no escort, then the sentry would not let him pass. Evidently he had no orders to that effect. I foresaw that he might be turned back, and have to come up the avenue again, and that would have been cruel. So I hurried down and told the sentry that he was released, and I saw, therefore, that he turned along the Saint Carré-Dec road. At that absence of explicit orders intentional, he felt sure Laurent had ground his teeth. And how many had been in the avenue to watch him? I wonder he ever reached the gates at all, he muttered savagely. Did he look very much exhausted? I must confess that I would not have backed him to go much farther, admitted the young imperialist. Indeed, I think he was holding on to the gate when I got there, but when he saw me he stood up straight and thanked me very civilly. He paused a moment, and then added, it seemed against his will. I admit that I am puzzled by him. I cannot square what he has done with what he seems to be. But Laurent was not so elated by this confession as he might have been in earlier days. What did it matter now? He said nothing, and Rigaud went on. I watched him to the bend about a furlong as he was walking very slowly, but fairly steadily. What is along that road? Inquired Laurent in a gloomy and exasperated voice. Nothing till you come to Saint Carré-Dec. It is not a high road, properly speaking, but the country people sometimes use it. La Rochette might get a lift in a farmer's cart. And if not? I don't know, replied the other, also rather gloomily. He gave a short sigh. I wish it had not happened. As to the Colonel's intentions with regard to you, we are going to raise a strong protest directly there is a chance of being listened to, so we must hope for the best. To this evidence of good feeling Laurent made no response whatever. He was with Aymar in the rain, on the road that led to nowhere. Rigaud went to the door. And when Laurent, staring forlornly through the blurred window, said to himself, if only I knew where he was, he had really forgotten the imperialist's presence. He was reminded of it by a touch on the shoulder. The young officer had recrossed the space between them. And he now remarked to the prisoner in a rather strange and hurried voice, the windows of this room are only 16 feet from the ground. I calculated that they would be about that, returned M. de Courtommer. And then, suddenly realizing what a surprising thing had just taken place, he turned and stared at the speaker. Lieutenant Rigaud of the garrison of Arbles got noticeably red, somehow found the captive's hand, gulped out very low good luck, and bolted for the door. 2. Many times during the last few weeks had Laurent told himself how easy it would be to escape from captivity if he were ever to cast his thoughts that way. Yet, in the event, the simplicity of his departure rather staggered him, for, 20 minutes after he had clung bat-like to the sill of the window by which Vert also had left the chateau, he was outside the domain of MLE Baron d'Arbles altogether, and was creeping, with looks to right and left, along the dim pallor of the St. Caradec road. He had encountered no obstacles of any kind whatever, and only a minute or so of suspense, while the sentry stood meditating on the other side of the bush which momentarily concealed the acrobat after his drop. It was a dark night, which would have been auspicious for an ordinary fugitive, but was not so fortunate for a fugitive who was searching for someone else. However, Aymar must be somewhere along this road, always supposing that he had not got a lift, because he would never have had the strength to climb its high banks even if he wished to leave it. But soon, a little to Laurent's dismay, the bank and hedge on his left broke into what seemed to be a thicket of some extent. Instantly he felt sure that Aymar had turned in there, and that he should find him. He went in. But under the trees it was so dark that he began to stumble. He listened, but only heard gently running water. He called very softly but without result. He dared not go on for fear Eloiseler should be there after all, asleep or unconscious, yet he could not search the thicket thoroughly, until it grew lighter. So, feeling, unreasonably enough, that he was somehow betraying his quest, he lay down in a dry ditch and presently swam off into an uncomfortable slumber. But before the first thrush began he had hunted through every foot of the coppice. Eloiseler was not there, not a trace of him. All these hours, then, had been wasted, while Aymar, in what plight was he by now? The night had not been warm. Horribly disappointed and anxious, Laurent stood on the side of the thicket farthest from Arbles and surveyed the prospect. The tiny wood gave on to rolling country, fields of large extent. He could not free himself from the conviction that Aymar had been in the wood at some time, if only to rest. By which way would he have left it in that case, by the fields or by the road? It seemed to Laurent that he must search both exits. He resolved that he would first cover a section of the road, the more hazardous proceeding, for himself, and then search the field back again to the copse. After that it would become a choice between the next section of the road and the open country. Looking to see that the coast was clear, he ran cautiously up the road, glancing to either side as he went. It was perfectly empty save for a meditative rabbit in the middle, who whisked off at his step. It gave, in fact, in the morning stillness, between its holly hedges, the impression of not being meant for human foot at all. He clambered over a gate into the field, and was just setting his face once more for the thicket, when something about a haystack not far off caught his eye. Part of it had been sliced away, but not completely, so that there still remained, about 2 feet from the ground, a ledge rather wider than a man's body. And on this ledge a man was lying. Laurent stood stock still, his heart thumping suffocatingly. The next moment he was at the refuge so nearly missed. Aymar was lying slightly curled up, his face towards the wall of hay, his head pillowed on his bent arm as a tired boy might lie. Laurent stooped over him. Yes, thank God, he was breathing naturally. In fact, he seemed to be sound asleep. But he looked deadly weary. Laurent touched his left hand, lying loosely on his breast. It was very cold. So he took off his own coat and spread it over him, and, reluctant to wake him yet, squatted down beside him on the grass just out of his line of vision, and said to himself contentedly, I knew I should find him. He had not been there, however, for more than 5 minutes or so when the sleeper stirred, sighed, and woke, then, realizing that there was a covering over him where covering had been none, raised himself on an elbow and gazed round in bewilderment. Good morning, observed Laurent, getting up and coming into view. I have kept my word, you see. And I have brought you your breakfast. Voluntarily or involuntarily, he had adopted a thoroughly British method of cloaking his feelings. Aymar gave an exclamation and, falling back against the hay, stared as if he hardly knew him. At last, rather weakly, he began to laugh. "I told you I should do it," said Laurent cheerfully, very much pleased with the success of his little coup de theatre. But on that he suddenly found himself deprived of further speech. He went down on his knees by the ledge of hay and mutely embraced him, French fashion, after which he began to fumble in his pocket for the provisions he had brought, the major part of his own supper. "How did you do it, Laurent, how did you do it?" Aymar was asking incredulously. "I climbed out of the window," responded the adventurer briefly. "Have you had anything to eat since you left yesterday?" "I was not hungry. I had the brandy, you know." "Heavens above, you must be starving. Eat this quickly." "No, first is the eau de vie in this pocket." "Always that brandy flask," commented Aymar, trying to smile, as, supporting himself on an elbow, he took the little cup. But his hand shook so much that Laurent caught it from him with an exclamation, and, seating himself on the ledge, slipped an arm round his ex-patient and supported him while he held the cup to his lips. There was reawakened fury in his heart. "This is like old times," remarked Eloiseler, and lay still a moment against his friend's shoulder. "There's only one alleviation," muttered Laurent, with some of the fury audible in his voice, "and that is, that your release was undoubtedly vengeance on that scoundrel's part. Viewed in that light, it is almost a compliment." "Oh, are you speaking of Gittin?" murmured Aymar. "I had forgotten him for the moment. I was thinking about someone better worth considering." He caught at the hand that had held the cup, and pulled it to him. "I was convinced that I should never see you again, Laurent. Shall I ever be able to repay you?" "I don't know what you are talking about," said Laurent, as gruffly as any of his English forebears, but he returned the pressure of the two cold hands which held his. "Now eat, and when you have eaten you can tell me how you found the strength to get so far." So Aymar ate, when Laurent had consented to do the same, and told him. It appeared that he had gone into the copse, and been there for hours. Perhaps he did not seem sure. Nor was he, evidently, quite clear whether he had lost consciousness there or not, but he admitted that he had thought, quite erroneously, that he could not possibly go farther. However, towards evening he made another effort, drank some water, and went on by the field way, rather blindly, his only object being to put as much distance between himself and Arbles as he could. In the twilight he almost stumbled into the haystack, and having thus fortunately come on it, subsided there. "Well, thank God for the haystack," observed Laurent. "Were you cold in the night?" "It's horribly open here." "I am never very warm now," said Aymar simply. "Yes, it is open. And that is why, Monday Ami, you have stayed here long enough. It is high time you went on, for if they have not discovered your absence already." But Laurent exclaimed, as the speaker had once incautiously done to Gittin, "For what do you take me?" And he continued with warmth, "Why do you suppose I was at the trouble of wriggling out of that window? Directly you feel able we will go on, though I shall not be missed till breakfast time, and as you know the district a little, perhaps you can think of a suitable place to make for. Was there not some woman from your part of the country?" "No, Aymar, really it is no use arguing, it only wastes time. Remember that I have English blood in me, and that it is quite as obstinate as your Norse. I only give in to you when I am in awe of you, which at this moment I am not." So Aymar himself surrendered, and they started, he on Laurent's arm, across the great field towards another little wood, both as affording cover and as being in the direction of the farm of La Bassane, where lived this woman from Ses-Ignes who had known Aymar all his life, and had married and settled and achieved widowhood in this region. "Provided," said Aymar, "that her elder son, a soldier of the Imperial Guard, were not at home, which in existing circumstances was practically impossible, she would be only too glad to give them shelter. In the little wood Laurent made his companion sit down and rest, for even the short, sustained exertion had rendered him very breathless. Indeed, to progress thus, in stages, was the only possible method. Even so, after about an hour, the proceeding was making nearly intolerable demands on his little stock of strength. The stages began to get shorter, the rests longer. Twice there were gates to climb, once a hedge to push through, once retirement into a ditch was thought prudent to avoid a herdsman. And when they came forth from this retreat they had still, Aymar calculated, a good mile and a half to go, on hearing which, and surveying the speaker, Laurent wondered rather despairingly whether they would not have to try to find a nearer refuge. A large, uncompromising drop of rain on his nose startled him at that moment, and he looked up. Was it possible a thunderstorm on a morning like this? However, one could not argue about its unfitness. The point was to prevent Aymar from being instantly soaked to the skin. In the middle of the open pasture which they were skirting he espied a long, low object that looked like the shelter over a sheep trough, save that, fortunately, there was no trough beneath it now. "Quick, Aymar," he exclaimed, almost dragging him along. They had to crawl in on hands and knees, but once inside it was just possible for Laurent, at all events, to sit upright. Aymar lay down at full length, his head on his friend's knee, and shut his eyes. And then the rain descended. "Talking about rain," observed Laurent suddenly, "how wet did you get yesterday?" "I don't know," replied Aymar. "I did not trouble about it." "You talk as if I were a girl, my dear Laurent. Do you suppose I have not slept scores of times in the open before, and in the rain, too? I am a chouin, that is to say, I was," he added in a lower tone, and fell silent. "I wonder if a thunderstorm ever came à propos," he remarked a few moments later to the accompaniment of the first peal, and shivered suddenly. Laurent looked down at him rather unhappily. "I am afraid you must be horribly tired, and the devil knows how long this storm is going on. I wish we had something left to eat." But Aymar answered, without opening his eyes, in a voice gone suddenly remote and drowsy, "I am neither tired nor hungry, a little cold, that is all. I think I am going to sleep." Perhaps that was the best thing that could happen to him, and if it did, Laurent saw some chance of slipping off his own coat and wrapping it round him. But he had had little sleep himself that night, and, lulled by the downpour on the shingled roof, he half dozed off as he sat there. He was recalled by a violent shiver running through the shoulders resting against his knees. "That letter," said their owner reflectively. "That letter. I am glad I burnt it. It was the only way to cleanse it. It had been in his horrible hands all this while." Here he shivered again, but went on almost immediately, his eyes fixed on some point out in the rainy landscape. "Yes, he had it all the time, and never guessed. And downstairs, for all his questioning, I could hardly bear it, he never found out." "That was fortunate," murmured Laurent vaguely, uncertain whether Aymar were speaking to himself, or expecting a reply. But speculation gave way to alarm the next moment, when a third shudder drove through Eloiseler's body, and his teeth clicked together. "Mon Dieu, ami, what is the matter with you? Are you so cold as that? Come up closer to me. Confound this rain." And he edged himself nearer, till he could get his companion into his arms. Aymar's hands were as cold as ice, but there was a faint flush on either cheek. "I saw the colonel looking at my wrists once," he began again, with the complete absence of his usual extreme reserve. He said it was not there that he should like to put a rope." The narrator gave a sort of laugh. "It was round here." He carried his hand to his throat, and a double flicker of lightning ran through the shelter as though to emphasize this disclosure. "Damn him!" exclaimed Laurent passionately, while the long roll reverberated overhead. "I suppose he might have done it if he had chosen," proceeded Aymar with the same uncanny fluency. "We could not either of us have prevented him, could we, Laurent?" They laughed, some of them. "I did want very much to stand all the time, but I was not able to. I had to sit down. And I did not mean to lose my temper, but I did once, and it only made it worse for me, because but his teeth were now chattering so that he could get no further." "Oh, don't try to talk," cried Laurent. "And why, in God's name, are you shivering like this?" For his brief experience of nursing had been mainly surgical, and he had never imagined that shivering was other than a semi-voluntary action. But Aymar's whole body was beginning to be convulsed every few seconds by a sort of galvanic shock, and his teeth were now going like castanets, to the complete exclusion of any more confidences. Laurent, really frightened, stripped off his own coat and wrapped it round him, attempted to pour brandy between the chattering teeth, most of it being spilled in the process, and held him as closely as he could to the warmth of his own body. Gradually the fit passed, but it had so exhausted its already spent victim that he lay in Laurent's hold inert, with closed eyes. Whether this seizure were due to last night's exposure or no, it was clear to the perplexed Laurent that Aymar was going to be ill already, or he would never have volunteered those revelations, and they were nothing like in safety yet. For all the splendid suppleness that had once been his, Eloiseler, lying across his knees like this, seemed uncommonly heavy. He knew that he could not carry him more than a few yards. A ray of sunshine suddenly struck onto the head on his arm. The living bronze glowed, as once in the detested cart, and, looking up, Laurent realized that the storm was over. But of what use was that now? However, he must do his best. "Aymar," he said, stooping to his ear, "it has stopped raining, and we must go on. Can you hear me?" "Yes," answered Aymar, and actually began to struggle up. "Yes, I'll try." 3. "And so M. Perilet, back at Arbles, is the nearest doctor," repeated Laurent thoughtfully, looking at Madame Allard. Madeleine Allard was 49 years of age and still comely. She had lost her husband, but she had at La Bassane 6 cows, 10 pigs, 55 hens, and an idiot son. To her that afternoon, as she was kneading bread, had entered her afflicted offspring, making signs that there were strangers approaching. Now one of these strangers, only to Madeleine he was no stranger at all, was ensconced in her absent son Jerome's bed, and the other was standing in her kitchen making inquiries about medical aid, which would certainly have to be procured somehow. "Could you send for M. Perilet then, madame?" asked Laurent. "I could send Jeanette with a letter, monsieur. He could not take a message, poor boy. He is not as other boys. And, as villages frighten him, he would probably deliver the letter at the wrong house, or perhaps not at all. Yet certainly M.Le Vicomte must have a doctor, and as soon as possible. Could you not go for M. Perilet yourself, monsieur?" "Yes, of course, I could," said Laurent reflectively. There did seem something ironical in the prospect of abandoning his friend, whom he had escaped to find, and risking, for his sake, the experience of a much more rigorous captivity. He would probably never succeed in reaching the village, for the whole garrison of Arbles must be on the alert about him. Still, even if he were retaken, he could doubtless contrive to get a message to the surgeon, who was to return, he knew, that evening. "Yes," he resumed, "I will go directly. It is dusk. If M. de la Rochette-Irie is not better." Madame Allard intimated that in her opinion there was small hope of that. Aymar's condition had deeply shocked her. To Laurent, indeed, it was still something of a mystery how he had succeeded in transporting him from the sheep shelter to La Bassane, seeing that no real reliance could be placed on his legs, and less on the directing brain. And the effort had tired Laurent himself more than a little, as Madame Allard for all her preoccupation now observed, and she begged him to eat and sleep. Should the soldiers come she could very quickly hide him under the cider press, but where to conceal le Vicomte, ill as he was, she did not know. So, for Aymar's own sake, Laurent had to tell her, to her bewilderment, that the Bonapartists would not search for him, since they had released him themselves. The light was failing when, some hours later, he went down the 3 steps into the low-ceilinged bedroom on the ground floor to take his final resolution, for though he would go unhesitatingly, he still hoped that he would not have to go. But Madame Allard, who was sitting there, shook her head, and Aymar, sunk in the big, billowing farmhouse bed, now seemed very drowsy and confused. His hands were as hot as they had previously been cold, and his breathing sounded quick and shallow. And when Laurent tried to feel his pulse he said dreamily, "You will find that much more convenient, monsieur, when the bandages are off." No, Aymar must undoubtedly have Perillet's care, and he himself, if necessary, pay the very unpleasant price of obtaining it. He dared not take an articulate farewell of him, lest his intention should be divined. "Goodbye, Aymar," he said within himself, and went sadly from the room. Then he was furnished by Madame Allard, who had followed him, with an unattractive blue blouse and a sort of rough cape smelling horribly of the farmyard, and an old hat, and directions for his 5-mile journey to Arles, to be taken, for greater safety, across country. And, looking down at himself, the Comte de Courtommer thought what a pity it was that the only patois with which he could sustain the character which he represented was broad Devonshire. He regretted this still more when, between 10 and 11, he stood under the smoky oil lamp opposite Perillet's door in the main street of Arles village, where every house, including the surgeon's, seemed to be wrapped in the blankest of slumbers. He had had an eventless journey, so far as humankind were concerned, though the darkness had betrayed him pretty deeply into a stagnant ditch between 2 fields. By carefully avoiding the neighborhood of the chateau he appeared very successfully to have avoided any of its garrison, but now a series of modest taps on Perillet's front door and he dared not attempt a more sonorous summons had failed to bring anyone. If he could not get admitted to have private speech with the doctor his position was rather precarious, for any public parley was highly undesirable. But that must be risked, as must, also, the chance of that discreetly curtained window not being that of Perillet's bedchamber after all. Laurent withdrew from his pocket a handful of small stones collected en route for just such an emergency, and launched them upwards. They tinkled against the glass and fell back baffled onto the cobbles. Twice he did it. Then the curtains were violently wrenched asunder, and between them appeared a stout white form. In another moment the sash went smartly up. No miracle-working saint could have been more rapturously greeted by a suppliant than was that night-capped head by the young man in the street below. But he dared not proclaim his rapture. "Who is it?" asked the head shortly. "You are wanted, Monsieur Perillet," responded Laurent in a cautious tone. "That's no answer," snapped the surgeon. "I'm always being wanted. But I've got to be wanted to some purpose tonight." "Are you from Madame Lambert?" "No, from Madame Allard." "It's a very urgent case," pleaded Laurent. "If you would only come down." "Madame Allard?" "Why, she's 50, and a widow," objected Perillet. "Stay, is it that cousin of hers I promised to attend?" "You are sure it is not a false alarm?" "Oh, no," replied Laurent earnestly. "It's an old patient of yours. If you will only come down I will explain. He's been having the most horrible shivering fits, and now..." "He," fairly bellowed Perillet from the window. "He..." Why did you not say at once that it was a man? For nothing but a confinement will I stir from this house tonight. Go away, wretched bucolic. And he started furiously to draw down the window. Now Laurent was indeed desperate. Having no stave that he might uplift, and fearing to hit Perilot if he threw a stone, he swirled off the cloak that he wore and sent it flying window-wards. A good deal of its unsavory bulk caught in the descending sash and stayed its progress. The window went up again with even more passion than had propelled its descent. "What is this filthy object you have thrown up?" demanded Perilot in a fury. "Pah! It stinks. I shall be infected with I know not what." And he threw the offensive garment down again with all his force at its wearer. But Laurent, still afraid to pronounce either his or Imar's name, was now trying a different and more hazardous method of self-revelation. He stepped back across the narrow street and came under the light of the lamp on the other side, where, snatching off his hat, he exposed his features to its rays, Perilot, and anyone else whom the altercation might have drawn to their windows. And at the sight of this young man in a blouse, holding his hat rigidly at arm's length and pointing to his own face with the other hand, all Perilot's powers of speech, fortunately, deserted him for the moment. He disappeared from the window without even shutting it, which Laurent took for a hopeful sign. Darting across to the door, he was standing just outside when it opened to reveal the doctor, now clad in a dressing gown and with a candle in his hand. He waved the intruder into the nearest room and then said in a resigned manner, "Now, perhaps, you will be good enough to explain, Monsieur de Courtommer, why you are serenading me. I presume you are on parole. It appears to be a masquerade as well, pfui. That garment again." And holding his nose he added, "I will gladly contribute some bergamot to your costume. You can't object to it, sir, as much as I do, who have had its company for 5 miles, protested Laurent. "But let me discharge my errand, and then I will leave you at once, or I may get you into trouble. You obviously don't know that I escaped last night from the chateau." "The deuce you did. Why this curious fancy for arbles then, and this flattering midnight visit to my door? Ah, I forgot, you said you wanted me for someone or other." "I do," said Laurent significantly, "and I'll tell you why." Now de Courtommer had counted, during his trudge, on making some impression upon Perilot with this recital, if ever he succeeded in penetrating to his presence. Nor was he disappointed. Indeed, he was satisfied and even surprised at the little doctor's language, and, considering what he himself felt on the subject of Colonel Gitton, his standard of requirement was not low. So angry, in fact, was Perilot that he made short work of Laurent's half-reluctant request that, if he did not actually give him up, he should see no more of him. Perilot insisted, on the contrary, on driving him back with him in his gig, into which the young man was now directed to put the mare, while her owner dressed. And very shortly the doctor and the escaped prisoner were driving comfortably away in the darkness. Once past the chateau gates unchallenged, for the sentries knew this equipage well, Laurent remarked cheerfully that he should have liked a peep at the dungeon, of whose preparation he had already informed his companion. "Humph," said Perilot, "you would not have found it at all amusing, and it would probably have meant rheumatism for the rest of your days." "No, that's wrong, for I should have had you out of it in a brace of shakes. But you don't seem to realize what a risk you are running for that young man." "Not but what," he added, "there's something about him, even at his most difficult, that makes one want to do things for him." "You once said that you felt something of the sort the first moment you saw him, I think," observed Laurent. "So I did," assented the old doctor, "and he wasn't looking his best, either lying there senseless on the floor of the hall, half stripped, roughly bandaged, and very extensively blood-stained. Add to that your friend Rigald had thoughtfully thrown a bucket of water over him, in the hopes of bringing him round, young idiot. I said, "Good God, what's all this?" For every officer in the garrison seemed to be standing round him, and the colonel replied, "It's the royalist leader Eloiseler, who has just been brought in shot, dying, if not dead. But I want him saved, if you can possibly do it." I thought myself at first that it was hopeless, cold as ice he was to touch anywhere, and then that damned pool of water. However, I got him wrapped up and had bricks heated, and while I worked at him they told me the story of how he had been found and what he had done, a shocking story, and one which at first I saw no reason to doubt. But somehow, when I had his head on my arm, although as you know I'm no sentimentalist, Laurent smiled in the darkness, I found myself thinking, I never saw any man who looked less like doing what they say he has done. Yes, when he decided at last to come back to the world he was quitting, and his chest lifted a trifle, and I said to myself, "Continue, my young man, you've had the habit of breathing for about 25 years, I suppose, just take it up again, it's quite easy." When that happened, I was ridiculously pleased, I admit. I little thought I should have it all to do over again within the week. They drove on in silence for a while, Perelet having presumably just drained his powers of invective to the bottom over Gittin's latest brutality, and Laurent conscious that he himself could not produce anything new or better. "Yes," resumed the old surgeon after a few minutes, "I've changed my mind. Perhaps you have converted me. I am convinced now that La Rochette-Iri is innocent, and that he knows who is guilty, and, though I think he's foolish, I cannot help admiring him for holding his tongue, because I can see what it has cost him, you know, Monsieur de Courtommer," he added gravely. "There were times when I was a little afraid for his reason, especially when it turned out that his men did shoot him. But he may thank his stars for the activity of that cavalry patrol on the 1st of May. Cavalry patrol? But it was not cavalry that found him, surely," returned Laurent absently. He was thinking of that desperate "I cannot clear myself." "I know that. I mean the one that captured you, my boy." And on that they drove round a turn and straight into a patrol themselves, only it was infantry this time. Perelet acted with singular promptitude. "Imbeciles. No, I am not to be stopped for any senseless questions. Sacre bleu. You know who I am, Dr. Perelet from Arbles, and I am off in a tearing hurry to the farm of La Clavière." "What? This is the boy who fetched me, of course. Let go the mare's head, she'll have me in the ditch. And every moment you delay me." A lantern flashed. "It's Perelet all right," said a gruff voice. "Let go." The surgeon slashed at the mare, who plunged, and the lantern light rocked past Laurent's face without revealing it. They were off again. Laurent drew a long breath. "Monsieur Perelet, you ought to be a general. I suppose this is the last place they would expect to find me. But if Gittin discovers—" "J'en fiche oui," observed the little doctor with great calm. "Now, I wonder if those gentry have been looking for you over at La Bassine, and worrying that lad of mine. You're both of you nothing but lads to me. Short of that, it is better than anything one could have hoped for, that the place should be searched while you are out of it." And when they got there, they found that this desirable thing had really come to pass. Laurent was rewarded, therefore, for having run into danger by being preserved from it. "No," said Madeleine, "they had not troubled much about Le Vicomte. Their business was not, they said, with the red-haired renegade, whatever they meant by that word, and anyhow Mimar's hair was not red. She thought that he was rather better the last hour or so. At any rate, he was quite sensible." Aymar was, indeed, to Laurent's great relief, much more himself. He gave Perelet his most charming smile as he stretched out a hot, dry hand and began to thank him for coming, a proceeding which the latter soon cut short. "No, and M. de Courtomer doesn't want any thanks, either." "Be quiet, young man. Have you got a pain there when you breathe or there?" "I thought so." "Have you been coughing, Monsieur de Courtomer? Oblige me by going to bed." "No, I will not have you here tonight, it is not necessary." But the moment his back was turned, Eloiseler beckoned. "How could you do it, Laurent?" he whispered, seizing his hands. "I should never have consented if I had known. No man ever had a friend like you. But I will not try to thank you, it has gone beyond thanks between you and me now. Go to sleep, Monday cher," said Laurent. "I would, only it's so odd, every now and then I am in the wood again. I can count the trees, 9 beeches, and the may tree, and—" "What?" exclaimed M. Perilet, turning round. "Still there? Be off at once." So Laurent threw himself on his bed and slept till nearly sunrise. Then, feeling suddenly wakeful, he thought he would see if M. Perilet would let him relieve his vigil for a little. In spite of the prohibition, he crept downstairs to Aimar's door. He heard his voice, so he must be awake. He opened the door gently without knocking. Before he had time to get inside, M. Perilet was on him, and, driving him back into the passage, closed the door behind them both. "What do you want?" he demanded quite fiercely. "I thought I told you I would not have you here." "I'm so sorry," began Laurent meekly. "Then don't come again," snapped the doctor, and he went in as quickly as he had come out. "And I was going to do him a good turn," thought Laurent, as half ruefully, half thankfully he went back to bed. 4. When he came out of his room at 7 o'clock, Madeleine informed him, rather to his surprise, that M. Perilet had gone, M. Le Vicomte being much better, and in fact, asleep at the moment. The doctor, however, had said that he would come again in the evening to see how he did. So evidently this threatened illness had relaxed its grip. Laurent could not be too thankful. He stole into Aimar's room. His friend was better, and, like himself, he was free, and the sun was shining, and there was a bunch of stocks by the bed. Of what use were these things to a man whose face wore, even in sleep, a look of such ineffable sadness? It struck Laurent to the heart, that look. The consolations which he had been adding up in his mind were too facile, even freedom. Yes, perhaps freedom most of all. What was Aimar, when he was well enough, going to do with his freedom, if he could not clear himself? He turned and went out of the room. To distract himself, he then set out in quest of a hiding place that might have baffled the soldiers last night, and finally selected the roof of a large barn near the house, which was overhung by the branch of a huge walnut tree. No one who was not unusually agile could possibly have gained it by means of that branch, and, for that very reason, searchers were unlikely to imagine that a fugitive had gained it at all. But Laurent, with time heavy on his hands, tried the ascent, and found it feasible, if hazardous. When, therefore, he sat in the afternoon with Aimar, somewhat languid but evidently much better, it amused him to find the invalid obsessed with the idea that the soldiers would return and make a more thorough search, and that Laurent ought therefore to find himself a refuge beforehand, one, moreover, which should if possible be unknown to Madeleine, so that she could deny the knowledge of his whereabouts. Laurent heard him out, and then told him that the refuge was already secured. "Perhaps I had better not tell you either what it is," he added, laughing, but Aimar insisted upon knowing. "It sounds a most excellent, breakneck spot," he observed, "but, Laurent, it would be so much better if you did not wait to play the squirrel, but left me today. I am well looked after, and nobody will hunt for me. I do beseech you not to go on risking your liberty for me." You risked it too desperately yesterday, going back as you did into the very lion's mouth for my sake, since I am sure Gideon would have treated you abominably if he had got you into his hands again. Oh, he had made preparations before I left, in the best medieval style, for doing that, replied Laurent light-heartedly, and told him what they were. Imagine to yourself anybody in this century languishing in a dungeon. The very word strikes me as ludicrous. But the fact would not be. And you knew that when you went back yesterday. It made passing the chateau in M. Perlet's gig all the more enjoyable. Laurent, to please me, don't stay here. Get back to Vendée. But, my dear fellow, protested M. d'Autichamp's aide-de-camp, I tried to do that once, and came to grief. I shall go by sea when I do go. But it would be foolish to attempt it till the hue and cry for me has died down a little, till the soldiers, for instance, have paid this second visit on which you seem to have set your heart. Will you bet on it, by the way? Englishman, retorted Aymar, smiling, and lay silent for a little. Laurent sniffed the stalks by the bed and said, I wonder when Père Perlet will let you get up. Tomorrow, I hope. He ought to be pleased with me. But I did not see him this morning. He slipped away when I was asleep. A lamb this morning, then. He was quite fierce in the night. I came in about 3 o'clock, at least I tried to come in, but he would not let me. He almost used force to keep me out. You were having a conversation with him, I fancy. Aymar, who was turning about in the bed, became suddenly rigid, leaning on one elbow. A conversation with him. I never spoke in the night. I was too drowsy. I hardly knew he was there. He broke off, and Laurent was amazed to see a flood of color mount up from his bare throat to the very roots of his hair. It was gone in a moment, however, and he dropped back onto his pillows and began to speak of something else, but Laurent could see that his attention was wandering, and, thinking that he was tiring him, he left him not long afterwards. It was about 6 o'clock that he heard the wheels of M. Perlet's gig and ran out. He's much better, doctor. M. Perlet seemed in a great hurry. I need not have come, then, he muttered as he got down. Do you mind holding the mare, Monsieur de Courtommer? She's a little fresh. And he went into the farmhouse with hardly a glance at him. Laurent did as he was desired for a minute or two, then he whistled to Jeanette and made him take his place. He wanted to hear M. Perlet's jolly voice rallying his patient and saying that he had got him there under false pretenses. But instead of that, it was very quiet in Aymar's room, and the young man, seeing through the half-open door that the surgeon was listening to his patient's breathing, stayed silently outside. Yes, there is no trace of anything, he heard M. Perlet say, in a voice singularly free from jollity. You have been extremely lucky. I shall not need to come again. Have the wound in your shoulder dressed every 3rd or 4th day for a little. The other dressings can come off now. You may get up the day after tomorrow. If you are going to stay on here for a while, I will speak to the good woman about you. Have you dismissed M. de Courtommer then? Laurent heard Aymar reply. I have not succeeded in doing so. No, quite so, answered M. Perlet in a very peculiar tone. I am afraid he carries his fidelity too far. Aymar's hand suddenly gripped the blanket. Tell me one thing, he said in a whisper which, nevertheless, Laurent heard well enough. Was I delirious last night? You had that misfortune, replied the old surgeon, and stood looking down at him, his little gimlet eyes almost invisible under a frown. Then, as the young man in the bed flung his arm across his own eyes, M. Perlet abruptly brushed away something, a fly perhaps below his spectacles, and on that Laurent, very uncomfortable at having eavesdropped, came openly in. Ah, Monsieur de Courtommer, said the doctor, I can leave my patient with every confidence in your hands now, for the time that you are here. He will not need me anymore." And Aymar said, in a strange, suffocated voice, "I have nothing to offer you, Monsieur Parrot, in exchange for my life, but thanks, which are equally worthless." "They are good enough," returned M. Parrot roughly, "for an old fool." And without another word he walked out of the bedroom. Laurent, puzzled and embarrassed, followed him. "M. de la Rocheterie is all right," said M. Parrot in an unenthusiastic voice, his foot on the step of his gig. "There is no more danger of pulmonary trouble, though he has had the nearest escape from congestion of the lungs that I ever came across." "Was that why he was delirious last night?" "How do you know he was?" "I heard you say so just now." The old surgeon looked sharply at him. "You did not hear what he was saying when you came to the door early this morning, did you? Not, of course, that it matters," he added hastily. Laurent stared at him. "No, I didn't catch a word." "Why, was he saying anything uncomplimentary about me?" No, returned M. Parrot. "Oh, no, not at all. Besides, delirium is too strong a word, he was only rambling." And he climbed up, but not before Laurent had seen his face relax in obvious relief. "Well, I must be off, Monsieur de Courtomer, I have an appointment. I sincerely trust that you will keep out of Giddens' reach." He bent down, gripped his late assistant's hand very hard for a second, and, looking fixedly at the glove he was pulling on, said gruffly, "Life is full of disillusionments, young man, never trust it, but all the same, though I have never regretted being a bachelor, I could have done with a son if he were like you. Get on, mare." And the gig passed out of the yard, leaving Laurent thoroughly bewildered. What an extraordinary thing to say to him. As he got into the farmhouse he heard Aymar's voice calling, an unusual phenomenon. He hurried to his open door. Eloiseler was sitting up in bed. "Ask M. Parrot to come in here again when he has finished with Madeleine," he said earnestly. "I have something to say to him, something particular." "Oh, I am sorry," ejaculated Laurent. "He has just driven off. He did not see Madeleine at all." Aymar remained an instant motionless. Then he said in a dulled voice, "It's of no consequence," and lay down again, with his face this time to the wall. He was extremely silent all the rest of the evening, and as by 10 o'clock he looked to Laurent much more ill than he had done at that hour in the morning, the latter decided to spend the night in his room, in an ancestral and not uncomfortable chair. What could Aymar and M. Parrot have disagreed about, as they obviously had, and when could the disagreement have taken place? Clearly only during the doctor's first visit during the night, in fact. Then Aymar had been fibbing to him when he said that no conversation had passed between them. Pausing a moment over this distasteful idea, he remembered with relief that, on M. Parrot's showing, Aymar had been slightly light-headed. His friend need not then have been consciously lying to him. Still, one couldn't quarrel in delirium, the thing was preposterous, and surely no doctor would take offense at anything said in that state. What could M. Parrot have been thinking about to be so touchy? He had seemed this evening as if he hardly cared what happened to the man he had dragged back from death, and been so devoted to that lad of mine as he had called him less than 24 hours ago. Laurent began to feel rather annoyed with the old surgeon, and, remembering, too, what he had said about his own over-fidelity, even angry. What a cruelly unjust thing to hint at to Aymar, who had tried so hard to get his friend to leave him. Aymar's own voice broke in on his reflections and preparations. "What are you doing there?" he demanded rather sharply. "I am going to spend the night in here with you." Aymar flung round instantly. "No, indeed you are not," he said with vehemence. "If you do, I don't sleep in this bed." "Certainly I will not, then," returned Laurent, somewhat offended. He resumed his coat. "I don't wish to force my society on you to that extent." "Laurent," said his friend quickly, beseechingly, "I beg your pardon. I'm in a vile temper tonight. I am better alone, that is all I meant. Forgive me for saying that." "My dear fellow," said Laurent, instantly melted. He came over to the bed. How frightfully strained he looked. "Of course I forgive you. Well, let me shake up your pillows for you. You have something to drink there, haven't you? Promise me, at least, that you will call me if you need anything." He gave him his hand to show him that he bore him no rancor for his display of petulance, but he was rather embarrassed when Aymar bowed his head and put his lips to it. Decidedly Eloiseler was deeply shaken out of his composure tonight. It was not until he was himself half undressed that the explanation of everything came on Laurent like a thunderclap of M. Perrelot's unaccountable demeanor, of Aymar's distress, of his own semi-banishment from his room just now. Last night, in fever, Aymar had let slip his carefully guarded secret and knew it. Moreover, to have sent away M. Perrelot, who was so fond of him, who only yesterday was so wholeheartedly proclaiming his belief in him, to have sent him away, as it had, a changed man, it could be no honorable mystery, after all. It was something disgraceful, something of which, for good reasons, Aymar could not clear himself as he had acknowledged with his own lips. That was why M. Perrelot had pushed him, Laurent, out of the room last night, why he had asked him this evening if he had overheard anything, and been relieved at his reply. He wanted him, poor fool, to preserve his illusions. Fool, indeed, as Rigaud, he knew, had always thought him, and blind beyond belief. And the fact that it had taken him hours to recognize what was now so horribly clear to him, that he had not at once realized the sharp significance of the doctor's profoundly altered attitude towards his cherished patient, seemed to open beneath Laurent's feet further abysses of self-delusion. He had been so secure in this fool's paradise of his. But it was Aymar himself who had shattered it, Aymar who had so plainly showed alarm when he told him this morning that he had been talking in the night, Aymar whose demeanor to M. Perrelot also had altered, guiltily altered. Aymar who had driven him out of his room for fear of a recurrence of the same thing. Aymar who had in fact betrayed himself. And with a sensation as though his heart were being slowly cased in ice, Laurent de Courtommer sat on the side of the farmhouse bed staring at the dwindling candle, till at last it went out and left him in physical darkness also. 5. The coffee in the bowl steamed invitingly, and as long as Madeleine was in the kitchen Laurent made some pretense of eating the bread. The moment that she was gone he took his head between his hands and all but groaned aloud. A very much curtailed visit to Aymar's room this morning had shown him what a wretchedly bad actor he himself was, almost as bad as M. Perrelot, whose bad acting it had nevertheless taken him, poor dunderhead, such a long time to see through. Aymar, he was sure, must have noticed the constraint in his manner, he who felt that the Aymar he had known and believed in and loved existed no longer, never had existed. It was that thought which made the blackness of his misery. He took a great gulp of the hot coffee. How was he going to get through the day like this in the company of this unknown person, this simulacrum of Eloiseler, this man to whom no decent human being would ever willingly speak again? And even as he fiercely drank down the remainder of the coffee, fate answered his question by showing the unlikelihood of his being required, or indeed able, to spend it in this way at all. For Madame Allard burst abruptly into the kitchen gesticulating, "They are on their way, they will be here immediately." "Hide, monsieur, quickly." "What, soldiers?" cried Laurent. "Where?" "Riding along the road. Jeanette has seen them." "Oh, be quick, monsieur, before they reached the house. "I've got a place," quoth Laurent. "Tell M. de la Rochette then." And, suppressing the instinctive desire to rush into him, he sped out of the farmhouse towards his walnut tree. He might well congratulate himself on having chosen a refuge beforehand, and also on having already scaled it. Dropping with a thud, he flung himself flat on the thatch between the two sloping dormers of the barn, and almost immediately the foremost soldiers came clattering into the yard below. A moment later Laurent heard orders given to make a cordon round the place and search the outbuildings first, the voice that issued these being undoubtedly that of a Maréchal des Logis. They had then no commissioned officer with them, though, by the sound, they numbered a score or more. More clattering and shouting showed that these orders were being obeyed. Laurent held his breath. But he knew that there existed no ladder at La Bassine long enough to reach this roof. He heard the dragoons in the barn below, cursing. He heard them saying that this time they had got to find him, that Arbles would be too hot to hold them if they did not. It seemed a long time before they gave up the search outside, and went into the farmhouse. And with the temporary fading of excitement and apprehension the anguish of the night rolled back again over Laurent's soul. He stretched himself out on the warm thatch of his eyrie and buried his face on his arms, and began to suffer even more than he had suffered then, because he was less stunned now, because this morning the agonizing readjustment of ideas had begun in his mind, that readjustment which brought quite logically in its train the conclusion that all the time they had been quite right at Arbles. Eloiseler, whom he had so championed, on whose behalf he had gone through a whole gamut of emotions, had done a thing so infamous that, as Colonel Guiton had said, shooting was too good for him. The imperialist, hateful as he was less despicable, after all, than the man he had ill-treated. Laurent writhed at the thought. The situation could not go on, that was manifest even to his over-fidelity. He saw now the true meaning of that remark, not so unjust to Aymar after all. What was he going to do, then? Leave La Rochette here without seeking to plumb the shameful secret, or tax him with it, and have to witness his avowal or his attempt to lie about it? No, not that. At least, as he had never attempted to justify himself, he would not lie. Why not? Why should he be so sure that La Rochette would not lie? He asked himself that, and all the reply that came was a picture of a face whose eyes were not those of a liar, nor the firm and sensitive mouth. That mouth had said to him less than 4 days ago, "Try to go on believing that I am not a traitor." And here, already. No, no. He did not believe it. The wave turned upon itself. There must be some other explanation. Aymar could not have done it. Those very words were in themselves a denial. And in that case, if he taxed him with the thing, he broke their friendship forever. If Aymar were innocent, he could never forgive him. The sun was so hot now, for time was going on, that Laurent was obliged to clasp his hands together over the back of his neck. But nothing could interrupt his thoughts. They went circling back to their first standpoint. Innocent? With that haunted look on him, did he seem innocent? Had he behaved all along as an innocent man would behave? M. Perrot's early observations on that point came back to him. Yet Aymar had tried to recall M. Perrot yesterday evening. He had perhaps some explanation to offer of whatever it was he had said in the night. But why could he not have offered him, Laurent, some explanation during all these weeks of companionship? Aymar had seemed to feel that himself at their parting the other day. If he still was not going to tell him the story, he would have to ask him for it, not so much because he believed him guilty, but because he could not endure the strain of ignorance. Aymar must tell him why he had no one but himself to thank. By the time that Laurent had come to this resolution, fresh sounds from below suddenly warned him that the soldiers were emerging from the farmhouse. He had been so absorbed that he had not realized that it must be nearly 2 hours since they came. Well, they had not found him, and unless they did so now. An altercation seemed to be taking place about their ill success. Only scraps of it floated up to him. We ought to have gone on. It would not have been any use. Why, the impudent devil was laughing. Yes, to begin with. I could have bet my boots that the cupboard. What shall you report, Marichal? Why, hunted high and low and could find no. What about that unmade bed coffee? I did not see them, returned what was probably the non-commissioned officer's voice, and Laurent was sure that he winked. They've been questioning Aymar, he thought, amid the sounds of mounting and moving off below. I suppose the search was amusing, but he must be in better spirits than I am to have laughed at it. At any rate, he has not treated me as he treated his men. Then he was horribly, bitingly ashamed of himself. He was too much obsessed by the thought of what he was going to do to allow a really prudent interval ere he descended his walnut tree, but once on terra firma he approached the house with a lagging step. As he went along the flagged passage to the kitchen he heard a sound of sobbing, and surmised that the troopers had made themselves unpleasant to Madame Allard. However, nothing seemed to matter much, not even that they had failed to find him. Madeleine was sobbing, searching meanwhile in a press. But when she heard his step she turned round. Oh, Monsieur de Courtommer, an awful thing has happened. She dabbed with her apron at her face, disfigured with crying, and Laurent ejaculated quickly, "What? Tell me." She gulped a moment, then recovered speech. "After they had searched every hole and corner for you, everywhere you can conceive, and I had told them I had no idea where you were, they began to threaten Aymar if he would not tell them. They said the most abominable things to him, and at last they said that as he was a chouan they should imitate the chouans." "Imitate the chouans? What do you mean?" exclaimed Laurent. "What they used to do in the old days to make people speak," gasped Madeleine. "Good God," said the young man, turning pale, for he knew by repute of those past methods. "And they turned me out of M.L.E. Vicomte's room where they had been questioning me, too, and when I came into the kitchen here there was one of them holding something in the fire, a ramrod, I think it was. I tried to get it from him and fling it away, but they held me." But Laurent was no longer there. With a cold sweat breaking out on him he was at the door of the bedroom. His horror had carried him there like a whirlwind, and then he feared to enter because of what he might find. But the first thing he saw was Aymar, raising himself a little in the bed, and saying eagerly, "Are you sure they are gone? For heaven's sake don't show yourself." "They are gone, but if they were not Aymar, what in God's name have the devils been doing to you, and how could you let them? It wasn't worth it, my liberty." "Let me see. Oh, if I had known. Let me see." It came pouring out in incoherent distress, and, as Eloiseler relapsed onto his pillows again and shut his eyes, he was bending over him half choking, my God, what have they done?" "I see Madeleine has been frightening you," said Aymar rather faintly, but with the glimmer of an amused smile. "That was all they did to me. Monday Ami tried to frighten me." And all the time the trickle of blood on his chin from his bitten underlip gave him the lie. "Don't believe him," cried Madeleine at the door, a bottle of oil and a bunch of rags in her hand. "They did more than that. If only I had known where you were I'd have told them fast enough." I wish you had, groaned Laurent. "For pity's sake tell me." "It's his arm, monsieur," said Madeleine. And Laurent, now perceiving that the bedclothes were somewhat suspiciously bestowed, lifted them off and saw. Only one of the burns was really severe, and that not nearly as bad as it might have been, given such an instrument and so unscrupulous an intention, but the 5 imprints of the iron between right wrist and elbow were more than enough for Laurent. The even spacing of an inch or two between each gave them an air of deliberation that was sickening. He fell on his knees by the bedside, uncontrollably moved, his English strain all swept away, and put his head down on the hand of that seared and blistered arm with the tears running down his face. Aymar drew a sharp breath. "My dear Laurent," he said, opening his eyes and smiling at him, "excuse me, but your method of treatment. I believe oil, and not." Then he fainted. 6. A greater peace reigned next afternoon in Madeleine Allad's little plot of garden, where the great pear tree stood sentinel over the stocks and gillyflowers and the old lavender hedge, than anyone acquainted with the events of the previous day would have believed possible. In the shade of the pear tree had been placed the ancient chair, and in this, with his swathed right arm extended on its shabby leather, and his legs on another chair, was ensconced Eloiseler. Laurent, elbow-propped, lay near him on the grass, and every now and then threw at some prowling hen one of the tiny unripe pears which strewed it. "You would not do for the artillery, Monday cher," observed Aymar lazily, smiling down at him under half-dropped lashes. "But I am not trying to hit," retorted Laurent, equally lazily. Abased in spirit to the very dust as he still was, he was also extraordinarily happy. For he had Aymar back, the real Aymar, who, wounded, weak and alone, had 5 times gone through agony. For him it must have been agony, whatever he said. He shot a swift but almost adoring glance at him now, where he leant his head back against Madeleine's best pillowcase. He was nearly as colorless as the linen, and the circles under his eyes were very deep and dark, but at least he did not seem to be in pain any longer. Yet while Aymar, ill and defenseless, had been undergoing that for his sake, he, in security, had been thinking. The very remembrance almost choked him as he lay there under Aymar's eyes. If he knew. Aymar, who had heard the soldiers talking, believed Gideon to be at the back of the disgraceful business. It appeared that he had so bullied the first search party when he learnt, not, however, for hours afterwards, of Eloiseler's presence at the farm, that the second hardly dared to face him without the escaped prisoner, whom he correctly assumed to be there also. Indeed, Aymar was of opinion that the colonel had gone so far as to hint that there was no need to stand on ceremony with him. Perhaps that was even why they had been sent without an officer. He asserted that he bore the dragoon no ill will for proceeding to extremities. They were really desperate, and if their commanding officer had assured them that, since he was beyond the pale, it did not matter what they did to him, could they be blamed for believing him? They had only used the ramrod as a last resource, and unwillingly, or there would not have been such a long prelude of threats first. But, however much their victim tried to extenuate them, Laurent felt, as he said, that he was not so proud of being a Frenchman as he had been. His disgust and horror suddenly got the better of him again now, and, abruptly smiting the grass, he swore. And then, for the 20th time, he said, "How could you let them do it? And how I wish I had not told you about that dungeon." "My dear fellow, you are making a tempest in a teacup once more," responded Aymar. "And do you suppose that the exact degree of captivity with which you were threatened made any difference? Or unconsciously he threw back his head a little against the pillow, or that if you had been my worst enemy I should have yielded up the secret of your hiding place to force? Think of that aspect of it, if it is any consolation to you, also of the fact that I got a testimonial out of it. For though they began by remarking that I was not likely to require any violent persuasion, I'm sorry, I did not mean to tell you that they ended by saying that I was a stubborn devil, which I took as a high compliment. No, Laurent, in all seriousness, it was child's play to what it might have been." "Even if that were true," said Laurent, pulling up grass distractedly, "you did not know whether at any moment it might not cease being child's play, nor when it was going to end at all." And as Aymar said nothing to this, he shot out the query, "Why did it end?" "Perhaps owing to the intervention of your patron saint," suggested Imar, smiling. "He had considerable experience of the effects of heat." "We are told no. I think they were ashamed to go on any longer, and a little frightened at what they had done, insignificant though it was. Moreover, iron does not keep hot forever, and though they talked of going into the kitchen to reheat it, I really think they dared not face Madeline again. My impression is that she screamed continuously throughout, and that distressed me more than anything, because I was afraid you might hear her, and come in." "I only wish I had," sighed Laurent, running his fingers through his hair. "But, Imar," he was unable to leave the hated subject, "if the accursed thing was cooling, as you say, how is it that the last burn is so much the worst?" Imar looked up at the pear tree. "Because they kept the ramrod on about 3 times as long, that is why." "What is that book you are not reading?" Laurent raised himself and laid on his knee the little copy of The Vicar of Wakefield which he had inadvertently brought away from Arbles in his pocket. "Ah, my old friend," remarked Eloiseler, and fell to turning over the pages with one hand. Laurent returned to his pose on the grass. Yes, Imar could talk and even jest about yesterday's ordeal. He would never be able to do so about that horrible inquisition at Arbles, in which he had suffered no actual physical violence. Presently, indeed, the reader gave an exclamation of amusement. "Laurent, listen to what I have lighted on." And he read out, in his careful English, "My friends," said I, "this is severe weather in which you are come to take me to a prison, and it is particularly unfortunate at this time as one of my arms has lately been burnt in a terrible manner." Laurent could not help smiling. "Really," he remarked appreciatively, "that book is extraordinarily apt. It always seems to hit the situation." "Yes," agreed Imar, "for it goes on to say, 'And I want clothes to cover me.'" He glanced at the 3 or 4 inches of wrist protruding from the sleeve of M. Arbel's coat. But how did this unfortunate divine come by his burnt arm? I have not read it. By rescuing his infant children from his house, which burst into flames before his eyes in what I have always considered the most surprising manner. If you will give me the book I will find the place. It is a few chapters earlier. He reached up, found the page, and read. It was now near midnight that I came to knock at my door. All was still and silent, my heart dilated with unutterable happiness, when, to my amazement, I saw the house bursting out into a blaze of fire, and every aperture red with conflagration. I gave a loud convulsive outcry, and fell upon the pavement insensible. "Very surprising, indeed," assented Imar gravely. "But tell me, why did you say that the book was always so appropriate? I do not remember in our readings any other circumstances of the life of M. Primrose which your ingenuity could apply to either of us." Laurent bent his head to conceal from him how red he had got. How could he have been such a fool as to let slip that remark? For what had been in his mind faced him now as he turned back from chapter 24 to chapter 22, the famous and disturbing heading of the intermediate chapter, which had given him such a shock at Arbles. "None but the guilty can be long and completely miserable. I can't find the other place," he stammered, hastily turning over the leaves to get away from the damning phrase. "But surely you can remember what the incident was," persisted Imar. "Come, now," and he threw a pear onto the book, while the unwary Laurent, thankful at least to have got the volume out of the inquirer's hands, cudgeled his brains desperately. At last inspiration leapt into them. "This is what I meant. Don't you remember, somewhere near the beginning, where his daughter falls into a torrent, not a salmon river, though, and is rescued by a stranger who plunges in?" He turned feverishly in search of the episode and read it, and encouraged by his escape, looked up at his friend with a meaning smile and added, "We are told a little earlier that the stranger's conversation, which was at once pleasing and instructive, induced me to wish for a continuance of it. Then he closed the dangerous volume firmly, returned it to his own pocket and dropped his head again upon his arms on the warm grass. "The sun is getting round," observed Aymar presently. "No, I am all right. I like it on my feet. Come and lean up here, you will be out of it then." So Laurent dragged himself nearer and rested his back against the side of the chair. Aymar amused himself by gently pulling his hair. "Tiens," said Laurent with a little yawn, "that is what Maman used to do to send me to sleep when I was small. It generally did. If not, she would tell me a fairy story." "Tell me one." His head dropped onto Aymar's knee. The hand left his hair, and there was silence. "If I told you a story, Laurent," came Eloiseler's voice at last, "it would not be a fairy story. Nor do I think it would send you to sleep." And, after a longer pause still, he added, so low that Laurent barely heard it, "No, not today." But Laurent was already carrying the words with him into a land of dreams where they interpreted themselves as something quite different. 7. But even as misfortune pursued the Reverend Dr. Primrose, pressing on him a fresh calamity in every chapter, so with Dr. Primrose's readers. The day of peace to which they were both looking forward when Aymar was next morning installed again under the pear tree was rudely broken by the advent of a letter to Madame Allard from Jerome, her elder son, announcing his immediate return, ill. And Jerome, there was no possibility of doubt, would instantly denounce Laurent's presence to the garrison at Arvels. "But not yours, surely," broke in Laurent when he heard this, thinking of Madeleine's devotion. "It is true that he would not find me a very profitable speculation," said Aymar drily. "But I do not choose to risk a second turning out at the hands of an imperialist. Madeleine has a plan for dispatching me to her brother-in-law, at Port Marie, about 6 miles away, on the coast. There is no need, however, for you to wait until I can be assured of a fresh shelter. I suggest that you hurry off at once, especially as the letter speaks of an imperial victory on the frontier. Jerome may arrive today." Laurent sat down upon the grass. "We go together," he said simply. "Tell me now about this brother-in-law." It appeared that Michel Royer was a fisherman of some means and of royalist leanings, having been out in the War of '99. There was therefore reasonable hope that he would shelter them, and Jeanette had been sent on the farm mare with a letter to ask this favor. Laurent took it very philosophically. There was nothing else to do, it seemed to him. "The coast, too," he observed. "Here is the finger of Providence. Was I not talking of returning by sea?" But he could see that Aymar was not finding philosophy so easy. Who would, as weak as he? He lay back frowning, looking very tired. "Yes," he said listlessly, "you might find it convenient." "But you," said Laurent. "It is not good for you to be bundled about like this, and, moreover, it is not necessary. You ought to go home now to be nursed, you need so much care still. And Port Marie is in exactly the opposite direction from Cessigny's, is it not?" Aymar shut his eyes. "Yes," he answered, his voice grating a little, "it is, but it may be very convenient for me also to be on the coast. When I am a little stronger, I shall very likely leave France altogether." Laurent stared at him, thunderstruck. The clean-cut, sensitive mouth was set in a line that was half resolution, half pain. God in heaven, what did he mean by that? As he tried in one and in the same mental process to arrive at his inner meaning and to ward it off from him, the face, the chair, the background all rocked for a second before his sight. "Leave France altogether," he repeated when he could find his voice. Aymar opened his eyes again, but he did not look at him. "Yes," he said. Then he added, "Perhaps." And on that Madeline, sniffing audibly, came hurrying over the grass in her heelless shoes. 8. It was evening, saffron and sea green. Jeanette had come back from Port Marie with a letter. Michel Royer would receive the two gentlemen, but they must not arrive till dark, and he would meet them at the turning under the chestnuts, half a mile out of the village. "I shall very likely leave France altogether." Whatever Laurent said or did in that wind-blown, lovely, interminable day of waiting had those words sounding through it. Surely, though Aymar might feel, as he had said, that he was unable to clear himself, surely, with the consciousness of innocence to sustain him, he might try, or, at any rate, remain and mutely endure till that very endurance should speak for him. Instead of that, Eloiseler, the incarnation of courage and daring, was contemplating running away. That, surely, could only mean one thing. The ramrod with its attendant heroism and horror had altered nothing. Facts were too hard to be melted in the crucible of emotion. Laurent began to see that now. And, numb with misery, he fought in the little garden plot with the spectre which yesterday, in the same place, he had thanked God was laid forever. At last it was dusk, and they could start. That Aymar's burnt arm should run no risk of contact with anything. They put him on the right hand of the one long seat, Laurent sat next him, and Jeanette drove from the left. And very soon Madeline and her tearful farewells and the low buildings of La Bassine were gone. Heavy clouds were lumbering up over what had been the sunset. Aymar hardly answered anything that was said to him, and indeed conversation was difficult, for the idiot boy's driving was rudimentary, the farm cart, though light, springless, and the roads which they had to take abominable, one succession of deep ruts, in and out of which they continuously rolled and jolted. About halfway it began to rain. Laurent silently arranged the piece of sacking provided round his friend's shoulders, and as they sat there, with bent heads, holding their rough cape round them, it seemed to him that they were rather a sorry pair of outcasts. Yet it might have been amusing and venturous, this odyssey. Perhaps that was what Eloiseler was feeling so intensely. But if that horrible thing should be true, he had made himself the outcast. And more than once Laurent's thoughts went back to that drive in England, rather more than a year ago, when he hardly knew him, and was so elated at taking home a lion. He remembered thinking afterwards that he had been too garrulous, and that his guest in consequence had withdrawn himself a little. Now Eloiseler was infinitely farther away than when he had been a stranger, and Laurent himself had never had less heart for converse. At last they came to the sharp turn of the road where they were to meet Royer. But even in the gloom under the trees it was apparent that there was no one there. Aymar climbed wearily down, remarking that they were perhaps too punctual, and, the idiot boy refusing to wait on events, but driving off again, the two fugitives were left stranded in the semi-darkness to await their host. The rain, however, had stopped. "This begins not to be amusing," remarked Aymar after a few minutes, and indeed there was no amusement in his voice. "Dieu! How tired I am!" He had sat down on a log that lay, in the long wet grass, close to a broken-down gate which had once closed the entrance to a little lane, and against this gate he now leant back. Overhead the chestnut leaves were gently dripping. "I'll go along the road a little and see if I can meet the man," said Laurent. In a few moments he came striding back, rather angry. "Aymar, where are you? A confoundedly annoying thing has happened. I met Royer in the road there, and he says he has changed his mind. It is too risky, he thinks, to take us into his house in the village, but he says that just along the coast to our left there is a smuggler's cave, the Pannier, which we can easily reach, and which is quite habitable. He will show us the way, and he is bringing some provisions with him. He will be here himself in a minute or two." Aymar on his log in the dusk was silent for a couple of seconds, then he said, "If this is a joke, it is a damnably bad one." "It is not a joke. I am far too much annoyed to jest. But of course we cannot force the man to take us in." "Well, I," declared Eloiseler, "am not going to set out at this time of night for a cave along the coast." "But you cannot spend the night here by the side of the road," cried Laurent. "Why not?" inquired his friend. "My dear Aymar, after that fever itself the result of a night in the open." "I assure you," replied Aymar, dropping his head onto his hand, "that I don't care if I get 100 fevers. I am not going any farther. I can't." Laurent stood looking down at him in dismay. Eloiseler's courage failing him at last. What on earth was he to do? "Let us go to the inn at Port Marie then if there is one and risk it," suggested he in some desperation. "You mean that you would run the risk for my sake?" "I have already been told that I allow you to carry your devotion too far. No, go to your cave by yourself. I will find it in the morning perhaps." "I wish M. Perlet had minded his own business," said Laurent sharply. "Come on, Aymar. I tell you I am going no farther. Leave me, for God's sake. Don't be absurd. How can you imagine that I should do such a thing?" Aymar made a dimly seen gesture. "It's all I ask. Leave me, leave me. You would if you knew." And, as by a fleet arrow, Laurent was transfixed by annoyance. If only he did know instead of having to listen to these eternal hints and innuendos. "But till I know," he riposted sharply. "Eloiseler, for God's sake be a man. Here is my arm." Aymar pulled himself instantly to his feet. "No, thanks, which is the way?" It was too dark to see his face, but his tone showed only too clearly the effect of this adjuration. Even as he asked the question Michel Royer had come up. Laurent, keeping down something in his own breast at once miserable and fierce, drew the fisherman a little aside and whispered to him, "My friend is ill. He may want assistance but don't touch his right arm. Give me half of what you are carrying." The transfer was made. "This is the way, gentlemen," said the vague figure, in a hoarse voice which seemed to have known many tempests, and led off past the broken gate and down the very track by whose entrance Aymar had been sitting. Aymar followed, without a glance at his friend, and that friend brought up the rear, in a perfect daze of misery, irritation, and anxiety. 9. Some 3/4 of an hour afterwards Laurent stood, lantern in hand, in the smuggler's cave, the pannier, and looked remorsefully down at Aymar, lying at his feet on the rough bed of sailcloth and seaweed in the profound slumber of exhaustion. His own burst of irritation had subsided now, and the sight of that bandaged arm made him doubly ashamed of it, though as for having forced Aymar, as he had, to use the last shred of his strength, he did not see what else he could have done. But at least it was he himself, and not Royer, who, when they had reached their goal, had guided Eloiseler, blind with fatigue as he was, to this couch, on which he had dropped like a log, not to move since. Royer had gone, promising to come again tomorrow. The pannier, as far as Laurent could see by lantern light, seemed wonderfully dry and spacious, and there was a sufficiency of food and coverings. So there was nothing to do but to go to sleep, and in sleep he could forget the cruel rebirth which had taken place in his mind. Perhaps in sleep it would even go from him again. He lay down as quietly as possible by Eloiseler and pulled a little of the covering over himself. But it was soon obvious to him that he was not going to sleep. He was far too conscious of Aymar's proximity, too conscious that his theory about Aymar was crumbling to pieces as Aymar had foretold. Yet it was he himself who felt the traitor. How could he bear to lie there, almost touching that arm, martyred for him, and realize, as he did at length, that martyrdom could not change the past. It still was if you knew. It still was that Eloiseler, for all his courage and endurance, quailed before the thought of a future in his own country. Why? His thoughts buzzed and stung like flies. And now the recurrent plunge of the tide, the sound that none can stay, began to torment him. Every time the waves splashed outside they seemed to reiterate something monotonous and final, some message charged with ruin and farewell. And when Aymar, who had lain beside him all the time like a man drugged or dead, stirred, and in stirring touched him, it was more than Laurent could bear. He slipped from under the covering and groped his way across the cave to its mouth. It was a cloudy night. The sea looked dull, not sinister, not violent, just a dimly seen expanse of moving mud. There was no moon visible and not a star. It was like his own thoughts. Laurent sat down on a keg at the mouth of the cave and gave himself over to the contemplation of these. They were far more bitter than on that night at La Bassine, when the veil of self-deception had first been rent, more bitter even than in that hot vigil on the roof, because of the stage of revulsion and remorse which lay between and fruitlessly. For his reason coldly said to him, his undoubted affection for you, his more than undoubted strength of will, may have carried him for your sake through an act of heroism, and yet that does not prove that he could not have done the other thing. And it was in vain that his heart cried out, yes, it does, it does, it does, because reason then retorted, why, then, has he not told you everything, as he said that day at Arvel's he wished he had? Why did he not tell you yesterday under the pear tree? Evidently he will not till you ask him. But that Laurent would never do now. He would leave him, but he would never ask him for his secret. He could not abandon him yet, but when Aymar was well enough he would say that he must go back to Vendée, as Aymar had urged him, and thus their parting would have no special significance about it. All the same, he would be tearing him out of his heart forever, deliberately slaying and burying the friendship which had come to mean so immeasurably much to him and condemning himself to go through the rest of his life not knowing the real truth. He covered his face with his hands, and pictures of the bright and dishonored head rose constantly before him, Aymar that night in Devonshire, under his roof, looking at him with that quiet and immensely attractive smile, Aymar in the great salon at the Hotel de Saint-Severin with the king talking to him, the magnet for every gaze, Aymar at Arvel's, helpless, suffering, despised and all the dearer for it than Aymar wringing out his wet locks by the swirling river in which he had just risked his life for him. And he wondered if he would always see that picture gallery when they had parted, and he heard his name mentioned with loathing, his friend, who could not have done the thing they said he had, even though his own men believed it and had wreaked vengeance on him, even though he, Laurent, his champion of champions, was at last brought to saying so, too. Was he indeed saying that? Saying it with the slow, hot tears running down against his fingers? The sea was saying it relentlessly. He took away his hands and brushed off the moisture, and found that he must have been there much longer than he knew, for it was light outside, with a cold and heartless light, and from the port a sail was stealing out as Aymar's might one day. And with that, out of the darkness still prevalent within the cave, there came Aymar's voice, no more than a little drowsy. "What are you doing over there, Laurent? Did I disgust you so with my want of manhood, that you will not share the same bed with me?" Laurent jumped. He had no idea that Aymar was awake, nor that he himself was visible. In spite of the words, the tone was not sarcastic, it merely held a sort of sad amusement. I found I couldn't sleep," he stammered hoarsely. "You won't sleep sitting on that barrel." Almost unconsciously Laurent got up and sat down on the sand, putting his shoulders against the rock. "It is dawn," he murmured. He heard Aymar sigh. "Is your arm hurting you?" "No, thanks." "Laurent, come back to bed." Laurent dug his fingers into the sand. "I was abominably rude to you this evening," he said with a gulp. "It was, I dare say, deserved. At any rate, you succeeded in getting me here." "Well, go to sleep again," murmured Laurent. "I will, if you will tell me why you are sitting out there." There was a long pause, filled by the sea. Laurent had just made up his mind to one course of action and now, suddenly, he was weighing the opposite. Why not? It was more honest, fairer to him. And there was so much in the voice, though it was even and unemotional, that tore his very heart. "I am sitting here," he said at last slowly, "because I was thinking about you. Because the last few days I could not help." He leant forward, clenched his hands between his knees, and said in a rush, "Aymar, what did you say to M. Perlet that night?" In the darkness Aymar observed quietly, "It is that, then." "I thought so. God knows what I said. At any rate, M. Perlet did not like it." He gave a desolate little laugh. "Am I responsible to you also?" "I never meant to ask you," said Laurent, fighting down his misery. "You know what I have always thought about it all. And after that ramrod, too." A sound like a sob escaped him. "You must tell me something, Aymar. I'm too bewildered to go on in the dark any longer." Neither sound nor movement came from the other end of the cave, only, outside, the sea came up twice, saluted the sand, and withdrew. Then Aymar spoke. "Yes, I must do it. I ought to have done it long ago, I know it. Only well, you will know soon enough why I did not. Do you want me to tell you the story now?" "Good God, no," said Laurent, raising his head. "Tomorrow." And then all his deep affection and a certain cold dread, warring together, swept over him. He sprang to his feet, and, going uncertainly over to him, dropped on his knees beside him. "Or never, Aymar, if you choose. Let it be never then. I have no right. No right. If ever in the world a man had a right, you ought not to have had to ask. As you have asked." A suspicion of hardness crept into his voice. "You shall have it, every word, tomorrow or rather today. What time is it?" Laurent struck a light and looked at his watch, and had for his pains a little picture of his friend lying there, with his bandaged arm, challenged at last, on the heels of illness and suffering and extreme fatigue. The tinder must have shown the wretchedness on his own face, for Aymar put out his left hand a little and said very gently, "Why are you reproaching yourself, Laurent? You have no cause, no shadow of cause. And as you do not yet know how much I have, you could still lie down here again for a little." And Laurent came instantly. He tried to seize the extended hand as he lay down, but it evaded him, and he lay there on his face, motionless, dreading the day. But the traitorous thoughts were stilled. 10. Despite its spiritless dawn, it was a fine morning, with a breeze encircling gulls, not at all a morning on which to be executed, for that had been Laurent's sensation on rising. Only he was not sure now which was the victim and which the executioner. The two of them had just finished breakfast outside the cave. Laurent felt himself far the more outwardly nervous, and when Aymar became absolutely silent he grew very nervous indeed, thinking that the next moment, or the next, would certainly hear him begin. But Aymar, perhaps, was experiencing a shrinking from that moment more acute still, for when Laurent, unable to bear the tension any longer, scrambled to his feet and picked up the loaf and the empty bowls, Aymar, too, got up, and without a word to him walked down towards the sea. He stood there with his head bent, and Laurent remembered once more how he had seen him, first in the sunshine, by moving water. He turned and went into the cave. He had barely put away the loaf when Imar's figure darkened the entrance. "I will tell you what you want to know now," he said. "It shall be as short as I can make it, but even at that it will take a little time if you are to hear everything." "Shall I come outside?" asked Laurent, not looking at him. "No, I can tell you better in here, if you will allow me. The sea is disturbing louder than that salmon river of yours." He looked round for a seat, and finally sat down on the heap of seaweed. Then he, too, had been thinking of their first meeting. Laurent fetched for himself the keg he had sat on during the night. "I must say again," resumed Aymar after a moment, "that I am fully aware you ought never to have had to ask for this. It was owed you on every count. But at Arbel's I put it off from day to day. When I was turned out there was not time, and afterwards at Madeline's, when I had at least one excellent opportunity, never mind why I did not take it. The only good excuse I have for my silence is, that to tell you the story properly I must have told you something rather intimate and I did not know you very well at first. My other excuse is not so good." He paused, and played for a moment with the earring of the sail near his left hand. "The other excuse is merely my own cowardice. I thought that when you knew you see how M. Perilet took it." "But in M. Perilet's case you were wondering whatever you said," began Laurent, feeling a chill at the heart. "Yes, I probably made him think it was worse than it was." He raised his head and smiled, a little drawn smile. "But I am quite clear-headed now and you will not like what I am going to tell you, Laurent. Please don't interrupt me, or I shall not be able to tell you at all. Because I know that you have thought, until quite recently, that I was shielding someone." For the first time his voice betrayed real difficulty. "And I suppose I was. I was shielding myself." As it came out he looked straight at his hearer, but Laurent, as though he had been the accused, could not meet his eyes. He put his hand over his own, his elbow on his knees. "Go on," he said, all but inaudibly. He had turned very pale. Aymar went on. Chapter 6, The Road to the Beech Tree. La haute sur la montagne. Ilya un prix. Les perdrix et les calas. Vivant chanter. Jai prix monde arbalete. Jai suis alet. Croyant en tuer cotter. Jai tout manque. C'est le cœur de mamie. Que jai bless. 1. The whole unhappy story, the substance of which was told that morning in the cave, began on the radiant April day when Aymar de la Rochette rode along the high bank of the river Avon on his way from the conference with Du Tremblay and other royalist chiefs at Saint-Pierre de Plesgin to his own house of Cessignes. He had left his men, some 500 strong, under M. Nicolas de Fresne, his second in command, ensconced, very inconveniently for the Bonapartists, in the Bois des Fauvets, a spur on the great forest of Armor. And now, well pleased with the scheme for which he and Du Tremblay were chiefly responsible, and in which he and his éperviers would presently play a part, he was intending for once to spend a night under his own roof, since by taking this particular route back to his little force he would pass the very gates of the chateau. And so he could pay his respects to his grandmother, who ruled it for him, and to his cousin, Madame de Villecresne, who dwelt there, neither widow nor wife. And thus he came, about midday, to the village of Caravan, and found to his surprise that it was full of troops of the line but royalist, for they wore the white cockade, and just outside its pleasant inn, the Abbaye door, encountered their commanding officer, the Chevalier de Saint-Étienne, who was a friend of his. To him he expressed the hope that his officers had not eaten up everything in the hostelry, since he had been intending to get a meal there. "Plenty to eat," replied M. de Saint-Étienne, as Aymar took the bridle of his horse to lead him off. And I have a private room at least. He hesitated. There is someone else in it, but... Avow, said Aymar, laughing, that the other person is Madame de Saint Etienne, disguised as your youngest subaltern. For his friend was newly married, and much in love. No, said the young soldier seriously, it is only a middle-aged gentleman of my acquaintance, who stopped here to bait, and who is going to share my meal. Will you not dash? He broke off, said rather hurriedly, I'll see you when you have put up your horse, and vanished to Aymar's considerable surprise, since he was plainly on the verge of asking him also to share this repast. Aymar was going back to the inn door when, just in front of one of the open windows, a spur came loose, and, stooping to fasten it, he overheard a man's voice, with an authoritative but kindly ring about it, saying, So that was Eloiseler you were talking to. I have always thought that I should like to make his acquaintance. Here is the opportunity. Can you persuade him, do you think, to come in and share an omelette with a dull old country gentleman? That is just what his friend's voice was beginning, when Aymar hastily pulled off his spur altogether and walked out of earshot. By the time he had readjusted it on the doorstep, the young colonel emerged and said, smiling, Madame de Saint Etienne is anxious to make your acquaintance, La Rochette-Erie. I am afraid I have already told him who you are. Needless to say, I can answer for his discretion and sentiments rather better than for my own. Your own discretion, my dear fellow, is as remarkable as if you really had a lady in there, retorted Aymar, amused, and putting an arm through his. But who is this veiled stranger? Oh, nobody in particular, said the youthful commander, getting rather red. But you know how peppery old gentlemen sometimes are if their convenience is not consulted. Yet it was no old gentleman who was sitting at the window of the parlor into which Saint Etienne now drew his friend, but a man of middle age with a distinguished and intelligent face, M. du Parc, to whom Aymar was duly introduced, and whose conversation, as the three sat at déjeuner together, he soon found anything but dull. M. du Parc might be a country squire, but he had a very pretty, mordant wit tempered by a great deal of natural bonhomie and humor. Moreover, Eloiseler could not help feeling that he possessed a wide experience of life and of men, though exactly in what capacity he could not be sure. But M. du Parc did not obtrude himself unnecessarily into the talk. He rather listened with a sort of benevolent shrewdness to what the two young royalists had to say to each other. Saint Etienne, it appeared, was much, to his disgust, under orders to remain at Caravan for 3 days, according to some plan of Sol de Grisals, the general-in-chief of the royalist forces in Brittany. I would not object to waiting, he announced, if there were only a chance of doing something meanwhile, and indeed I am rather expected to make myself unpleasant, if I can. But I find I am not strong enough to make an attack on the imperialists over at St. Gozac, as I should like to do. Under a certain Colonel Richard, are they not? Inquired Aymar. Is it impossible? How strong are they? Too strong for me, and sure to be well disposed round St. Gozac, which is easily defended country. But it is deuced tempting, because I am pretty sure that they do not yet know I am here. But why indulge in these dreams? I could not bring off an attack. However, you ought to be able to dispose neatly of any parties that they send out in this direction, observed Aymar. I drink to your luck in that respect. Why leave it to luck, gentlemen, interposed M. du Parc suddenly. Put a bit of cheese on the end of a string, and draw it along in front of the mouse's hole, and the mouse will come out, especially if he doesn't know that there is a cat in the neighborhood. But we haven't got a bit of cheese, sir, replied Saint Etienne, laughing rather ruefully, and, moreover, if the whole mouse came out, this cat alone is not strong enough to deal with him, as I have said. Aymar had fixed his eyes on M. du Parc. What wisdom and daring there was in that smiling, rather inscrutable visage. He turned them on his friend. But if you had another cat to help you. Whom do you mean? Myself, replied Eloiseler, a gleam in his eyes. My men are in the Bois des Fauvets. But you could not move them over here rapidly enough, nor without the Imperialists getting wind of it. No, agreed the young Chuan, but I did not mean that. I meant that if one could only get Richard to march out in that direction, we could both leap on him simultaneously from our respective positions. Yes, said his friend, but to march out in that direction is, I fancy, the last thing he is likely to do. Aymar propped his chin on his fists. Then he ought to have some inducement provided to make him march out, as M. Du Parc has said. A bit of cheese. Have you got a map here? Studying the two young men bent over it, M. Du Parc himself here remarked serenely, your little problem, gentlemen, reminds me of an episode in the fighting in '95, when two royalists of my acquaintance, commanding bodies of volunteers, were in exactly the same situation as you. They solved the problem rather neatly. How? Inquired the couple eagerly. By making one of the cats the cheese. My friend contrived to let the Blues know that he and his men would be passing a certain point at a certain time, meaning the Republicans in consequence to ambush him there. And what happened? Asked Saint Etienne. The Blues were ambushed themselves by the other party, responded M. Du Parc, with a smile, and the two royalist bodies together accounted for them completely. The light in Eloiseler's eyes grew, but Saint Etienne said, it was a very risky move, though, sir, since it depended, I suppose, upon the most exact cooperation. Certainly, but 20 years ago one had to take those risks, so I have been told. To which M. de Saint Etienne, looking at the older man with a little smile, said, yes, those were days of giants. Meanwhile, Aymar de la Rochette-Irie returned to his study of the map, observed thoughtfully, when I get my supplies of ammunition I shall be moving my men over the Avon. The bridge they call Pont Auxiliary Rochers, between these wooded heights here, the bridge which I shall in fact cross, would be an excellent spot for an ambush, but that ammunition, I am sorry to say, will not reach me before the end of the week, and I cannot leave the forest until I have it. What a pity, commented Saint Etienne regretfully. The bridge is ideally situated for me, since, owing to this road here, I could actually start some hours after the Imperialists and still get there before them. And, as a matter of fact, an ambush would not be essential. Your men and mine together would be able to account for Colonel Richard, if only we could tempt him to come between us. Eloiseler took his head in his hands and thought. The plan appealed to him very strongly. Could he not go back to the forest now and move his men without waiting for the supplies? But the probability was that he would then never receive these at all, and he was pledged to cooperation with Du Tremblay in 8 or 9 days, and would need all the ammunition he could lay hands on. No, the idea must be abandoned. He explained to Saint Etienne why. Besides, M. Du Parc reminded them, an indispensable part of the scheme is that one of you must inform the enemy of your intended movements, or of your allies' movements, if you will. And it is not, in practice, a very easy thing to send information purporting to come treacherously from your side in such a way that the enemy is ready to believe it. The best plan, he added with a fine smile, is to appear to sell it. Aymar de la Rochette-Irie made a movement. I think I would rather forego a coup than do or seem to do a thing like that. The smile grew. Oh, you don't do it, Monsieur de la Rochette-Irie, explained this astute old country gentleman. That would be a trifle too suspicious, the enemy might not swallow the bait. One of your men who has a grudge against you sells the information. They all laughed, and the conversation passed to other matters. Indeed, not long afterwards Aymar was again in the saddle, wishing Saint Etienne, and being wished, good luck. And he rode off, thinking no more of that half-forged scheme for luring out the enemy, save with a moment's regret that it could not be. The same sun shone, he had before his eyes the same face, the only face in the world for him, and nothing warned him that in the Abale door at Caravan Fate had sat at table with him. 2. The road went for a while under larches, absorbed in their enchanted dream of spring, and Eloiseler rode beneath their green mist, absorbed in his own dream. He was thinking neither of the Aperviers nor of the Emperor, but of the meeting full of pain and self-repression and happiness towards which he was riding. Avoid de la Rocheterie, Avoid de Villecresne, as she had been for the last 6 years, was Aymar's first cousin. Her father had gone to the guillotine with his parents. Her mother, widowed at 23, had adopted the little orphaned boy of 5, and for 2 years had given him such care as her broken heart and delicate health could compass. Then she, too, died, and the 2 children passed into the guardianship of their paternal grandmother, the Dowager Vicomtesse de la Rocheterie, and by that redoubtable lady they had been brought up as brother and sister. When Avoy was 18, Madame de la Rocheterie, who was determined that Aymar should not marry her, brought about for her granddaughter what she considered a suitable match with a fashionable and wealthy man much older than herself, the Comte Frederic de Villecresne. The inexperienced girl felt no objections to the marriage, was even rather flattered by the attentions of this man of the world, while Aymar, her almost brother, constituted so natural a part of her life that she hardly figured to herself how little he would fill it in the future. As for Aymar himself, the final arrangements were concluded when he was away, and without his knowledge. Moreover, he was still a minor. The marriage took place. 4 months later Avoy left her husband and went to live with relatives of her mother's in Paris. Over this outcome of Madame de la Rocheterie's schemes there took place at Cessignes a combat as fierce as any which the chateau could have witnessed since its foundation. Aymar, now of age, insisted that his cousin should be invited to make Cessignes once more her home if she wished. She had no other, and she refused to take her husband's money. His grandmother pointed out that M. de Villecresne's house was still open to her, on which the young man asked her whether even in the crusading days of their ancient race any lady of the line had consented to enter a harem. Plain speech was a luxury from which the Vicomtesse never shrank, and she joined battle. It was most undesirable that Avoy should return to live under the same roof as a young unmarried kinsman. Aymar replied that part of her objection was mere hypocrisy, and twofold at that. He knew that while, on the one hand, she cared not a snap of the fingers for other people's opinion, on the other she considered that no breath of scandal dare attach itself to a menage over which she ruled. The rest was an insult to Madame de Villecresne and to himself. Even apart from the fact, of which he professed himself fully aware, that Avoy had no feelings for him other than for a brother, as a Catholic she would never divorce her husband and marry again, for Madame de la Rocheterie, though herself at heart a free thinker, was far too aristocratic not to have had her grandchildren reared in the strict tenets of the Church. And if his grandmother placed so little reliance on his self-control, he would contrive to absent himself a good deal, to travel, as much as his means permitted, to go and fight abroad, perhaps. But Avoy should come back. And Avoy, not being to her knowledge in love with her cousin, did come back, and in the end made Cessignes once more her home. Aymar carried out his program, but perhaps it was his very absences from the house which was so full of the memories of their joint childhood which showed her at last her own heart. Yet, however much now in name only, she was still the wife of Frederic de Villecresne, and as such she knew quite well that her cousin regarded her. She had made the mistake of her life, she must pay for it. But she did not realize how heavily Aymar was paying, too. And no doubt it was only because of the tenacious, self-denying northern blood which the cousins shared that they were either of them able to stand the strain of a position which made such difficult demands, to go on waiting year after year, to face the prospect of waiting, most likely, for years longer, until death should remove the barrier to their happiness. At times, indeed, it did seem as if they might not have to wait much longer. Last year, when Aymar had undertaken his self-imposed and repugnant mission to Bath, to interview M. de Villecresne on a money matter connected with his wife, he had found the profligate very much of an invalid. He had recovered, it was true, and returned to France, but he was ill again now. How seriously, Aymar was not sure. Avoye would tell him when he got to Cessigny's. He had something to tell her, to this new plan which he had just made with M. du Tremblay, for, except his love, of which he was very chary in speaking to her, there was little in his life that she did not share. She was, in thought, the comrade of all his hopes and enterprises, had once been a comrade indeed also. But for that he had scolded her. 3. The towers of Cessigny's came at last into view. Cessigny's, September Signy's, the castle of the seven swans emblazoned on the La Rochette-Eyrie shield. Little remained now of the feudal stronghold which the first Aymar de La Rochette-Eyrie had built in the days of Philip Augustus, yet the chateau's very position hinted at a warrior's eye. A later and softer generation would have planted it, not on the scarp, but lower down where the pastures sloped to the Avon, loitering here by banks of meadowsweet. Madame is well, Monsieur Aymar, but Madame la Comtesse was summoned away about 4 days ago to M. de Villecresne, who is very ill, said the old, tremulously smiling manservant in response to his master's inquiries about the family. Summoned away. She was not here. But the shock of that disappointment was succeeded by the thought, de Villecresne must be at the point of death, she would never have gone to him else. Aymar's heart beat so fast that for the moment he hardly heard what the old man was saying further. But he mechanically took the letter which he was holding out, and saw that it was addressed in the hand of his second-in-command, M. de Fresne. How did this come here, Celestin? He asked in some surprise. One of your guards brought it, Monsieur le Vicomte, this morning, from the Bois des Fauvets. He is still here. No, Monsieur Aymar. He went back at once. Eloiseler tore open the missive all the more hastily that he was expecting nothing from that quarter. It contained a few words to say that as the looked-for ammunition had arrived earlier than was anticipated, M. de Fresne was, in accordance with his leader's known intentions, going to move the éperviers over the river at once, leaving their encampment in the Bois des Fauvets at sunrise on Friday. He should expect in that case to be across the Pont Auxiliary Rochers by 8 in the morning. It did not, he concluded, seem necessary or even prudent, having regard to the reinforcements just received by the Bonapartists at Arbles, to wait for La Rochette's return in person, especially as its exact hour was uncertain, but, knowing that he intended to pass by Cessigny's, he was sending this information there, so that his leader should not attempt to go all the way back to the Bois des Fauvets, but could rejoin his force at some nearer point. Portions of this brief epistle were in cipher, but Aymar knew his own cipher so well that he could read it off. The result rather annoyed him. Tomorrow was Friday, why could not de Fresne wait for his return? He was just going to put the letter in his pocket, when he stopped, and, frugal of gestures though he was, smote his forehead. Dieu! Why had I not this letter at noon at Caravan? If only he had known then that the ammunition had arrived, and that he could, in consequence, safely move his men across the river, he would certainly have concluded that tempting arrangement with Saint Etienne. There seemed a sort of grin of fortune in sending the news now just too late. But was it too late? Letter in hand, he sat down under his young father's portrait and thought rapidly. He would have to ride back instantly to the Abbaye door, arrange with Saint Etienne, send one of Saint Etienne's men to warn de Fresne, or better still, go himself and then somehow dispatch information of de Fresne's movements to the Bonapartists at Saint Gozac. Yes, but how was he going to do that plausibly? There lay the difficulty, as that shrewd old M. du Parc had pointed out. One of Saint Etienne's men would have to play the supposed traitor. He might pretend, for instance, to have stolen this very letter, and to be desirous of selling it to the enemy as M. du Parc had advised. Saracen, the great wolfhound, stared up at him anxiously as he leant forward, his elbows on his knees. No, it would not do. The Imperialists could not be lured to Pont Auxiliary Rochers in the time. There would be 2 cats at the bridge, but no mouse. Because, even if he started this instant to ride back to Caravan, he could not get there much before 11 at night, and, allowing an hour to thrash out the matter thoroughly with his friend, and to coach up the supposedly traitorous emissary, the latter could not reach Colonel Richard at St. Gozec before 6 in the morning, which would be too late. Eloiseler got up rather sadly and then stood still. For suppose the letter was sent to the enemy, not from Caravan at all, but directly and now from Ses Ignes itself, which was so much nearer, though he had small idea to whom to entrust it. It would reach the Imperialist commander this evening, in about 2 hours, in fact. Meanwhile, he himself would be halfway back to Saint Etienne, who had ample time in any event to get to Pont Auxiliary Rochers before the enemy. And by this plan Aymar was really tempted. It had just that spice of daring which appealed to him, and he began to walk up and down the hall considering it. But in a moment he saw that it would be difficult to make such a sending plausible, doubly, trebly so, as in this case the letter must come directly from himself. And it was exactly that coming from himself which his keen sense of personal honor could not stomach. He had an innate aversion to even the semblance of treachery, to even the appearance of such a horrible thing as the betrayal of his own men. He thrust de Fresne's letter resolutely into his pocket and went to find his grandmother. Had Avoye gone to her husband because release was near? The silver swans of La Rochette-Eyrie, with the golden crowns round their necks, sailed without progress on the azure of the shield above his grandmother's head, where she sat by the hearth in the salon, slim and upright, a book on her knee. She had been a very pretty girl, and not, it really seemed, so long ago. She exclaimed with surprise and pleasure as her grandson appeared at the door, since, though she had sometimes a very captious method of showing or cloaking her affection for him, and often took a malicious joy in combating him, at bottom she adored him fiercely. For the victory which, at 21, his will had won over hers in the matter of his cousin, she bore him no grudge. The grudge was against Avoye, who had spoiled his life, keeping him, the last of his line, unmarried, when, especially since the Moulin Brule and the rest had added a romantic prestige to his personal attractions and the fact of his ancient lineage, he might, she felt, have carried off any heiress in France. "So you have left your beloved Éperviers to see an old woman," she said, as he kissed her unwrinkled and still delicately colored cheek. "But more probably it was to see a young one. She is away, though, as you have doubtless ascertained already." "Celestin told me," replied Aymar, a trifle stonily. "He also told me where she had gone." Madame de la Rochette-Eyrie looked at him, and then dropped her expressive eyes. "But, since he did not know it himself, he could not calm your agitation by telling you that I expect her back tonight. I almost thought she would have been here by now." A flush rose in Aymar's cheek. Conscious of it, he turned away and rested his spurred foot on the hearthstone, his hand above him on the mantel. "And de Villecresne?" he asked after a moment. Madame de la Rochette-Eyrie breathed a decorous sigh. "Poor Avoye, poor child. She writes sad news." "What, is he better?" exclaimed the young man. "Aymar, think what you are saying." But her mouth twitched with appreciation. On the contrary, she was too late. The Comte de Villecresne died about 3 hours before she got there. Eloiseler drew a sharp breath, and, putting his other hand on the high mantle, bowed his head between his arms. His face was quite invisible, but there was no superfluity of color in it now. After a moment's complete silence he gave a sound which might or might not have been a laugh. "What did you say?" demanded Madame de la Rochette-Irie. Nothing," he responded, without moving. "But what I should like to say is, for whom in the world is the news of de Villencressen's death bad news?" "Possibly for his creditors," said his grandmother drily. "I suppose that you have some idea of their number, since your visit to him." "We sup in a quarter of an hour, Aymar." No meal in his life had seemed so interminable to the young man as that of which he partook that evening with the old woman who had brought him up, whose jealous, half-tormenting affection was perfectly aware that his whole soul was full of the news she had just given him, the news he had waited years to hear, and that his ears were straining all the time for the sound of wheels, and who would not so much as glance at the subject of Avoy's release, nor make even the slightest further reference to her return. But she talked of politics and he had to attend and reply, of the coming struggle in the West and he had to give his opinion of the small movements which had already taken place, of the shock given to the countryside by the Bonapartists' summary execution of a woman spy, a peasant, a few days ago. "A foolish shock," was Madame de la Rochette-Irie's comment. Marie Lasserre knew what she was risking. "And I do not approve, in any case, of women aping men and usurping their roles. If they do, they should at least be prepared to pay the same penalty." No doubt she was hoping to get up an argument on the subject of Avoy's exploit at Calais, which had been so much talked about since the Restoration. But Aymar did not accept the challenge. And, having endured various thrusts at his want of appetite, which he hoped he had disguised, he was able at last to escape from the table and the candles and the necessity of answering coherently, to the place where a lover should carry his rapture under the open sky and the stars. And he went across the grass of the rose garden where, late as it was, a peacock was parading, past the sundial and into the orchard, and leant against a tree there. Truly his happiness was almost more than he could bear. And he had waited so long for it, it seemed a lifetime. It was his lifetime. 4. He raised his head at last. Through the apple boughs the stars peered, laughing, and there was, as there should be, the fairy boat of the young moon low in the west. It was indeed a night for her to come to him, as any moment now she might come. She, too, should look at the stars between the lattice roof of blossom and star herself. Nothing between them any more. That evil shadow which had made a mockery of her life gone forever. Aymar could scarcely believe it yet, but his heart so ached with the almost intolerable joy of the thought that the strange, sweet pain seemed to seal it as true. He reached up to the tree under which he stood, and broke off a little bough with its pink-flushed blossoms, pale now in the starlight. The branch was tough, he had to tug at it, and as he tugged he felt something give round his left arm. He knew what it was, that absurd talisman of his. He put the apple blossom to his face and kissed it, as he would kiss Avoy when he gave it to her. Perhaps these moments, and still more, those that were coming, were worth, after all, their heavy toll of endurance and restraint, the meetings that were only pain, the partings whose full sorrow might not be tasted, the enforced absences, the perpetual struggle to be content with a little for fear of losing all. But struggle was over now, and he could lay at her feet a heart as clean as his sword. The peacock's jarring note roused him, and he remembered that the jardiere was broken on his arm. Avoy should weave him a new one, but not tonight. Early in the morning he would get rushes from the river, and before he rode away she should plait him another bracelet and fasten it on, if indeed it were necessary to continue this farce nowadays. He never had to show that he carried on his person the earnest of his good fortune and his prestige. But he must not let the broken charm be found, and, putting down the apple blossom, he shook the twist of rushes down his sleeve and drew it out. Strange that it had broken like that, when it had survived much more strenuous doings. He was fingering it when he became aware of galloping hoofs in the distance. His heart galloped, to Avoy at last. No, it was a single horse, a saddle horse, and it was coming along the little used bridle path that led by the river and almost past the orchard where he was. Who on earth could it be? He went across the orchard and vaulted the gate, and saw that the horseman, riding as a tired and heavy man rides, had abandoned the path, and was making for the same point. He must be coming to the chateau, must know the way well, too. Who is it? Aymar called out. Is that you, La Rochette-Erie? Returned a voice full of relief. Thank God, thank God. I did not know you were at Ses Ignes. I have brought the most terrible news. Wait a moment. He climbed stiffly out of the saddle. It was the Marquis de Vaubernier, a neighbor, an old friend of the family Avoy's godfather, in fact. He now came up to the young man, wrenched out of his ecstasy of a moment ago into what he imagined to be tidings of some military mishap, and said, "Your cousin Avoy is in the hands of the Bonapartists at Saint Gozac, and oh, my God, I can hardly believe it, yet they intend to shoot her tomorrow morning." "Nonsense," said Aymar sharply, but the world went black. "Impossible," he repeated after a moment. "Marquis, you are dreaming. What, in heaven's name, should they do that for?" "Because you allowed her to obtain that information for you," retorted the old man, tears in his voice. "Because they suspect her unjustly this time. They have her in custody at the Cheval Blanc just outside Saint Gozac. And they will do it. I have seen their colonel. Have you not heard about Marie Lasserre?" Aymar stood in the starlight as if he had been shot himself, so still that the old Marquis, wringing his hands, exclaimed, "Good God, man, can't you speak? There's no time to wool gather. And find me some place to sit down, I'm dead with fatigue." "If what you tell me is true," said Aymar in a very quiet voice, "I will go and give myself up in her place, of course. But I must know a little more first." He opened the orchard gate. "Come up to the seat in the rose garden. I will not take you into the house. There is no need to tell my grandmother." And in the rose garden, sitting on a stone bench, to the accompaniment of the discordant cries of the peacock, incoherently but convincingly the Marquis de Vaubernier told his tale. He had been out riding when he heard that a lady traveling with her maid had been detained by the imperialist troops near Saint Gozac. The replies to his queries convinced him that the lady in question was Madame de Villecresne, of whose recent journey he was aware, and, becoming very uneasy, because, as he confessed, he could not help wondering if they knew of her former exploit at Calais, he went to the Cheval Blanc, where she was detained, and succeeded in seeing the senior officer there. The Bonapartists' curtness and obvious unwillingness to speak of the matter alarmed the nervous old man still more, and when the officer began, in his turn, to question him about the lady, his chief desire was to get away, lest, as he said now, I should let slip something indiscreet about her. And then, La Rochette-Erie, just as I was going to mount, a young officer who had been in the room came up to me and said, very gravely, "It does not matter what questions you answer or do not answer, monsieur. About that unfortunate lady nothing can make any difference now." When I asked him what, in heaven's name, he meant, he said in a very low voice, looking, as I could see, as if he could hardly bring himself to tell me, "Her fate is fixed. She cannot be allowed to go free. We know too much about her." And when, God help me, I still did not take in the full horror of what he was saying to me, he whispered, "Another Marie Lasserre." Then, Aymar, I did understand, and I frantically caught his arm, and said I would go back instantly and see their commander again. The young man said, "Useless. We, his officers, have all remonstrated. Yet we have not quite given up hope, though one must say that, but for a miracle, she will be shot tomorrow morning. A spy is a spy, even though she be of noble birth." Then, hardly knowing what I did, I said I must see her at once, but he declared that it was out of the question, and that he himself would be cashiered if it was known that he had even told me about it, that all I could do now for her was to go home and pray. So I did not see the child. I came straight here, riding as I have not ridden for 20 years. And at least you are here. Aymar had stood rigid before him, his hands gripping each other behind his back. Now he said thickly, "Marquis, it must be a mistake." "Whose mistake?" asked the old man. "Not mine. I wish it were. I tell you the colonel's manner was most sinister, and when that young officer held my stirrup for me I saw the tears in his eyes. But perhaps it is not Avoye at all. They spoke of her by name. Besides, I saw her carriage in the yard, one of yours." But it is an incredible thing to do," said Aymar, as one speaking in a nightmare. "That is what everybody said about Marie Lasserre, but they did it. Oh, Avoye, my little Avoye." He began to break down. Eloiseler walked away to the sundial. When, after a few moments, the old man followed him there, Aymar was slowly tracing out the figures on its metal plate, cold with dew. "What are you doing, La Rochette-Iri?" he exclaimed, seizing him by the shoulder. "It is your fault that she is in danger. There's no time to lose. Think of something, for pity's sake." "For pity's sake, be quiet then," flashed out the young man. "Cannot you see that I am trying to think of some way? Do you suppose that I do not want to save her 1,000 times more than you do, that I would not give every drop of blood in my body to spare her a pinprick, that I would not get on your horse this instant and ride to Saint Gozec and give myself up if I could?" The passion in his voice silenced the Marquis de Vaubernier, and he went off to the other side of the lawn. And Avoye's lover, his elbows on the sundial, his clenched fists pressed to his head, was fighting hard against the almost overwhelming impulse to do what he had said, fighting because it did not seem to him consistent with his honor and his obligations. Was he not bound to do Tremblay by their joint scheme, more his, indeed, in conception than the others? Did he not know that his own men were useless for any enterprise requiring foresight without his leadership, that de Fresne knew nothing of the fresh arrangements, and that without seeing him it would be very difficult to ensure his grasping his part in them? No, if he surrendered himself to this Colonel Richard, as he longed to do, though for him it would only mean prison and inactivity, for of shooting him there could be no question, he was making the enemy a present not only of himself, but of his small yet valuable force as well, stultifying his comrades' plans, in short, deserting his post. And yet it would have been so sure, so easy, to have him, Eloiseler, in their hands. They would certainly open the door of the cage to any woman, were she 10 times a spy. But if honor forbade him to surrender himself, what could he do instead? Try to rescue her? Almost impossible, single-handed. None of the servants would be of any use. If he had Yvonne, or a couple of his best men, but even the Chouan who had brought de Fresne's letter had gone back. The blood leapt to Aymar's face. Why, he had the way to save Avoye in his very hands after all. He had only to utilize the scheme almost completed that noon with Saint Etienne, almost entered upon on his own initiative when he found de Fresne's news. He had only to strike a bargain before the information the letter was given up, and the very fact that he had now a bargain to strike lent infinitely more color to the genuineness of the whole affair. In fact, Avoye's danger gave him the pretext which had been wanting. He might not only save her, but snatch also the military success which had so tempted him. Had he not already contemplated the sending of that letter with nothing but that success to gain by it? And, since Saint Etienne and his regiment were so much nearer Pont Auxiliary Rochers than the Bonapartists were, there was no more risk than before. If he sent the letter at once, from Ses-Ignes, he still had ample time to ride back to the Abbaye-aux-Dours and complete the arrangements. He snatched his subordinate's letter out of his pocket. Vaubernier, of course, must take it. He could not. The striking of the bargain no easy task must be entrusted to that agitated old gentleman, but again there was no help for it. His very agitation ought at least to convince the imperialist commander of the genuineness of the motive behind the sending of the information. And though the scheme was less sure than the one he longed to adopt, that of paying for his love's freedom with his own, yet, if this Colonel Richard should suspect the existence of a trap somewhere, so long as he was ignorant of Saint Etienne's presence at Caravan, he could not possibly know in what the trap consisted. And surely the chance, however much he recognized it to be merely a chance of crushing a very obnoxious enemy, was worth more than the gratification of shooting a woman. With the letter in his hand, Eloiseler looked across the dim garden at Vaubernier, considering what instructions he should give him in order to convince Colonel Richard. And then it slid into his mind, more than a little dizzied by the violent transition from rapture to horror, that he was going deliberately to commit the very act on account of which he had a few hours earlier rejected an alluring scheme. He was sending the letter himself. In other words, he was about to sell information about his own men in order to save a kinswoman's life. At least, that was how his action would appear to Colonel Richard. How he must pray indeed that it would appear. The spring night seemed suddenly very cold. Was he really going to lay at an enemy's feet the most precious thing he had, his untarnished honor? For Avoy's sake, yes, till the day came when the imperialists fell into the joint trap prepared for them, he would be abundantly cleared. He went over the lawn. Monsieur de Vaubernier, do you mind what figure you cut in this business? Not but what I am reserving the least reputable for myself. With Avoy's life at stake, said the Marquis tremulously. No, you can make of me what you will. Aymar looked hard at him. Obviously it would really be more convincing that Vaubernier should pretend to have stolen the letter from him, or something of the kind, and should affect to be the person really responsible. No, in spite of his willingness, he could not let him brand himself as a traitor. An old man like that, for the ensuing military coup would hardly clear him, who had no part in it, as it would Eloiseler. I only want you to be an intermediary, he said firmly. I propose, Marquis, that you shall strike a bargain with Colonel Richard for my cousin's safety with this letter, which contains important information about the movements of my force tomorrow. It is a letter which I have only just received from my second in command. You must assure Colonel Richard that it is genuine, that you have had it straight from me, and if he wishes to know how I could bring myself to do such a thing, you must lay stress on the fact that Madame de Villecresne is my cousin. You must not give him the letter till he promises to let Avoy go. It would be better if you could contrive not to interview him with it on you. But I do not ask you to take any responsibility, all that rests on me. You are merely a go-between. I understand, said the old gentleman. And I understand, also, of course, that you intend. You had better understand nothing of the kind, put in Aymar quickly. Colonel Richard will question you. You must know nothing but that I am horribly concerned for Madame de Villecresne's safety, which God knows is true enough, and you will be prepared to swear that the information is genuine, for I have told you so, on the word of a gentleman. And, even as he said it, he wondered how much faith Colonel Richard, when he got that letter, would put in the word of a man who could send it. Perhaps you had better not know, even, what is in it, he went on, looking down at it. Indeed, unless one strikes a light, you cannot see. I think that I will seal it up. I can get into the house without being seen. He went through the open window of the dining room and lit a candle on the writing table there. But first he read the letter through again, and realized that place and time, and a little besides, were unintelligible, because they were in cipher. If the letter was to be of any use as a bribe, he must with his own hand decipher these passages. And Aymar hesitated, penetrated through and through with the horrible apparent significance of what he was doing. But it was only apparent, it was only a ruse. And, if he could help it, Avoye should never know the means he was employing to save her, no more than he himself would she like the sound of it. Vaubernier must, if possible, make it a part of the bargain that she should not be told the reason for her release. He must not even see her in person lest she should guess some connection with him, Aymar. And almost more than from Avoye must what he had done for Avoye be kept from his grandmother, who considered already, as he knew, that his cousin had spoiled his life. It was for that reason, not to spare Madame de la Rochefoucauld's sensibilities, that he hoped even Avoye's danger might not reach her ears. It was just conceivable that Avoye herself, on her return, might keep it from her. If she did not return. But that was unthinkable. Unthinkable or no, that nightmare thought had him in its grip as he hastily wrote in the words above the cipher. Then he sealed up the letter again with his own seal, and went back into the garden to deliver it to his messenger. Sans tâche, he said to himself as he went. Oh, Avoye, my darling. Ah, here you are at last, said his grandmother, laying down her book. I was just thinking how delightful it must be to be young and not to dread the dew. But I fear that we shall not welcome Avoye tonight now. No, I do not think that she will come tonight, answered Aymar without looking at her. And, if she does I shall not see her, for I must rejoin my men without a moment's delay. I have come to take leave of you, Grandmere. Hirondelle is at the door. What? Exclaimed Madame de la Rochefoucauld. Is there anything wrong? But she saw in an instant that there was, at least, that he was holding down some very strong emotion. And he was in uniform again. I hope not. Not if I go back at once. Goodbye, Grandmere. He took her hand and lifted it to his cold lips. But, Aymar, she said, roused to real concern, you have been in the saddle all day, you ate no supper. You cannot ride straight back to the Bois des Fauvets, you will kill yourself. I trust not to go as far as that, he answered. When Avoye comes, tell her I had to go. That is a pity, said the old lady, suddenly moved with sympathy. He looks so horribly pale and drawn. I hope, Monday Phils, that your bad news is unfounded. I hope so, too, said Aymar, and was gone from the room. And when his grandmother, her book on her knee, heard Saracen's dismal howling in the hall, she knew that he was gone from Ses Ignes altogether. 5. The April night, its scents and caressing breeze, meant little enough now to Aymar de la Rochefoucauld as Hirondelle carried him away at a smart pace from Ses Ignes and farther from Avoye, too. That was the hardest thing of all, to ride off and leave his love's fate in the not very capable hands of the Marquis de Vaubernier, so hard that when the young man had gone a quarter of a mile along the road to Caravan, he suddenly reined up the bay mare and turned her half round. But no, it was done now. Nothing, not even an appeal from Avoye herself, could make it other than infamous to go back. He had given the lives of his men into Colonel Richard's hands until such time as he himself completed his arrangements with Saint Etienne. Eloiseler set his teeth and pushed the mare forward. Waves of agonizing fear for Avoye broke over him every now and then, and if they ebbed, it was only to be succeeded by a cold tide of distaste at what he had done. Oh, if only he could have offered himself in exchange, instead of engaging on this tortuous and insecure path of outwitting the enemy. But to give himself up would not be honorable, it would not really be the beau geste of which it might perhaps wear the semblance, even as what he had done instead was not really vile, as it appeared. Yet he had branded his own stainless name, though it were but for a few hours. What if the blot did not wash off so easily as he had told himself? A ruse, yes, but one with a bargain involved. Moreover, he was undoubtedly trying to trick the imperialists into giving him something for nothing. It galled Aymar's fastidiousness, that idea. But surely Colonel Richard, a soldier himself, would recognize the proceeding as a move in a game. Aymar had not guaranteed that the Aperviers would be waiting at Pont Auxiliary Rochers for the Bonapartists to snap up. He had only guaranteed that that was what was planned. It was a contest as to which could outwit the other. If only so much did not depend on how Vaubernier conducted the negotiations. To ride fast was a relief, yet it surprised Aymar to find how quickly he had covered half the distance back to Caravan. It was not yet 1 o'clock in the morning. All the better. He had met the river again, left it, and was going in the shadow of a wood when he heard a distant shot. And, as he pulled up to listen, the thought struck him for the first time: suppose I fell into an enemy patrol and was captured, what of Defresne at Pont Auxiliary Rochers then? The idea turned him cold. How could he have been such a fool as to think that there was no risk about this business? Till he was actually at Caravan, the whole scheme, all his men's lives, rested on his shoulders alone. Nervousness about his own personal safety was a feeling which Aymar de la Rochette had never tasted in his life, but he tasted it thenceforward all the way to Caravan, and it had not a pleasant savor. The spire of the village church at last, standing up in the light of dawn. He was here, unmolested, and drew his breath more freely. Then he opened his cloak as he rode, to show his uniform for the benefit of Saint Etienne's sentries. But there were no sentries in Caravan. So soundly did the village sleep that not a window was raised as Hirondelle's hoofs clattered on the cobbles of the place. And for centuries her rider sat her there, under the church tower, motionless and asleep himself, was he not, in some cold and evil dream? Then the clock above him struck the hour of 3, and he knew that he had not the fortune to be dreaming. Saint Etienne's force, on which his whole plan turned, and which was to have been at Caravan till Sunday, had gone. A few minutes later, bending from the saddle, Eloiseler was hammering frantically on the door of the Abbaye door. A night-capped head the hosts came forth from a window. How long has M. de Saint Etienne's regiment been gone? They left about 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, monsieur. A dispatch came ordering them off to Alagny without delay. I will come down and open the door, Monsieur de la Rochette. Alagny. It was hopeless to contemplate their cooperation at that distance. They had been gone 11 hours, ordered off not long after his own departure yesterday. And Saint Etienne had seemed so certain of remaining. Still a little stunned, Aymar watched Hirondelle trying to eat the honeysuckle on the trellis, and thought of the words used in this place only yesterday about the cats and the mouse. Who was going to be the mouse now? He pulled himself together. Though there could be no triumphant coup for him, there need be no disaster. Having allowed plenty of time for Saint Etienne's infantry to get to Pont Auxiliary Rochers before Colonel Richard could possibly reach it, he naturally had ample time to ride beyond it himself. "Get me a glass of wine and a crust," he said hurriedly as the host emerged half-dressed, "and tell me, have you that English horse of yours? I want him saddled at once." "Then no, I'll do it myself while you fetch me the wine. I shall do better to have a fresh horse, for I must ride like the devil now to the crossroads on the other side of Pont Auxiliary Rochers." "Pont Auxiliary Rochers," said the innkeeper. "Then you will be better advised, Monsieur le Vicomte, to make a detour by Palan and cross at the ford, for the Blues patrols may very well be out in strength on the other road." "I am not sure of it, but there were rumors last night." Aymar remembered the shot in the night. He could not afford to meet any patrols. I will go round by plan then, but even so I can do it, he added to himself. Quick, the stable key. Yes, he could easily do it, even by the longer route. He kept assuring himself of that over and over again, as the English horse carried him down the way by the ravine at a pace little short of dangerous. Who could have foreseen this horrible trick of fate? Or had he been incredibly rash in staking so much on Saint Etienne's continued presence at Caravan? Surely not, since Saint Etienne had his orders to remain there for 3 days, and on that assumption they had all but completed their joint plan against the Imperialists. And, good God, even had he known that there was a possibility of the regiments being ordered off, could he have done otherwise? Could he have left Avoy to perish, even if this scheme were hazardous? But it was not of Avoy now that he was thinking as he galloped on under the imminent sunrise. Despite the knowledge that, with a horse like this beneath him, he could get across the river and intercept de Fresne well before the latter reached Pont Auxiliary Rochers, his mind was obsessed with horrible little vignettes of what would happen if by any ultimate chance he failed to do it. He tried to shut them from his mental vision, encouraging his horse, but husbanding him as a good rider can, for almost everything depended on his staying power, himself unconscious of fatigue, though he had been in the saddle, without much intermission, since 10 o'clock yesterday morning. By 5 o'clock he was on the land of Longdiaz, a desolate heathy patch of country, riding very hard under clouds and wind. For time, it seemed to him, was going even faster than he, or perhaps it was only that the nervous strain was beginning to tell on him. And his thoughts went faster than either. He wondered what Avoy were doing if, oh God, not if, she were alive. Yes, she was alive, free, he was sure of it. Rather, what were they saying of him, Colonel Richard and his officers, as they marched to lie in wait at Pont Auxiliary Rochers, unaware that he was racing them by the other road, racing to stop what he himself had set in motion? Racing? Yes. Why had he listened to rumors about patrols and gone round? Why had he been prudent against his own inclination? And he would have done better in the end, perhaps, to have kept Hirondelle, though she was not fresh. Yet this horse was going gallantly enough, though the pace was beginning to distress him. There was foam on his nostrils, and he was sweating more than he should. But de Fresne would probably be rather after than before his time. He would not leave the Bois des Fauvettes before sunrise, and there was always delay about getting the men on the move. It could not be that he should arrive too late. He had only about 8 miles to the ford now, and 3 beyond, and he could still get that much out of the innkeeper's horse at the cost perhaps of cruelty. He had not yet used the spur at all, he was keeping that for the end. And what if at the end he found that the Imperialists were not at Pont Auxiliary Rochers at all, and his men in no danger? In that case Avoy, but his mind, shuddering, refused the alternative. No, his men were in danger, but only, please God, in such danger as he could avert. Aymar never was to spur the English horse. It was not more than 4 or 5 minutes after this that it put its foot in a rabbit hole and came crashing down. Its rider had just time to know what had happened, then a curtain was drawn over everything. Later, he gripped the heather and pulled himself to an elbow, sick and giddy. He had been flung clear. But a glance showed him that his horse's neck was broken. He sank back again. The fall had been so violent that probably only the springy heather in which he lay had saved him from broken limbs himself. For a moment or two he was not sure that it had saved him. But he sat up again, his throbbing head in his hands. His horse was dead. If not behind time already, he had little to spare. He had just lost how much? And, worst of all, there were no dwellings on the land, or at best only a miserable cottage where it would be out of the question to procure a horse. But somewhere, somehow, he must procure one. Eloiseler staggered to his feet, and, after standing a moment to steady himself and take his bearings, started to run stumblingly through the tangled heather towards a thread of smoke just visible about 2 miles away. "A horse," mumbled the old man. "No, my young gentleman, no horses here. A goat or two." "Horses?" He emitted a high cracked sound of mirth. "Not if you were the King of France himself." A bundle of rags on the other side of the hearth disclosed itself in the dim and smoky light to be a human being. "Maturin over at the quarry pit has a horse," it said, in the voice of a woman. "He uses it for drawing up the stones. A strong beast it is." "Where is the quarry?" exclaimed Aymar. "Quick, it's life or death." They told him, slowly. They were not sure of the distance. 2 miles, 4 miles? He tossed them a piece of gold and ran out of the hut. How long had he been in finding this place out of his road as it was? He only knew that he had nearly missed it altogether. And now the quarryman was very unwilling to surrender his stocky grey steed slow enough, as one could see, but still a horse. "I can't spare him, monsieur, and he is not used to being ridden, and I have no saddle." "That's not of the least consequence. Take off those traces quickly. I will give you 25 Napoleons for him, about twice what he is worth, and if possible I will return him to you and not reclaim the money. If that does not content you, I shall take him whether you will or no." The quarryman did not look content, but this pale, stern young officer frightened him, though he made no motion to use his arms. So he stood sulkily aside, while Aymar got onto the grey's back, only, as he rode off, he shouted "Thief!" after him, and threw a few stones before he sat down to recount the money. Of all tortures, to ride a slow horse when the very heaven and earth depended on its speed. Once or twice Aymar thought of abandoning it and taking to his own legs again, but by spurring the grey without mercy he did get out of it a certain measure of progress. And there was his own bodily fatigue, which he could no longer disregard, to reckon with also. Oh, for half an hour of Hirondelle. But even Hirondelle could not get him there in time now. The ford over the Avon at last. All that shining water had come down from Pont Auxiliary Rochers. What had it seen there? The grey did not like it. He refused to enter. Twice Aymar lashed and spurred him, then, desperate, he jumped off, and, in water himself to mid-thigh, tugged him over. It had meant fresh delay, but nothing short of a miracle could save the éperviers now. Ironically, the quarryman's horse went better after the contest. But all the last 3 miles his rider's mind seemed to revolve round one word. Nothing but a miracle, a miracle. Oh God, send a miracle. At the crossroads, not a sign. Had they passed or no? A little way off in a field, a girl was herding goats. He called to her. "Yes, monsieur, some châtains, a great many went by about an hour ago. There has been firing since." They went along there towards the bridge. Without a word Aymar set spurs to his horse. There had been no miracle. But at least he might be in time to die with them. Even that was denied him. A mile or so farther along the road turned sharply to the left, and here, where it was wide and tree-shadowed, and had a spacious grassy margin on one side, he saw the first fugitives of all. There were perhaps a dozen. They ran past him in 2s and 3s, panic pursued. Not one had a visible wound. They had just run his men. He did not try to stay them, for even in that hasty passing he had seen that they were his newer, his least reliable recruits. Then he came on one fallen by the roadside, with another bending over him. For an instant he pulled up. "What has happened at the bridge?" he asked, but his voice stuck in his throat, for he knew. It was a cursed trap. answered the man, panting. He did not look up. The Blues ambushed there, they have made mincemeat of us. See, Yannick, if I tie this round your leg you could get on farther. Oh God, said Eloiseler, and rode on blindly to see more men running under the trees on either side, to hear himself at last called by name, to find himself then in the midst of a small body retreating with some semblance of order, and, clutching his bridle convulsively and looking up at him with wild eyes, his youngest officer, Clement de Soulanges, a boy of 20, to hear him crying out of the clamor, La Rochette-Eyrie, why were you not with us? It was awful. I have got away what I could, and I think Magloire Le Bihan has got more. He had the rear guard, but all the rest. De Fresne. Killed, I think. I saw him go down. The Imperialists were all posted there, they must have known. And he half broke into a sob. Oh, Eloiseler, we will go back to the bridge, said Aymar, turning his ghastly face away. My children. A man suddenly scrambled down the high bank into the road, a huge Breton, breathless and blood-stained. I saw you, Eloiseler, from the field. We are making for the forest again. You have heard what happened? God's truth, if we could find the man who did it. My nephew lies there. We will go back and avenge him, said Aymar quickly. How many men have you over there, Magloire? Bring them into the road. Have they all their muskets? Go back, ejaculated the giant. You are mad, Monsieur Le Vicomte. After the trouble we have had in getting away as many as we have. The place is a shambles, more or less. Magloire is right, said young de Soulanges. You were not there. Believe me, it is of no use. The front ranks were eaten up, those that were not killed. Besides, he added, sinking his voice and pulling with a bleeding hand at his leader's arm, so that Eloiseler bent his head, besides, I doubt if you could get them to follow you. And looking round the men whose moods he knew so well, Eloiseler saw that this was probably true. It would have been a terrible blow, had he been capable of feeling it. Very well, he said between his teeth, then I shall go alone. Stand back, please. The boy clung all the tighter. La Rochette-Eyrie, you are our only hope. Don't desert us. Oh, don't do that. It is suicide. And to what purpose? To what purpose, indeed? Aymar tried to loosen the bleeding fingers. De Soulanges clasped his boot. You will only get yourself captured, La Rochette-Eyrie, he sobbed, and what good will that do? Captured. That was the last thing Aymar intended, and by Colonel Richard, too. The fugitives, hearing the altercation, were pressing closely round his horse now, supplicating like children that he should not abandon them. And he saw Magloire's face of black amazement as he turned suddenly round and heard. Well, he could always do it later on by his own hand. Aymar made a supreme effort, and, rallying all his faculties, began to issue orders as quickly and clearly as if, in the last few minutes, the whole of life had not gone sliding down to ruin. And somehow he got them back, straggling and disheartened remnant that they were 90-odd out of 500 men, to their old quarters in the Bois des Fauvets, where for the present they would be safe, and where, almost more important still, they felt that they were safe. And there they lifted him, stiff and spent, from his horse Eloiseler, who had heard of the ambush and had nearly killed himself in riding to warn them of it, Eloiseler, who was so terribly distressed at what had befallen their comrades, but who, at least, was with them again. Could they do too much for him? Their simple care for him was the final sword thrust, and when, having dragged himself into the deserted little woodcutter's hut which was his own old headquarters, it became apparent that his right arm and shoulder were by this time temporarily useless from his fall, and Clement de Soulanges, wounded as he was himself, had insisted on rubbing them for him. It had been all Aymar could do to refrain from putting one of his pistols into the boy's hand and saying, "If you want to do something for me, use that." But soon he was too utterly exhausted for remorse or horror or any other emotion to play on him longer. He threw himself down on his couch of bracken and sleep descended like a pall. The long day was over. 6. But there was a waking only too early. And by 5 o'clock next morning, when Aymar, very drawn but composed, was giving orders to young de Soulanges, he had already lived through years of torment. He was dispatching Clement to warn du Tremblay of the disaster, and to tell him that in consequence he must not count on the support of the Éperviers. And he had further ordered Clement, much to the latter's dismay, not to return to him, but to remain with du Tremblay. "For I shall probably have to disband this remnant before you can get back," he said. "You see that, Clement, don't you?" "Yes," said the boy miserably. And as he stood with bent head, fumbling with the bandage round his fingers, he added, "Am I to tell M. du Tremblay that there was probably treachery at the bridge?" Eloiseleur turned his head away. "You can tell him that it looked like it," he answered after a moment. When Clement was gone, he sat down at the little table in the hut and covered his face. He had chosen de Soulanges to carry that bitter but unavoidable message because he was fond of him, and wanted to get him out of the way before he took his pistol in his own hand, or before the inevitable consequences of the disaster came on him from without. For, safe as his remaining men might consider themselves in the Bois des Fauvettes, Aymar knew better. In a day or two the Bonapartists at Arbles, hearing of the affair at the bridge, would certainly follow up their comrades' success and clear out the relics of that nest of hornets in the wood. And, if he himself had not blown out his brains before that happened, he could then die sword in hand, which would be preferable. So either he must disband his men in time, or make a last stand. Yet, now that he had heard fuller details, he knew that the affair had not been so actually bloody as he had at first been given to understand. The trap had been so well set that, after the first discharge from the hidden foe, and in particular after M. de Fresne had been seen to fall, the leaderless front ranks had been obliged to surrender. But they comprised his best, his oldest followers. It was the least devoted, the least trustworthy who, being in the rear, had escaped, and these would be all the harder to get in hand again. Moreover, worn out though he had been by the close of yesterday, it was clear to Aymar that the ambitious hopes of the big Breton, Magloire le Bihan, which for some time he had suspected, had vastly grown during his few days' absence, and were likely to swell still more, now that he found himself virtually second in command. Aymar's very soul was sick as he got up and went out to inspect his men's depleted equipment, so sick that something whispered to him, "Why not tell them that it is you, and you alone, who brought about the catastrophe?" But in that case reorganization would be hopeless. He did not sleep at all that night, and he knew that under the strain of his paralyzing secret he was beginning to lose his faculty of decision. Some of the men were slipping away already. On the other hand, there was no sign of an attack on the wood. He knew that the Imperialists had always credited him with more followers than he actually possessed. If they were hesitating on that score, he could still keep their communications cut a little longer by stopping where he was. Magloire supported this idea. So all Sunday he did his best to reorganize the handful that was left to him. About 9 o'clock a letter was brought to him. The handwriting was Avoy's, and Avoy seemed now to have receded into another world, and that hour in the orchard to belong to a life not this. Since his return to the wood, the thought that he had saved her, as presumably he had, at the cost of other men's blood, men sent blindly to the slaughter, was so terrible that he had not been able to face it. Now here was a letter from her. He went into the hut and opened it with unsteady hands. It was from Ss Ignes, and dated April 28th Friday. So she was safe, had returned unharmed. But did he not know that by what had been paid for her return? He read, "Oh, my dearest, to have missed you, and at such a time. And by so little, as it were. I could have arrived last night, though late, had I but known that you were at Ss Ignes. If only I had. For though I was stopped at the Cheval Blanc at 6 o'clock yesterday evening by a body of Bonapartists, and detained there for a few hours, on account, I believe, of the movement of troops, at 10 o'clock I was told, very civilly, that I could continue my journey if I wished." Aymar stopped reading, and leant dizzily against the wall of the hut. Was he going crazy? She would have arrived had she but known. At 10 o'clock, when Vaubernier was still in the rose garden at Ss Ignes, she had been told very civilly that she was free to proceed, she who was to have been shot in the morning. He read on to the end, the letters dancing before his eyes. As it was, seeing that it was already late, and that I was tired, and since I had Agath with me, and was quite unmolested by the officers at the inn, having in fact kept my room all evening, I decided, unfortunately, to spend the night at the Cheval Blanc and proceed early next morning. But this morning I was told with equal civility, but quite firmly, that I could not do so for the moment, and it was not till about 4 in the afternoon that I was allowed to go on. I suppose that troops may have been on the march again, but what movement I did hear was at daybreak. And then I got home, and heard that you had been here last night and had gone suddenly, having received bad news. It seems as though fate were determined that we should not meet yesterday, and that I should not tell you myself the news which, though I have prayed and do pray for him, Aymar, I am not hypocrite enough to pretend was anything of a grief to me. But I will not write any more about it, I cannot. Shall I not see you soon? That is, if all is well with you and your men? I do not like what Grandmere told me of your departure. It seems to me that my anxiety for you weighs heavier now. Send me a line to allay it. Oh, why could we not have met yesterday? God keep you. Why could we not have met? Aymar staggered over to a chair. She had never been within 100 miles of danger except perhaps through his own action, which appeared to have caused her a further detention. Vaubernier had then surrendered the letter without ever finding out that the peril was non-existent. No question of driving a shabby bargain with Colonel Richard. Colonel Richard had thoroughly outwitted them both. He had evidently kept Avoye until he was sure that her price had been paid. But there need never have been a price. Oh God, there need never have been a price at all. Some mistake, some terrible misunderstanding. Vaubernier's, the young officer's, his brain reeled. Vaubernier's? Probably. Did it matter whose? It had done its work. All the blood it had spilled was wasted. He had sent his men to death and ruined himself to no purpose whatsoever. The shock was such that it almost deprived Aymar of the power to think, and he sat for hours at the table, the letter open before him, staring at the lantern which lit its quiet and shattering phrases, as near to madness as a healthy brain can be and yet not touch its border. When daylight came he put the letter and a pistol in his breast, and went out into the forest, so haggard that the men who saw him pass whispered that Eloiseler was getting stranger and stranger, that he was bewitched. And this was May Day, too, when much magic was abroad. But perhaps it was the May morning which joined hands with Aymar's own youth to pull him out of his pit of horror and despair. And he had a strong will. For years now he had been obliged to keep a tight hold on his emotions, only his hot temper sometimes escaping his control. He lay on the shore of a lake of bluebells, and, though he lay face downwards, their scent, their multitude and their incredible color flooded his brain like strong music. Out of this miraculous blue swamp soared the old, steadfast trees, brilliant and tender with promise. And there, after a while, Aymar resolved that this should not be the end. At 26, with his past, to die by his own hand or by a self-sought death, it was a confession of complete guilt. Open confession of his partial guilt was doubtless the easier way to deal with the burden of his secret, but it could avail no one. It would almost kill 2 women. No, he must set his teeth, and though to be with his men, suspicious, indeed, but not suspicious of him, was little short of torment to a fastidious sense of honor, he must do it. If she had never been in danger, it was going to be much easier also to keep from Avoye her central part in the tragedy, though heaven alone knew how that part had been fastened on her. And who of his own party would believe a report of Eloiseler spread about by the enemy? More than all, in intention he was absolutely innocent. Never had he meant to sacrifice his men, even for Avoye. He was not a traitor, and, but for the most appalling ill luck, he would not now be wearing the semblance of one. On his way back he met Magloire Le Bihan, who asked to speak to him about the men's attitude. According to him, they were by this time demented over the question of the ambush, and were searching for a victim of their suspicions. And when Aymar observed that an ambush was within the laws of war, Magloire retorted, "That depends which side is responsible for it. Come, now, Monsieur de la Rochette-Irie, it is too late in the day to ignore the fact that there was treachery over Friday's business." Aymar measured him. "It strikes me, Magloire," he said frigidly, "that you are a little forgetting that you owe your present position to accident, and that if you do not modify your tone you will find your tenure of it exceedingly short." A gleam of rage shot into the Breton's deep-set eyes. Accident? Pont Auxiliary Rochers was an accident, was it? How was it then, Monsieur Le Vicomte, that you knew of it beforehand, and rode to warn us? "That is my affair," returned his leader. "It is enough that I did ride to warn you. You all know why I was too late. If that is all you wish to say to me, you can go. Keep the pickets out in case of a sudden attack. If that happens, I dare say we shall find that someone knew of that also beforehand," muttered Magloire darkly. "Then you will remember that I warned you of that, too," retorted Aymar. "I advise you to profit by the warning." And, turning on his heel, he left him. Once inside the hut again he felt very tired. 2 nights without sleep, 3 days of the most harassing remorse and strain, and now a passage of arms with his only efficient subordinate. But that Magloire, in spite of his words, had no suspicion of him he was certain. It was jealousy and wounded vanity which were driving him. He would have to give him his congé directly it was possible. 7. About 2 o'clock he was sitting at the rough table trying to work out a map from memory, all his effects having been lost at the bridge, when he heard something like an altercation at the door. The next moment it opened to admit a man who shut it behind him and stood facing him without a word, a lean, tallish man of about 35, hard-featured and blue-eyed, and bareheaded save for a bandage round his forehead. Aymar stared at him, amazed almost beyond speech. "Good God! To Fresne! Then you were not—" "I escaped a careless sentry." "No, not killed, if that is what you mean." "Did you think I was?" Aymar's head swam for a moment. He was unfeignedly glad, but with de Fresne he would probably have to have the matter out. He sprang up, holding out his hand. "Need I say what I feel? But you are hurt." "Nothing much." I was stunned for a time. Then, glancing at his leader's outstretched hand, the second in command looked him in the face. "I can take your hand, La Rochette-Irie, can you take mine?" The red ran over Aymar's features from chin to brow, and, ebbing, left him very pale. He dropped his hand. "What have you heard?" Still looking at him very hard, de Fresne put a hand inside his coat. I have seen something I would almost give my eyes not to have seen my own letter in the hands of the enemy. But since, in spite of it, I find you here with the men, cannot I hope that there is some mistake about it, that it was stolen, lost, mislaid, perhaps, and that you did not deliberately send it to Colonel Richard as he says you did? There was entreaty and pain in the harsh voice, and a loophole in what it said. No. I would rather not lie to you, de Fresne, answered Eloiseler. I did send your letter to Colonel Richard. I will tell you why. If you please, said the other stiffly. You will pardon me if I sit down. And he walked past him to the table. I am sorry I have no wine to offer you, said Aymar. When did you last have food? I need nothing, thank you. He had spread out the letter on the table and sat back, rather haggard under his bandage. Aymar came and sat down opposite him. How did you get the letter back? He asked quietly. Colonel Richard had me in when I was recovered, and asked me if I had really written it, and if I thought you had really sent it. I said that was inconceivable, till I saw the deciphered passages and recognized your writing. On that I said it must have been stolen from you, and I asked for it, and Richard let me have it. Was glad, I think, to be rid of it, as if it soiled his fingers. And when I escaped, for God's sake, La Rochette-Erie, be quick and explain the business. It is quite simple, answered Aymar with dry lips. I took a risk which I see now that I ought never to have taken. And, after a moment's preparation, he embarked on the story, leaving out all reference to Madame de Villecresne, and making it appear that he had sent the letter purely as part of a ruse, as he so nearly had done. To avow, with the blood scarcely dry on the stones of Pont Auxiliary Rochers, that he had sent it to save her was more than he could bring himself to do. It would be dishonoring her. Yet he knew that the suppression was hazardous. And that is the explanation, said de Fresne slowly at the end. That is why I find my letter in the enemy's possession, and why there has been this horrible disaster, merely because you were tempted to bring off a coup. And that is all you have to tell me? Yes, that is all, said Aymar with a slight shade of hauteur. De Fresne suddenly pushed away his chair and rose, went to the little unglazed window and looked out, then came back and flung himself down again. Aymar watched him, sick at heart. He knew, or else he disbelieved. But there is more, the elder man jerked out. There is more, you know it. Why do you keep back half, you whom I have never known to lie, when I want so much to believe you? What about that bargain with Colonel Richard? I have not said anything about a bargain. Exactly. That is what I complain of. Because Colonel Richard did. For the second time Aymar turned white. What did he tell you? Merely that you sent the letter as part of a bargain struck with him. He did not specify what the compact was. But how could any compact with the enemy be honorable? You tell me the whole thing was a ruse. Perhaps the bargain was part of the ruse, then a mere pretext to make them swallow the bait? If so, of course. He looked at him questioningly. And Eloiseler sat silent, very pale, staring at the knots in the rough table. Since, miracle of mercy, Colonel Richard had held his tongue as to the nature of the bargain, and since, in the event, though not in intention, the bargain had proved a farce, no bargain at all, how easy to say so. But he had enough on his soul. He shook his head. You will not tell me what it is? Asked de Fresne. No. But there was nothing dishonorable in it. I got nothing, but here he stopped. Then who did? There must be two parties to a bargain. Is there anyone in the world, La Rochette-Erie, for whom you ought to sacrifice 400 men and your own honor? Aymar winced. I have told you, de Fresne, he said rather hotly, that the last idea in my mind was the possibility of my men's being victims. Have I shown myself so careless of them in the past? De Fresne shook his bandaged head. It looks very bad. If you refuse to say what the bargain was, it will certainly be thought to be a dishonorable one. I cannot help what people think. And pardon me for referring to it, I have a certain reputation. Yes, agreed the older man. Yes, that is the tragedy of it. He put his hands up to his head and sighed. Such an unheard of thing to send a letter with vital information straight to the enemy. You have offered me an explanation which I do not doubt is true as far as it goes, but which has the most important factor left out. How can you expect it to satisfy me? My opinion, you will perhaps retort, is not of much account, but you must recognize yourself, La Rochette-Erie, that you are in a horrible position. This story will be all over Brittany in a few days, for all Richard's officers know that you sent the letter. Well, what steps are you going to take about it? None, replied Eloiseler, leaning his head on his hand. De Fresne stared at him, frowning. I do not think that you are taking this business seriously enough. And at that Aymar raised his head and laughed. Yes, if not having had any sleep for 2 nights, if thinking about it every moment of the 24 hours, and having only this morning finally made up my mind not to blow my brains out is not taking it seriously, then I am not doing so. I'm sorry, said his lieutenant briefly. Do you intend, then, just to go on and disregard what will be said? I thought I would try that, replied Aymar, leaning back in his chair and suddenly looking very young and tired. I would rather tell the men, but it could do no good, and I think I ought to pull the remnant together and keep the enemy's communications cut a little longer. You see, after all, I am not entirely bought by the imperialists. I never said you were, retorted de Fresne gruffly. But I think that you will find yourself obliged to take some definite step. May I say what I think you ought to do? The young man nodded. Give up your command for the time, go to Saul de Grisals, and ask for a military inquiry, so that you can justify yourself. Give up my command, have myself put under arrest, exclaimed Eloiseler. No, certainly not. He looked at the giver of this unwelcome advice a moment and added, May I ask what you mean by ought? That it would be to my advantage, or that you conceive it to be my duty? Both, answered de Fresne with brevity. Aymar's eyes flashed dangerously. Are you going to teach me? He began, and then, with a great effort, stopped himself. Tell me, have you communicated any of your knowledge to the men? No, of course I have not. Except for some necessary converse with them in which I learnt that you were here, and for trying to assuage a certain excitement that there was over my reappearance, I came straight to you. You are aware, no doubt, that they are out of hand. Very well aware. And yet you suggest that I should vacate my command. It would not, I admit, be a happy moment to succeed you, La Rochette-Erie, even temporarily. But I will take the command if you offer it me. Aymar sprang to his feet. Monsieur de Fresne, this is a little too strong. I gave you leave to advise me, not to dictate to me. Don't quarrel with me, La Rochette-Erie. Believe me, I don't want to. And de Fresne's tone showed it. Won't you do it? He asked again after a pause. It is the only profitable step that you can take. And for an instant or two, as well as his wearied brain would let him, the young man did weigh the proposal. But he had just, with no small effort, screwed himself up to quite another course. This course would involve having the core of the business dragged out into the light of day, the unveiling of Avoy's unconscious share in the disaster, the bandying about of her name, her relations to him. I am sure that you are advising me to the best of your ability, de Fresne, he said more gently. And I beg your pardon if I was rather short with you just now, for, heaven knows, it would be a thankless task you would take up. But I cannot do what you ask." Nicholas de Fresne sat for a moment without moving, then he got to his feet with a sigh. "Very well," he said. He looked down at his left side. "My sword is in the enemy's hands, so I am unable to ask you to accept it, save figuratively." Aymar stepped backwards as if he had been struck. "I cannot do anything else," said de Fresne, looking at the hut wall beyond him. "You are resigning because I will not. If you like to put it that way. Then you do think that ugly thing of me, de Fresne. Don't you know me? Don't you know my family history? You, who have fought with me, and know what memories I carry, you think I could betray my dead? I cannot reconcile it with my sense of honor," replied de Fresne, standing up very stiff, the stiffer, no doubt, that he was moved by the agony in the appeal, "that you refuse to take the obvious method of clearing your name. I do not say that I think you a traitor, for, as you say, I know you. But, painful as it is, I must ask you to excuse me from serving under you any longer." Save for the sweep of a pine branch over the roof, the silence was then absolute. In that silence Aymar put his left hand on his sword, and very slowly his head went down on his breast. When he lifted it his mouth was set, his eyes very bright. "I hope my sense of honor is not less keen than yours, Monsieur de Fresne," he said quietly. "I must beg to refuse your sword. I will ask you, instead, to accept mine." And, unfastening it, sheath and all, he laid it on the table with the hilt towards his second in command. 8. "Does not that satisfy you?" asked Aymar after a moment. "I cannot do more." De Fresne woke from what seemed a stupor. "You have done too much. Take it back, I never meant that. I have no right to demand your sword. Take it and put it into the general's hands." His leader gave a little smile. "I had just as soon surrender it to you, and you have none yourself now, but perhaps you would rather not wear mine." De Fresne looked from the sheathed blade on the table to its owner, and abruptly held out his hand. But Aymar shook his head. "No, not yet. Afterwards, if you like. And now, how are you going to account to the men for my departure? You will have to say something yourself, I think. Eloiseler, my God, how I hate doing this." Aymar had sat down again. "Let me put you in possession of certain facts before I leave you," he said composedly. "First, about Du Tremblay. Of course you cannot support him now. I sent de Soulanges to him on Saturday morning with the news, but you must know nevertheless what his plans are. I believe I have not yet destroyed the cipher notes I made at our interview." He searched in a pocket. "No, here they are, and I can leave them with you as a memorandum. I put them into cipher because secrecy as to his real intention is all important. You see that on Friday next he proposes to move along the Avon in such a way as to deceive the Bonapartists into thinking that he means to cross. But he will not cross. His real objective is Chile, which, having caused the enemy to concentrate, as he hopes, on the wrong side of the river, he calculates on carrying by a coup de main. Meanwhile, what's that?" He sprang up, thrusting the paper back into his pocket, for there had come a sudden rush of feet and of excited voices outside, and an unprecedented thing, the hut door was abruptly flung wide, revealing 2 or 3 of the éperviers. For a second Eloiseler stood amazed, the next, he strode forward. "What is the meaning of this? Who told you to come here?" A confused babel from outside answered him. All his remaining men appeared to be there, and among them, of course, the towering form of Magloire Le Bihan. But he seemed to be trying to keep the crowd back. "If you have a spokesman I will hear you," said Aymar, frowning. "Otherwise, leave my quarters at once." One of the foremost invaders, advancing a little over the threshold, thereupon threw out a hand towards de Fresne, and said meaningly, "Perhaps he can explain what happened at Pont Auxiliary Roadshires." And instantly other voices took him up. "He knows who the traitor was. Eloiseler, make him tell us." A swift glance passed between Aymar and his subordinate. It was seen and misunderstood. A roar went up. "Comrades, it was M. de Fresne himself. And Eloiseler knows it." More Chutans began to crowd in. Threateningly, the narrow doorway was blocked. Very angry, Aymar advanced on the invaders. "Leave my quarters at once, men," he said imperiously. "No, M. de Fresne is no traitor, far from it. There has been no treachery in this business, only a mistake." The Aperviers retreated a little from before him, but the hut was not cleared. "Mistake, mistake," the word was flung about. "A mistake that needs atoning for. M. de Fresne's then. Let M. de Fresne explain why he led us into an ambush. Aye, and let him explain why he moved us out of the wood here while Eloiseler was away. M. de Fresne has nothing to account for," cried his leader hotly. "And if he had, he accounts for it to me, and not to you." "Eloiseler knows that it is M. de Fresne," repeated the originator of this idea stubbornly. "That was why he came riding all that way to warn us. Let M. de Fresne come out and answer for himself." They were horribly tenacious when once they had got an idea into their heads. Aymar knew that well. And this most fallacious notion must be dispelled at all costs. A little behind him, his arms folded, de Fresne was now facing the intruders with a slightly ironical expression. The men pushed forward once more. "Give us up M. de Fresne, Monsieur de la Rochette-Irie. Let him come out and explain to us." And all at once a perfect howl went up. "What is that paper he is putting into his coat?" For the elder man, suddenly remembering the incriminating letter lying on the table behind him, had turned his back, and was now thrusting it into his breast. "Go out of this place," exclaimed Eloiseler. He laid a hand on his pistol. "I will shoot the first man who stirs another step. Go outside, all of you." They surged back a little. "May I speak to you, sir?" inquired Magloire from his place in the rear. Aymar could not but motion him to come forward. After all, he was an officer, and had certainly not been inciting the rest at this moment, anyhow. The giant came, saluting. "I told you, Monsieur le Vicomte," he said in a low voice, "that they were crazy about this idea of treachery, and now, if there is going to be a mystery, there will be no holding them. Why is M. de Fresne hiding that paper? There'll be violence if you can't explain." Yes, de Fresne was hiding a paper to save him. It was his doing that his lieutenant was in this utterly false position. What must he be thinking? Intolerably nettled, Aymar acted on the first impulse that came to him, a thing he was always too prone to do when the risk was his alone. "You are right," he replied, "and there shall be no mystery. I will show you myself what is in that paper, and then you will know that M. de Fresne is perfectly innocent in the matter of Pont Auxiliary Roadshires. Monsieur de Fresne, give me that letter. You shall have it back." De Fresne turned round, appalled. "La Rochette-Irie, don't do it," he whispered. "They will not touch me. Don't show it them, for God's sake." His words, for all that he had dropped his voice, were audible in the stillness which had now descended. And they produced, not unnaturally, a tenfold stronger impression of his own guilt than before. Something like an ugly rush would have taken place towards him, but that the doorway was so narrow and that Eloiseler, springing between him and the assailants, drew a pistol and cocked it. The wave in consequence swayed back again. "Give me the letter, de Fresne," he repeated over his shoulder. "No, no, it's too dangerous." "Dangerous? At least, then, it shall be dangerous to the right person. Give me the letter." And, the pistol in his right hand directed at his followers, Aymar held out his left. "God forgive me," said de Fresne. The letter changed hands. Aymar replaced the pistol and advanced to the door, and, seeing that he was really coming outside, the men huddled hastily into the sunshine. Aymar followed them. "Which of you can read?" he asked, looking round. "You, Golvin, and you, Hervé Le Bihan? Come here, then. You see this letter, which is from M. de Fresne himself. There is his name at the end, and that it is to tell me, as was his duty, of the move he was going to make over the bridge. You can read that, eh? Well, that is all. That is the paper which you foolishly think he was trying to hide." He kept the letter in his own hands, while, bending over it on either side, with grunts and efforts, the two men laboriously went through its contents, repeating the words aloud, unperturbed by the deciphered passage. And Aymar looked over their heads at the rest and wondered what was going to happen next. To hold them in rein now needed a tight grip, and he was very tired, and more than heartsick. "Well, are you satisfied?" he asked patiently. "Yes," said Golvin slowly, "that is what M. de Fresne did. He took us to this place, the bridge of Pont Auxiliary Rochers. But why did he write it down so that the Blues knew it?" "I tell you," said the young man, not patiently this time, "that he wrote it to me, while I was away, so that I should know it." And as they bent their heads once more, and tried to peer at the address on the other side, he added, "You can see for yourselves that it was sent to me at Ses Ignes," and turned over the letter. As he did so, de Fresne, behind him, made, unseen, a gesture of desperation, and Aymar himself turned cold as he saw, on the top left-hand corner of the reverse, a bold endorsement in another hand than de Fresne's. "Sent to me by the Vicomte de la Rochette, called Eloiseler, on the night of April 27, 1815. A Richard." He shifted his hold of the paper like lightning, so that his left hand covered that corner instead of the lower, but even so the signature was visible. Perhaps the slow minds of his followers would not grasp its meaning. "There, Hervé," he said carelessly, managing to master the swift impulse to snatch the whole thing quickly away, "you see, this was really sent to me." And he was on the point of folding up the letter when a hand fell on his left wrist. It was Magloire's. He had been looking over the shoulder of his cousin Hervé. "Wait a moment, Eloiseler," he said coolly. "What is Colonel Richard's name doing on the outside of this letter, then?" Aymar's blood leapt up at the presumption of the grasp and the tone. He looked at Magloire with such fire that the giant, muttering, "I beg your pardon," recoiled. And Aymar, clutching at the first excuse that came into his head, said haughtily, as he folded up the letter, "M. de Fresne has been a prisoner. It is quite natural that Colonel Richard should have examined his papers." As acting, his composed demeanor was excellent, but the excuse he had given was, as he instantly recognized, not so happy. It was admitting that de Fresne had had the letter in his possession again. And as a result the man Golvin, evidently bewildered, remarked, "But that letter could not have been among his papers, Monsieur le Vicomte. He sent it to you, you said so. You had not sent it to him." "No, not to him," broke in Magloire significantly. And, thrusting aside the man between them, he faced his young leader. "There was something else written in the corner, Eloiseler. Your hand was over it. Let us see that." He had thrown aside the scabbard. It was war. But before Aymar could say anything, de Fresne, pushing forward, exclaimed quickly, "What Colonel Richard wrote on my papers only concerns me. Give me my letter back, please, La Rochette-Erie." Instantly the dull and tenacious suspicions of that crowd were rekindled. "No, no, M. de Fresne wants to hide it," was shouted, and the words ambush, treachery began once more to fly about. But Magloire Le Bihan was unmoved by them, and simply repeated his request a little more threateningly. "Will you let us see what is written on that letter, Monsieur Le Vicomte, or must we take it from you?" "Take it from me," exclaimed Aymar, at boiling pitch. "Take it." Then he suddenly stopped. There was a tense pause. Under the wide-brimmed hats with the pendant ribbons, the eyes of all those eager, saturnine faces were fixed on him. Should he tear the letter up? No, they would seize the fragments, and the very action would be a confession of guilt. He stood on the edge of an unimagined precipice, better to leap in than be pushed. "Very well," he said contemptuously, "you can see it and make what you can of it." He held out the letter to Magloire, half turned his back on him, and folded his arms. Almost instantly Magloire smote the letter and burst into a hoarse laugh. "Listen, les gars, what is written on this letter, what Eloiseler was trying to hide." And slowly, clearly, he read out the endorsement, read it twice. "Sent to me by the Vicomte de la Rochette-Erie, called Eloiseler, on the night of April 27, 1815 A. Richard." But his hearers were so puzzled that they merely gaped in silence. "You must be fools if you don't understand," shouted Magloire, brandishing the letter. "It is not M. de Fresne at all, it is Eloiseler himself who has betrayed us, Eloiseler who sent this with his own hands to the Blues to tell them that we should be at Pont Auxiliary Rochers last Friday morning and took care not to be there himself." Aymar leapt forward. "How dare you?" he began, but his words were drowned in uproar. "It's not true, Magloire. He came to warn us." "Eloiseler, say it's not true." That brief monosyllable was hurtling about like a missile, as he braced himself to meet the crucial moment with the knowledge that his hold was slipping. But there was no hesitation in the way he faced the questioners. "It is quite true, men," he said steadily, "that I sent the letter to Colonel Richard, but the doing so was part of a plan for—" He got no further, for the simple reason that he could not make himself heard above Magloire's triumphant bellowing. There was nothing for it but to shoot him out of hand. He drew his pistol, cocked it, and shouting, "I will give you 3 seconds to stop that noise," leveled it at the mutineer. Almost immediately his pistol arm was seized. Furious, and as surprised as furious, Aymar turned on his assailant to find that it was Hervé, Magloire's cousin. "Let go my arm instantly," he cried. He almost succeeded in freeing it, but in the struggle he lost his pistol. At the moment it was dragged from his hold, the hammer fell and a man near clapped his hand to his arm with a scream. Next second Magloire himself had seized his leader's other arm and laid a powerful hand on his shoulder. "He will shoot us all if we are not careful," he shouted. For an instant longer Aymar threw every ounce of his strength into the endeavor to throw off the double grasp. But Magloire only laughed. Even Eloiseler, no weakling, was but a child in his hold. Aymar ceased struggling. If it was useless, it was a mistake. But Le Bihan was going too fast for the majority. Out of the clamor came cries, almost terrified cries, of "Don't touch him! Let him go, Magloire, it will be the worse for you. He has the jardier. The jardier, Magloire. Let him go." And the rebel was obviously taken aback for a moment. He had forgotten to reckon with a superstition which he did not share. For one instant hope flared up in his captive's brain and died as quickly. Deliverance would never come on that score. "Has he got it?" yelled Magloire, his eyes on the young man's face. "Has he got it? The luck would never stay with a traitor." A quiver went through Aloysius from head to foot. "No, he must have it," cried the bewildered voices. "He always wears it." "Show it us, Aloysius." Imar, white to the lips, retorted, "I shall show you nothing of the sort till Magloire Le Bihan is shot for insubordination." "We need not wait for any conditions of that kind," sneered Magloire. "I will show you, since Aloysius is so reluctant." And before Imar guessed what he was about, he had drawn his hunting knife and inserted it under his left sleeve. Less because of what that action must inevitably bring to light, than because it was so intolerable to him to be held as he was and subjected to search, Imar did once more try violently for a second or two to withdraw his arm from the iron grip. It was scarcely, therefore, Le Bihan's fault that the two-edged hunting knife cut rather more than it was intended to do. An instant later Magloire's powerful hands had made short work of the seams of coat and shirt alike. These were ripped asunder to the shoulder, and he was gazing delightedly at the bare arm he held captive. He laughed. To him, as to Aloysius himself, the amulet was a farce to overawe children, but the life of him who once wore it might be hanging, for all that, on the absence of that frail circlet of rushes. Imar had never given the jardier a thought since it had broken in that blossom-laden place, which had witnessed alike his brief moments of happiness and the beginning of this black hour, but now, was that going to undo him in the end, the foolish, half-fraudulent charm he had thought he need wear no longer? He was for a moment barely conscious that Magloire was holding his naked arm upwards at full stretch so that all could see the talisman was gone. Moreover, down that arm was now running a thread of crimson blood like any other man's. Aloysius, of the charmed life, was no longer invulnerable, and naturally, since he no longer wore the charm. The effect of the double revelation on those superstitious minds was paralyzing. The Aperviers began to huddle away in silence from the leader who had been so lucky because he wore the amulet, and who, by the same reasoning, was a definite source of ill luck because he wore it no longer. The jardier had left him, therefore anything was possible. And it was May Day when much magic was abroad. Magloire read all this in the fierce, frightened faces. He nodded across to Hervé, made a sign, and his own immediate partisans closed round, so that the giant was able to let another man take his place, and be free to direct the course of what he had at last accomplished. Imar suffered the change of guardianship without protest. What was the use of fighting the situation any longer? If his men, his own men, could turn against him like this. Yet Yvonne would have been dead at his feet before a finger could have been laid on his leader, but he himself had sent Yvonne to death. Out of the bad dream that it had all become now he heard only de Fresne's voice, hot and incisive. M. de la Rochette-Iri is my prisoner, men. He has already given up his sword to me, and he will answer for any mistake that he has made too. No, broke in Magloire still more incisively, he is ours. And he will answer to us, Monsieur de Fresne. Take him down to the clearing, Gars, we can go into this matter better there. 9. They took Imar down the little slope from the woodcutter's hut. He went unresisting. He was in the snare of his own devising, he, the fowler, and now he began to be sure that there was only one way out of it, and this wood was to see that way taken. The clearing was some 100 yards long and 30 wide. The beech trees in all their new glory stood round it, dazzlingly green against the more reluctant oaks. There were windflowers scattered under them like snowflakes. In one place, half seen, a pond of bluebells, and at the farther end a may tree, robed as a bride. Magloire had preceded the little procession, and was now standing near a large solitary beech at the nearer end of the glade. When they came up he pointed to it in silence. The Vicomte de la Rochette-Iri, descendant of crusaders, flushed deeply. I give you my word of honor not to stir from this spot, he said in a low voice. The Chouan shook his head. You might be tempted, he replied curtly. And if, later on, hi, Aloy, fetch a rope. And Aymar set his teeth hard as his guards, after a second or two's hesitation, pressed him back against the smooth grey trunk, rock-like in its solidity. Even before the rope was brought, someone produced a piece of rough cord, not very thick, and, extending his arms behind him part of the way round the great tree, they fastened the cord to either wrist. By that device alone he was effectually a prisoner. The biting shame of it surged over him in a tide of wrath and defiance. Gailan Kotsaliu le Mertzer Glonik, he called out suddenly, are you going to stand by and see this done? A huge hand came across his mouth, forcing his head back against the tree trunk. We are all going to see justice done, Monsieur le Vicomte, said Magloire, the hand's owner. If it has to be done on you, so much the worse for you. But done it will be. And as he removed his hand from the disgusted lips, the rope, which had meanwhile arrived, was passed across Eloiseler's shoulders and tightened. And when it was knotted firmly across his shoulders, across the middle of his body, and just above his knees, he could not stir a quarter of an inch. That will do, said Magloire. Now Monsieur de la Rochette-Eyrie can answer our questions. Aymar's lip curled. Do you imagine for a moment that I shall do so, after this? He demanded. You would be wise, said Hervé le Bihan somberly. We have a right to ask. He came closer. Monsieur de la Rochette-Eyrie, why did you send M. de Fresne's letter to Colonel Richard? Aymar took no notice of Hervé, but, turning his head, the only part of his body which remained now at his own disposal, he looked steadily at the arch-rebel who had broken his dominion, subjected him to an undreamed-of humiliation, and was no doubt contemplating the last supreme outrage, and said, as coldly as if he were judge, not victim, my reason was given to M. de Fresne. When it was offered to you, you refused to hear it. It is a farce to ask me for it now, and you know it. At that, as though it were an appeal to him, de Fresne sprang up from the log at some distance on which he had been sitting, his head in his hands, during the carrying out of the indignity which he was powerless to prevent. Eloiseler is right, he cried, coming into the center of the clearing. He has given me his reason, he is ready to give it to a court of inquiry, the only tribunal which has the right to demand it. Magloire shook his head. We want no courts of inquiry. We are judges here. Let us have the reason. De Fresne looked appealingly at the beech tree. You can tell them if you like, said its captive indifferently. And de Fresne had to bring out, as the only hope of saving his leader, the justification of the latter's conduct which had been so far from satisfying him a short time ago. He did his best with it. When he had finished there was silence for a moment. Aymar, in a curiously detached way, was trying to consider what he should say if he heard that explanation for the first time. He was also becoming aware of the extreme discomfort, not to say pain, caused by the position of his strained arm and shoulder. The discomfort was not likely to grow less. Now, Monsieur de Fresne, said Magloire, tell us honestly, as you are a gentleman, what you thought of that explanation of M. de la Rochette-Eyrie's. De Fresne had not expected this, evidently. After a second or two's unhappy pause he said, looking on the ground, everybody is liable to make mistakes of judgment. Give us a direct answer, please, interposed Magloire. Tell the truth, de Fresne, said Aymar suddenly. It is always best. The elder man glanced at the sardonic and defiant face, with the lock of rust-colored hair, disordered in the struggle, fallen across the brow, and looked away. I did not think it altogether satisfactory, he said unwillingly, and so I advised M. de la Rochette-Eyrie to give up his sword, which you see he has done, and to submit himself to a court of war. A growl broke out. They do not like that term, my friend, observed Aymar. They prefer private murder. It was not murder then, when you sent 500 men to the death you had prepared for them, asked the president of this tribunal, and Aymar did not answer him. For the last time, possibly, the vain and scorching tide of regret rose up about him, to the very throat. But he was paying now. He could hardly pay more bitterly if they did proceed to murder him. Murder him? No, surely it could not be that he, Aymar de la Rochette-Irie, Eloiseler, was going to end like this. Here and now it was unthinkable. He came back to hear de Fresne saying, "What I believe is that M. de la Rochette-Irie had some other reason for his action which he did not see fit to reveal to me. And it must have been a good reason, worthy of Eloiseler, of the leader who held the Moulin Brûle." Then his agitation got the better of him. "Oh, for God's sake untie him. You can't realize what you are doing, you, his own men. Our leader, Eloiseler, exists no longer," said Magloire Le Bihan. "If M. de la Rochette-Irie has any further explanation, as you suggest, he had better give it to us at once." "May I speak to him?" asked de Fresne suddenly. "If you promise not to touch the ropes," answered Magloire. "I promise," said de Fresne. He came up to the tree, whiter than Aymar himself. "La Rochette-Irie, aren't you going to try to save yourself? The bargain, what was it? You must reveal it now." Aymar looked at him gravely. "Monday ami, I cannot." De Fresne smote his empty hands together. "Tell them something." "I cannot do anything more. It rests with you alone now." Eloiseler shook his head. "What I should tell them would do me no good in their eyes, though it was not dishonorable. And even if it would save me, I would not tell them now. No, leave me to my fate, de Fresne, but try to get them to be quick about it." "You should never have shown them the letter," said his lieutenant, tears in his eyes. "I would rather have let them think that I was to blame. If only I had not come back, if only I had not brought the letter. Oh, my God, to see you there like that, it is too dreadful." "No, you are not to blame," replied Aymar steadily, though de Fresne's words made the ropes seem tighter. "You acted as an honest man in coming back to me with the letter. I can't shake hands with you now. I would like you to keep my sword if you will." De Fresne looked hard at him, nodded, dashed the back of his hand over his eyes, and, turning away without another word, carried his agitation and, evidently, his arguments, into the midst of the discussion which was going forward, with obvious differences of opinion and with frequent glances towards the beech tree. Aymar suddenly felt that he had been there a long time. The sun was hot, his head was aching, and he would have given anything, almost, in the world, though everything was ceasing to have value for him now, if he could have had his arms unbound. And now Hervé and one or two others were coming to him again, Magloire remaining at a distance. "Monsieur le Vicomte," said the former, "you have heard what M. de Fresne has said. He has acknowledged that he did not find your explanation of your conduct satisfactory." De Fresne suddenly looked round, anguish on his face. "He says that you gave up your sword and were going before a court of war. But we, what is left of us after the trap you arranged for us at Pont Auxiliary Rochers, consider that we have a better right to try you than a lot of gentry of whom we have never heard. Do you still refuse to say anything in your own defense?" "I do, most emphatically," returned Aymar. "I acknowledge no right of the kind. You have defied my authority, you have outraged my person, and even if you intend to kill me in cold blood, I shall not plead to you. You need not therefore waste time." So they went away rather hesitatingly, it was true, and seemed to enter into fresh discussions from which de Fresne's voice emerged from time to time. He appeared to be threatening them. Aymar had an impression that they were drawing lots, but on the whole he felt curiously little interest in their deliberations. He found the delicate little windflowers at his feet more interesting. What a pity that they had been so trampled. More and more the peculiar effect of strain and lack of sleep was beginning to make itself felt, that sensation of having a hollow in one's brain, of being maimed of one's faculties. But it did not matter now, though it had mattered up there by the hut, before his control of the mutineers had slipped from him. Yes, he had made a mess of that. He ought to have shot Magloire at once. But I did not seem able to make up my mind, he murmured, as if he were speaking to someone near. And besides, everything was my fault. The windflowers looked up at him then with their shy compassion. He lifted his head and gazed down the clearing at the shifting groups in their gay embroidered jackets, blue and yellow and white. They seemed a little blurred. Did this strange feeling which was growing on him betoken faintness? Whatever they did to him, it would be intolerable to faint first. They would think he was afraid. Could he bring himself, rather than risk that, to ask to have his arms, only his arms, untied? Not yet. Oh, how slow they were! Suddenly, out of nowhere, came a vision of Avoye, waiting for an answer to her letter, the answer that, now, she would never receive, that he would never write, walking perhaps on the terrace under his window, with the dog Saracen beside her, thinking of those long years of patience, and how they had ended at last. How they had ended. And they were ending like this. For a second or two the young man was hard put to it to keep his composure. He threw his head back against the great pillar behind him, the heart in him beating with fury and longing and shame. Still, under his tight-shut lids, he could see her grave, but with a little smile round her beautiful mouth, while he, who, holding her tenderly, should, only 4 nights ago, have bent to kiss it, had his arms stretched out behind him and was fastened himself immovably to a tree, in the sight of all his men. Another wave of faintness crept towards him. And then the dullness in his ears was suddenly rent. 2 men, shouting and gesticulating, were running through the undergrowth towards the central group, and, as he heard what they were crying out, Aymar understood in a moment what had happened. They were his outposts, and the Bonapartists were advancing on the Bois des Fauvettes. The news fell like a bombshell into the unprepared Juns. A few ran bewildered among the trees, seeking cover. The majority were snatching up their muskets, but with panic in every movement. Defresne and Magloire, however, had not lost their heads. The former was obviously trying to marshal the men into some kind of order to get them away. The tension held Aymar more painfully than his bonds. For there was a chance that he might be forgotten in the confusion. Defresne had never once looked in his direction. With the drawn sword in his hand, which must be his, he was shepherding the men hastily out of the clearing, pointing the way, shouting encouragements, and Magloire, still farther away, was doing the same. And the men were obeying, they were filing out. It was not going to end like this, after all. Was it true, indeed, or a dream, that Defresne had actually turned back, and was running stealthily up the side of the clearing under the trees, the bare blade in his hand? He could soon free him with that. Oh God, if only nobody turned and saw. Vain hope. Defresne was only a few yards off when Magloire came running into the clearing again. No, no, that will not do, he shouted, dropped to one knee in the middle and took a quick, steady aim at the beech tree's target. There was a flash, a report, and a violent blow as if someone had struck him in the left shoulder. Aymar gasped a moment with the shock, then he saw Defresne standing with the sword half lifted. Oh, for God's sake, put it through me and finish this, he called out to him with entreaty in his voice, and set his teeth. But the elder man, with an oath, sprang for the side of the tree. Before he got there, Magloire, still kneeling, fired his second barrel, but this time the bullet missed by an inch, whizzing by Aymar's ear into the trunk beside him. "Go back, you'll be hit," shouted Eloiseler, but de Fresne had already been seized by two éperviers who had hurled themselves on him, and Aymar saw that, farther down the clearing, another man had his musket at the level. If only it might be through the heart this time, and this purgatory be ended. But with the report came a hot and searing sensation in the right side, and the young man, biting his lips, writhed mutely for a second. The next, the whole scene began to swim away from him, yet he heard, or thought he heard, a sort of long breath of horror or satisfied vengeance run about the place, and a voice that might have been Magloire's cry something about Pont Auxiliary Rochers. His head fell forward on his breast. So he never saw how de Fresne, cursing wildly, freed himself from his assailants, and turned to the urgent business of leadership, since the tragedy was now played out. But the two men who had seized him, as they left the wood, turned and fired at the motionless figure against the tree. One shot sped over the bowed head into the trunk of the beech, the other plowed straight across Eloiseler's breast, cutting the ribbon of his cross of St. Louis as neatly as though it had been done on purpose, and sending the cross itself spinning to his feet. But he never moved. And after a little the clearing, recently so clamorous with emotion, was quiet again, and a bird, hopping cautiously out on a twig of the beech tree, looked down with one round, bright eye on the strange fruitage it bore. Probably it had never before seen a man stand so still. 10. The bird had flown away when Aymar came out of that vague place of forgetfulness to realities. As he lifted his head he wondered dizzily why he could not move, then why someone was pressing a knife across his breast. The rest was coming back, that he could not remember. He looked down, and saw that a furrow had been cut clean across his uniform, just below the rope and not of his uniform only. And his cross of St. Louis lay among the trampled windflowers. It all came back too clearly. They had left him here, to die, alone, in pain, in ignominy, in the uttermost shame that could befall a soldier his own men. And here, lashed immovably to this hateful tree, sick with the constraint of his position as much as with the pain of his wounds, and bleeding fast from all of them, but unable to lift a finger to staunch them here, on his feet, looking down the clearing at the drift of hawthorn blossom, he would remain till he died. No. Not while there was his scarcely broken strength still in him. The determination to be free suddenly possessed him like fire, and now that only the tall trees watched him he began to struggle like a trapped animal. But, even with the most furious efforts, he could hardly move his body at all, for, as he soon found, he was too tightly pinned above the knees. And, even had the ropes not held him so relentlessly he could not, try as he would, get his arms free of the separate cord which held them back, almost agonizingly by this time, against the great trunk behind him. Each of his efforts only tightened its grip on his lacerated wrists, for they were raw and bleeding before he desisted from tugging. And all the while a cuckoo mocked him with its monotonous and mechanical cry, which held no hint now of the meanings of spring, but only a horrible mirth. "You are fast, you are fast, you can't get away." Yes, this was going to be the end, his end, after all. Nor was it, plainly, very far off. The only effect of Aymar's struggles had been greatly to increase the hemorrhage. The warm stream coursing down his body from his side had not only soaked by this time through his uniform, but was appearing as a spreading stain on his white buckskin breeches. He looked down at it and at the other stains, too. It was hard to believe that he, young and strong as he was or had been, half an hour ago, was about to die merely from that, the ebb which any charitable hand could have arrested, which his own might possibly have staunched if they had not been so simply but effectually fettered. Yet that was what was going to happen unless someone came in time. But who could come, except the Bonapartists? And to be found by them would be intolerable, for his situation admitted of one explanation only. All the countryside knew of his defeat. It would be almost better to die than that, even by this death, lonely and dishonored as it was, the death without alleviation of any kind, which for Avoy's sake he had brought upon himself, and in vain. For the first time a groan broke from him, only to be swallowed up in the chorus of birdsong with which the green, deserted wood was now ringing. He made a last effort to wrench himself free. Useless, useless. But if only he might have seen Avoy to explain before he died. What would she hear afterwards? She would have all the rest of her life for the evidences of his guilt to penetrate the unbelief with which he knew quite well she would meet them at first. Gradually, as the truth leaked out, she would be forced to believe him guilty in that sense in which he never had been guilty, since he had suffered a disgraceful penalty for an act of rashness to which that merciful term would never be applied now. Oh, if only he had carried out his intention of this morning, and made an end of himself before the wild hyacinths became a blur of pain to the sight, and the trees in their spring bravery merely so many stakes to be tied to. He could have lain dead with less disgrace, hidden by the bluebells till they died. Aymar was growing much weaker, he knew it. The sunlight no longer seemed warm, and his head was beginning to swim. Only one conscious desire was left soon to be loosed, to be able to lie down on the beech leaves at his feet, for the pain in his mangled wrists seemed worse than any of his wounds, and his position was, nakedly, torture. And he was so desperately thirsty. But oblivion was advancing with faster strides now, for the anemones, the laughing May tree, the bright beeches at which he was staring were beginning to vanish and reappear again, and every breath was becoming more difficult to draw. Then pain went, and he began to have the oddest fancies. He was part of the beech tree from which he could not stir. He was the beech tree. He had never been anything else. Once there had been a young man named Aymar de la Rochette, who had run and ridden and fought and moved about freely, but he had stood here always, year in, year out, bare in the frosts of winter, clothed with green as now in spring, a splendid and vigorous tree. But if that were so, how was it that Aymar de la Rochette was gasping so for breath as he could hear, and that his head swam so violently, and that from the blue sky which showed through the brilliant leaves above him strange whirling specks like black snow were falling? How odd that was in spring, but was it spring when it felt so bitter cold? As his failing senses suggested the question, the spreading bough above him seemed suddenly to swoop down on him. Then the great tree which would not let him go began itself to sink with him into a cold, suffocating darkness. Aymar gave a couple of deep gasps, and his head fell forward for the second time, not to be lifted again. He had looked his last on the Bois des Fauvets. It was thus that the Bonapartists found him some 3/4 of an hour later, save that, with the oncoming of such profound unconsciousness, the deadly hemorrhage had ceased. Only curiosity, no thought that, from his appearance, there was a glimmer of life left in him, led them to cut him down. But of their surprise, their gratification when, on searching him, they found from his papers who he was, their discovery of the cipher notes, their rough attempts at surgery, and his subsequent odyssey in the cart, Aymar knew nothing whatever. Fate showed him some scrap of mercy after all.